Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the internet and of YouTube. Welcome back to Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. I'm your host and game master, as always, Kadramas, otherwise known as Toneshift. And with me today, we have our full cast of players. First up, we have Hades Shadow 92 playing Thanatos, our male human Dark Knight.
Har.
We have Lumina Starlight playing Rocket, our female cyborg chocobo warrior.
Also known as your half-asleep adult who is not as chomping as the bits as the other guys.
Yeah, we kind of had to start really early this session, so some of us are a lot more groggy than usual, so bear that in mind if we're not 200% present. The culprit behind said early start, Darkness, is playing our male human paladin, Alistair.
You can blame lifehood of work. And I have a cake. Hello, everyone.
Work is why we're starting early and on a different day.
Yeah, normally at this point we've been playing on Tuesdays. It's Monday as of recording. Anyway, and last but certainly not least, we have Tom117Z playing Neothil, our female Elvon Ranger.
This is fine. Our present situation is fine.
It's really not.
And the cat has returned to step all over the keyboard.
More like get in front of the screen and try to annoy the crap out of him.
Same basic thing, it's a cat. So, where we last left off, our intrepid band of adventurers had successfully managed to escape from the Tower of Creation, bringing with them at least most of their quarry in the form of Bahamut's Wind Crystal of Light. In order to prevent the Tower of Creation from immediately being used to wipe the world clean, Bahamut pulled a fast one over on Saran and shattered what remained of his crystal within the tower, creating a potent field of released light energy and stasis around the tower, thus halting its chaotic functions and throwing enough monkey wrenches into its inner workings to slow it down considerably and buy the cast some time to think of a solution that, at present, revolves around the idea of somehow getting the group's hands on some kind of special weapons that could feasibly be used to counteract whatever is going on. However, that will take time to discuss among the various deities of the world, and so while they are in discussions about this matter, they sent the party back to the city of Viala, from whence they set out to the Tower of Creation to rest and recuperate and regather their strength. During their time in Viala, they brought word of what has recently occurred to the King of Volia, one Theodore Harvey, and communications were quickly sent out to the rest of the world leaders that could be reached in a timely fashion to get everyone mobilized and prepared, because it was plainly obvious that things are going to start heading in bad directions very, very soon.
It'd be fucked. Send help. Kiss.
There was also some personal drama between Neothil and Mika, as Nee finally revealed her internalized concerns and partially hidden guilt over her belief that the destruction of Marasu was at least partially her fault. The revelation of this specific string of information was disheartening, to say the least, and led to a lot of moping and drama for the better part of the entire in-game day before everyone was able to sort of calm down and make up.
Okay, now you did that on purpose.
Yeah, he did.
I did. You did. It's very obvious. And it's also true. But as matters stand, Neothil, in her rest, proceeded to reach out through the dreams that she has gained a better hold on over her life to try and get in touch with Panara, to get word to Vitea of what is transpiring with the Tower of Creation and the potentially imminent threat. It was over the course of this back and forth that suddenly all present were struck by a powerful wave of shadowy energy that they could feel intrinsically and sense, even if they weren't closely connected to darkness like Nee or Thanatos. And Neothil in particular was granted a flickering, distorted vision of the Tower of Creation starting to seep shadowy mist and start to travel across to the south and east towards the Amber Eternal. Overhead, the sky began to go dark, and amber stars filtered in as the sun seemingly disappeared from the morning sky, bathing the world in an orange-tinted, perpetual dusk.
Like I said, completely fine.
That said, that's where we left off, but where we're jumping in is a short time before that.
What?
Rocket,
Yeah.
we begin with you.
Okay.
Unlike the others, who were greeted by this vision of the Tower of Creation and this overwhelming flood of shadowy energy, you dream of something different.
Okay.
You dream... When you come to, you dream of running swiftly across a field of ash. The sky overhead, fiery orange, gently wavering, but not threatening. It's ablaze like a comforting fireplace, a soothing warmth that takes away your fears and your frustrations. With every step you take, your claws imprinting into the ashen ground, you kick up particulates of the ash that then stay suspended, gently drifting after the momentum dissipates, leaving a faint trail of suspended ash in your wake as you run. You can feel a tingling warmth under your wings as you're running, and you can't help but instinctually extend them out as you're running, as if to catch the air and take flight. And the tingling is growing warmer. The sky above you steadily starts to grow brighter, to the point that it's starting to oversaturate the flat, ashen landscape around you. And you can hear distant, high-pitched cries, shrill calls. Not unlike what you might hear from an eagle or maybe a peacock. It's louder and more distinct the further you run, yet even with its clarity increasing, you can't seem to find the source. Just that fiery glow off on the horizon, brightening, always brightening. Never closer, but always brighter. The tingling under your wings is getting hotter and hotter, to the point that you are convinced that flames are radiating off of your person as you are running from under your wings and spreading out over the rest of your body, yet you hardly feel a thing. No pain, no scorch, just that soothing warmth. A surge of revitalizing energy with every step you take. Another step, another step, another step. The cries grow louder and louder still. The glow of the sun, the fiery light on the horizon is almost blinding. And there's one last loud cry in your ears. Beckoning. Desperate almost, yet patient. The flames swallow you whole. And then you wake up.
Ugh.
So, you wake up at around the same time as everyone else. And so you are aware as you're coming to of a commotion outside as Nia is talking to Mika in a partially raised voice, and you can hear other voices from around the inn you're all situated in sort of growing in volume as more and more people are coming awake. Everyone, the day is yours. Or what passes for a day at this point. What do you do?
If I recall, my last shout was something about going to the king. Wasn't that how it ended?
That was the last thing you had said, yes.
Right, so I just said that.
All right, so you said that to Mika, but like you guys haven't left your individual rooms yet.
And happy fun time music plays. Alright, so, yeah, I just said that to Mika, so waiting for a response or anyone else to do something.
Yeah. Mika nods. Good idea. Come on. And she turns and steps out of the room at a brisk pace.
He's going to put on our armor first?
Yeah. What are the rest of you doing?
Well, Alisai's already packing up his things because he senses that something's going down.
All right.
Rocket gets up out of bed and...
All right. Lumina, could you make me an awareness check, please?
Okay. Does
oh.
she... Is that still the same? Pop it out.
I love abstract dreams.
8? Oh, it's 8? Okay.
11.
Ah.
Yeah, no, that's all right. You needed like a 7, so
Okay.
So she could barely fail it.
yeah, this is a very easy thing for you to notice because it pertains to your own appearance. As you're clambering out of the bed, sort of a little unnerved by the commotion around you and sort of processing the dream you just had, you sort of catch a brief glimpse of yourself in the room's tall vanity mirror sort of up against the far wall, and it immediately catches your attention as being odd. You step over to it to get a better look, and you see that the color of most of your feathers has changed, at least in part.
Huh?
The tips of your feathers straight up now resemble fire, as if they themselves are made of flames at the back of your head, at the tips of your wings, at the end of your tail feathers, and all over the rest. They've started to, as if in a gradient, start to fade in with orange, fiery orange.
Into an orange chocobo?
They're still black in the feathers, so it almost makes you look like a streak of fire or a flaming meteor almost.
I turn around and look at myself a little bit in confusion.
The resemblance to a certain bird of resurrection is undeniable. And
That kind of makes me a little bit... Sorry.
Yeah, and the phoenix feathers you have tucked under your wings feel all the warmer.
I am pleasantly surprised by this, but at the same time, a little bit worried.
Lumina, are you turning into Phoenix? Thank
Like-
you.
Look,
It
Rocket
looks
is. Sorry, go ahead.
I look like her
Yeah.
a little bit.
I am concerned.
Whoa.
I have concerns.
Look, Rocket's already OP enough. We don't need her having like full Phoenix powers.
I'm more worried
Rocket
about the
kind of-
implications.
Go on.
Go on, Lumina.
Rocket! Sorry, I just can't talk.
It's all right.
All right.
This kind of reaffirms to her what her mission is and what her goal has always been.
Oh, from a storybook.
Mm-hmm.
I know one thing, when Alisai sees Rocket like this, he's keeping the back of his mind when he gets the time to ask, what?
All right,
Well,
so
we have to be shown it first.
yeah, so I'm assuming that the rest of you are sort of piling out of your rooms.
I'm a half on toasted now, if you know how it goes.
So yeah, very rapidly, sort of the rest of you start coming out into the hallway to sort of link up. And and Raka can join all of you whenever she's ready.
Yeah, she leaves the room and is like, guys.
What in the phoenix feather?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Do we need to
Okay,
get a
am I
bucket of water, or is like, are you all right?
I mean, I feel alright.
You're looking very orange-ish.
You look like you're on fire. Like seriously, I can go get a bucket.
No, don't.
If it wasn't for the fact that I have a searing headache from being awoken early, I would say this is all a dream.
Mika, what's happening to her?
Mika is going to roll a lore check. And it's going to have an
Lore
absurdly high
everything.
DC because this is dealing with shit she is unfamiliar with.
Crit, damn it.
I have no idea. I can only assume it has something to do with the feather she's carrying.
Okay, one thing at a time. We'll deal with that later. Hopefully that's a good thing. Looks up at the sky. It's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, as much as I want to document all this down, we better get a move on.
Okay, out of character for a second. Like, how long has it been since we left the tower?
Okay.
Yeah, like it's technically speaking morning right now, like your usual wake up time. But if not a little earlier, but you had left the tower at around noon the previous day. And then you kind of just spent the rest of the day just kind of recuperating in Vial and going to bed after some drama.
So
Like
the
38
whole
days.
Bahamut plan thing didn't even buy us a day.
I mean,
Well-
it bought you like a month before the end of the world. If you hadn't done that, the world would already be gone.
No, I mean, like, I figured like Saran wouldn't even be able to move the thing until it was all patched up.
No, Bahamut straight up told you you only had a few hours before there was enough power restored to the tower for it to start moving.
Got the
Yeah,
engine's
That was
online.
dumb.
Yeah, it's just all of the other functions that are taking their sweet time to build up, but it's still a focal point, a linchpin of primordial chaos. It can still influence the world in drastic ways even when at only a fraction of its full power, hence the dark sky.
I saw, what's more, I was talking with my mother in the dream, informing her, trying to, looks at Rocket, gather our forces, get people together like you've been wanting to do. When the darkness hit, because we were in the starfields, we felt something. I told Mika, but the Tower of Creation is moving towards the Emperor Eternal. And
Great.
since that's the most concentrated source of all demons on this planet that we know of, connected underground to various regions and nations, we're gonna need a lot of firepower to punch through to the tower when it gets there.
Yeah,
And that means-
so it would be nice for our local deities to just give us the god-killing thing so we can go kill it.
Well, while they're preparing that, we really need to go chat with the powers that be, because, world's ending.
All right. So y'all heading out then?
I also wish to disclose that Alyssa and I have made some purchases.
Yes.
Purchases.
Yeah, we already
Yes,
already
but-
did the math for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why are we
Okay.
supposed to
I
have our
think
guild
it'd be
done?
most suitable when the time is right for need to, or in this case, Tom, to announce that when the time comes.
Well, I mean, we
Very
can tell them
good.
what it
Go on.
is. We can tell them what it is. Just we'll let them see the stats later for you. He got a new shield,
I mean- Yeah.
like tier 7, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, and I upgraded Storm to tier 6.
We're literally getting god slaying tier 8.
Yes,
tier...
but not a
Yes,
shield.
but you see.
Not
you
a
see.
shield, and Storm is a secondary weapon, so I won't get that. So I upgraded Storm as far as I could. We could afford.
Okay.
Because, shoot dagger. That's what I like to do.
All right.
And that plus it now has piercing, which means it ignores all armor.
Neat.
All right. So, you all quickly make your way out of the inn. And as you're making your way out onto the streets, you look around and you can immediately see that, like, the thing that woke you up awoke everyone else up, too. There are a lot of people out on the streets looking up, and there is a palpable aura of tension. You can hear whispers running through the streets. Bless you.
Everyone was startled by a sneezing chocobo. That was a heart attack over there.
Who sneezes fireballs?
I know I was.
She spits fire.
Chocobos are sneezing fireballs. Oh, run!
It's Red Comet, run! Oh,
Red
Jesus.
Rocket. Literally, she's Red Rocket now.
The flame dealer. She lives.
Fucking God damn it, lose a point of destiny.
No!
Fine.
You usually give point
Oh, come on,
that.
man.
No! Puns, fuck you. Anyways.
What is rocket?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
There's no harm in a pun of a time.
Now, like I was saying, when you step out, it is dark as night, save for the orange glow of the stars overhead. So everyone who's sort of stepping out is having to, like, bring out lanterns or torches or other forms of light just to see the... You can see there are a few people who are currently scrambling between the lampposts to try and get them lit so that people can see. But in general, most of the city is just looking up, muttering anxiously amongst themselves. Farther off, you think you can hear some people, like, shouting at each other over something. Voices clearly laced with tension and fear and confusion.
Let's run. We have no time to waste here.
All right. So you all
Leg it.
Yep. So you break into a run. You break into a run, moving as quickly as you can through the city streets. You kind of have to nudge and push your way through some of the crowds, as there are some people who are getting understandably panicked. Even some of the guards are looking a little at a loss, though thankfully some of the more senior ones are very quick to jump on things and start trying to keep the peace and calm everyone down. The results are mixed and scattered, alas, and there are a lot of places where you can see people are on the verge of outright panic, just looking up. But a lot of other people seem to be taking some degree of comfort in the guards' words and slinking back to their homes to try and catch their breath and just calm down and relax and await further word. As you're making your way through the streets, you can see that there is an increased amount of traffic from the city watch, and you can faintly hear off in the distance, growing louder as you're approaching the palace, the sound of airship engines whirring into life.
Sounds like their forces are mobilizing. That's good, I guess.
Indeed. When you come to the palace, it is almost chaotic in how frantic the movements are. You can see troops running this way and that. You can hear orders being shouted near and far. It's a cacophony of noise and the scraping of metal armor and the thumping of dozens, if not hundreds, of footsteps all at once, scattering this way and that to do one thing or another. And, of course, the guards in front of the gates.
Do they let us in?
One of them steps forward as you're approaching. What's your business?
Point at the sky.
Yeah, that's everyone's business right now. That's not news.
News is, we're the people trying to solve it. Neither with
We
it
need
you've
to
been
inform-
through multiple times.
Yes.
Is there any
We
other
need to-
guards here that recognize? Sorry, go.
Yeah. So we need to inform your king to orderly evacuate everyone into a safe location, while we
Which
get after it.
The guard
issue.
next to the one talking to you steps forward, puts a hand on his shoulder. Hey, we know these guys. Let him through. But our orders do not extend to these people. Let them through.
I listened to your friend there. It's
Fine,
important.
fine. Go on in. Just keep your weapon sheathed.
Thank you. Come on.
All right. You make your way in, and it's just as chaotic inside the castle. You can see people coming and going through the halls at a rapid pace, several of them armed, others looking to just be trying to get information sent back and forth. It is a clusterfuck, but there's definitely a degree of organization to it, like a large oiled machine with all of the parts working, at least for the most part, but you have no idea what any of them does, so it's just noise to you. Most
On the
of you.
subject.
Neothil kind of gets it, though.
On the subject of sending messages, I would say Alisar is writing in the book while also hurrying. To inform others.
Like as you pull open the book and look into it, you see there's a hastily scribbled message from Sid. You recognize his handwriting, and it simply says, "What the fuck just happened to the sky?"
And I explained to him that the tower's on the move, and we're basically on the trail.
Okay. All right.
Best we can, anyways.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so you make your way towards the throne room, and for a mercy, you're not stopped as you approach. The guard standing next to it seems to recognize you already, but as you are approaching, it does momentarily halt you. Just as a heads up, the king is already very, very busy and under a lot of pressure right now, so if you have words for him, keep them brief and to the point.
That's the plan.
We know what's causing the sky.
Then get in there.
Going in.
All right, you make your way in, and you can see that this is like the one place in the castle that seems to be calm at the moment. You can see Theodore up ahead, looking very groggy and not even dressed in his like proper kingly outfits yet. Currently discussing with a handful of other individuals who you assume would be like his council of advisors. You can see his personal bodyguard off to one side, one hand on her sword, kind of idly resting it there, and a bunch of other individuals you assume to be messengers or high-ranking military personnel, or maybe the mayor. Just a whole group of people, and Theodore is listing off a bunch of things and asking questions about what is known, and their answers flying back and forth. It's very noisy, but you can parse the general direction of the conversation.
King Theodore.
Ah, one moment. And he walks towards you. What is it?
It's the tower.
I had a
It's
feeling.
moving.
It's moving?
To the Amber Eternal. They're moving it to the Amber Eternal.
Oh, damn it!
As for the sky, that's the tower's power we discussed starting to seep through. Whatever it's going to do it's charging. I feel like we have around a month, maybe.
All right.
I don't think I need to tell you that the Emperor Eternal is the most demonically
I know
guarded
what it
place.
is.
Yes.
Alongside Linsalam, Volia's often spearheaded several of the expeditions into that land to try and map it. At least, that was the case before we determined that sending any expeditions was suicide. None ever came back.
Well, last night, well, let's just say that I have an ability that kind of allows me a sense for these things. As the cloud from tower spreads, it's going to bring with it, well, you can imagine the horrors and the creatures in the Amber Field, the Amber Coast, and every cavernous entrance leading to the Eternal around the continent are going to start spewing demons. Diabolos doesn't need to conquer anything, but
It'll
he
hinder
needs to
us from
keep-
stopping him.
keep the militaries of the land busy. They can't assault the Emperor Eternal.
Right. Also, just as a point of clarification, the Amber Eternal is just the big above ground region. The stuff underground is the Amber Abyss. They're distinctly different.
I go like that's what I meant when I meant the cavernous
Right,
leading to
yeah.
the Emperor Eternal.
Right.
We've been to the Abyss.
Yeah. Very briefly, but yes, you've been there. Anyway.
So if I know my geographies from my travels around, the Amber Field's close to here, so demons are going to start entering Volia. Kurzatan, for instance, is right in the path of that cloud. There's an entrance in the Suto Forest in Salem. Everything to the southwestern regions of Eno is going to be swarmed.
We've already sent word where we can, but we're waiting for replies.
Southeastern, rather.
A few moments pass before you hear from the back. Give me just a moment to double check their names. You see a human male who Thanatos bless you.
That's you.
Who Thanatos immediately recognizes as Denta Leovan, the white mage who is tending to Kyra, looking up. Your Highness, we just got a communication from Endlem. He's got like a hand up to his head. You get the impression he just received a spell communication of some sort.
You said Alice's line? What?
What?
In the chat.
Oh yeah, you did say let's just say a minute ago.
Yes.
Oh god damn it!
It's infectious. I succeeded.
Yeah, when you did that, I just silently reached over and took a drink from my bottle. It's like, yep, that's a shot.
Take a drink. Take a shot every time you hear let's just say.
Every time you hear let's just say, take a drink. You'll be dead in a minute.
Damn
Oh,
you,
God.
Alistair, you have infected me.
I didn't mean to contaminate, but I sure there's a cure for that.
So, Enlem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Theodore turns back to Denta. What? What do they have to say? And the white mage hesitates for a second, grimacing. The city's under attack as we speak.
From the coast.
Makes sense. The coast is just next to it.
Yes, from the Amber Coast. The communication is frantic and scattered, but from what I'm able to deduce, a swarm of flying demons, among others, are already falling on the city, but they're being held for the moment. For the
Makes
moment.
sense. Makes sense that they'd strike at Emblem first, yeah. With the Magitech designed to destroy Amber, its air fleet. We need them.
It's also right there. It's the closest city to any source of Amber, at least that large of a source. It
And
was
they're
going to be
struck
first
on the
no
Amber
matter
Coast
what.
and the opening in Suto. North and south.
Well, there goes most of our air support.
We got a small fleet coming from Vitae. But Magitech. Is there anything anyone can do?
For the moment, there's not much we can do. I could feasibly send them reinforcements, but I don't know what good it would do.
Can we get word to Anomo and have them and the Archmages go and assist?
Denta pipes up. At this point, they would already know. I received the communication via spellcraft. Endlem may not be part of Lapinia, but they do have close relations. Lynn Solemn wouldn't exist without the Taurifel. They know.
Mika, your book, anything?
Mika flips it open, checks it.
Looks like my teachers already know about the sky. Good.
She pulls out a quill, writes for a moment. Second later, the page lights up at her and she looks up.
Yeah, they know about Endlem.
This is going to be complicated, trying to divide forces, trying to save lives while having enough to punch to the Eternal.
Theodore steps forward. I would recommend you leave that to us. You have your own matters to deal with.
Okay. And we'll Leave that preparation in your hands, King Theodore.
All right.
As much as we've done, without your help, there's no way we can get to the heart of the Amber Eternal and face whatever is in that tower now.
All right. With any luck, whatever fleet we can prepare will be sufficient.
Anything we can do, name it.
If you have any other
Till
contacts,
then.
if you have any other contacts you can reach right now who can provide any kind of aid, do so now.
And we've reached out to I've already reached out to Vitae. They're gonna send what they can, airwise. So Enlem has their problems. Anomo knows. There's the Mikotai. A bit of ways from here, but they could. They're the furthest from all of this. They could feasibly send as much as they can and not suffer the same consequences as anywhere else.
Mika gives sort of a sigh.
Not really, unfortunately. The Mithra have always been more naval based. And this battle's going to be over the land and in the air.
Yes, but the Eternal is also surrounded by sea.
The most they could do is surround it, but the fight's going to be in its heart. The fleets would be better served protecting the islands.
Maybe, but it also could be a crucial supply line.
Or at least in more ways of transport. Because we just lost probably a good chunk of the fleet from Enlem.
Looking at the map anywhere else. There's the new. I mean, there's the Bonga.
Yeah, like they're gonna help us.
The world's going to end, Thanatos. Besides, a fiend killed Bagamnon's wife. I think he has reason to hate.
My question is, do we have a means of getting in touch with them in a decent time?
Nope. They don't have communication with anybody.
Uh, hmm. I mean, Kurzatan, if word could be brought to Kellyan before whatever reaches here, he has plenty of people, including many Bonga, who may have some connection to the ancestral homeland. I know you hate Kurzatan, but right now, nothing else matters.
We can't afford to be picky.
The Bongan have a lot of capable warriors, 1,000 clans, and they border the Amber Tunnel. That's a quick force, and they're going to be entrenched themselves enough soon, so put them in the right direction. Galrian, Dragoons, Paladins, they're by
Yes.
Vitae, so they'll likely hear from them, and the Confederacy hopefully will reach out. Alistair, where's the Little Wing currently heading?
As I recall, weren't you guys sending the Little Wing to Enomo for some reason?
Oh, we sent them out just with the general command of
Rally allies.
rally allies, but then shit went wrong quick after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So Anomo is already current. The thing is, Anomo is currently aware they have the Archmages, so they'll be sorting shit out. We have a line of communication directly to them through multiple methods.
We should probably also send word to Piero Oasis, as they're the closest to the Eternal.
Well, the bond is between them, but yes. So Emblem knows, and Noma already knows we have a line of communication to them.
The Vieira.
The Vieira, who have literally stood vigil over a seven of the Apolos for millennia. The Som Antlana jungle.
we could find if we could
East.
maybe get them to turn around the Little Wing. We could maybe go and find Vise and have her rally her people.
Yeah,
And
I bet Vise ain't liking this.
looking at Visa's camp, a direct route would take them through the Oasis, the Ozora Desert, straight to the Eternal.
Say
Which
we
I
need
kind of feel
everybody.
bad they have to get involved since they've already.
It's
Oh.
it's half the it's on the map. That's half the time, isn't it, for Little Wing's journey?
It would be remember when traveling by airship, you don't have to worry about any obstacles, and the travel time that you measure will be reduced to 1/4 of what is measured. So a 4-day trip,
So-
as measured there, would become 1 day.
So a fourth. So a trip from them to the Vieira would be. I need to zoom out for this. So 1/4, so 10 days.
I can
Third of
fly
that.
if I need to. I just can't carry very many passengers.
And you can't fly for very long.
Hmm.
10 days. And we need you for these weapons.
Even though I
That's-
feel bad including Vise's waste, since they've already been through a lot.
But yeah, so
Yes, but this
This-
is literally the end of the world, and they've had dealings with demons before.
That is true. They do have years of experience.
so we have 38 days. Dr. Kurzatan. 6 days, so 15 odd days.
Just keep in mind that they do tend to protect their own lands.
I
They
mean,
won't be their own lands.
again, they're closer to the Amber Eternal, so they'll probably get hit anyway.
It might be more feasible if I can get in contact with my mother again tonight, see what's going on with Garion, and try and have them send some sort of envoy to Vise and the Vieira.
Yes, but Vise has never met Pinar or any of them. If we can, it'd be a lot easier to.
Thing is, it's going to be a very long trip for Little Wing to turn around to get there, about half our time. Never mind them having to then organize and get over here.
Well, I know they may not know her, but just say that he's been sent by us. Surely that might be enough.
Theodore, you have a connection to Anoma. Do you have any sort of connection to Vitae? Any sort of lines of communication there?
He turns to Denta.
Or
Do you have a
Garion?
link? To Garion. He turns to Denta. Do you? And give me a second to double check the name of the court mage of Garlat, because I know I had one. I did have one, but I don't have a name for them anymore. Apparently, I never wrote it down, because he was here for like one session. Ay.
Although I just realized that when the big fight does happen, I hope we will have enough healers. Because I am only but one man. I'm not sure if I can keep everyone going.
I mean,
Alistair, go ahead and roll me 1d6, please.
Okie dokie. Just one.
Just one.
yeah, deciding whether we have a line. Not good.
All right, 2. All right. Moment later, Denta nods. Yes, I should have a link. I believe so, yes. It hasn't
Vitae,
been used
Garion,
in a while,
both?
but I should be able to get in touch.
Vitae, Garion, both?
Mostly with Vatea. Galerion kind of likes to keep to itself in a lot of political matters, but if I can get in touch with one, they can get in touch with each other very quickly.
Okay, it'd be quicker if you could try and get into contact. Use my name if it helps. See if you can't get them to seek out the Vieira in the Somlana jungle. And here, she's going to bring forth a map and kind of point out the location of Visa's camp.
All right.
There's a woman here by the name of Vis. She's a guardian of the Vieira. If our names are used, you might be able to get close enough to talk to her and gain a direct line to her people.
All right, give me a moment. And he takes a step back and goes to start casting a spell. And Nee, you actually recognize the spell immediately as the Wind Whisper spell that Tam used on you back in session 1 to tell you you'll be the first to know if you ever found anything out about Panara.
Bloody, that's a callback.
Yeah, it is. That's like the long-range communication spell. So he waves his hands, closes his eyes, and a few moments later he opens his eyes again and furrows his brow. Huh. According to Angeal, the V's have already been contacted.
Vieira.
The Vieira. Right. Yeah, that.
Huh.
They've already been contacted, so they contacted them.
Apparently Angeal is not privy to the details, but some sort of mission was sent out into the Badlands to make contact a while ago and came back successful.
I mean, kudos to whoever came up with that.
I have a suspect feeling who that might have been.
Is your mother doing stuff behind our back again?
Oh, my sisters, they've been rather involved with everything, and I told them everything, so they'd know.
Well, at least
Ronnie was going off on her own mission last time we were in Vitae, wasn't she?
That might have been it.
hey, kudos
Next
to
time.
her for thinking ahead.
Next time I see my sister, I'm going to hug her in front of everyone, and she can't raise a word of complaint. Okay, this.
Hmm?
There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
I was just gonna say, it's good that we're getting all these heavy hitters and ways to evacuate the people, but what are we like on the healing route? This is
Well,
gonna
Gaurian, your people in
dark times.
Gaurian, they've got a Nomo. Gonna be
Hmm.
white mages and paladins both. That leaves the forces of Gaurian, Vitae, and the Vieira coming through where the Thousand Clans lay.
That's good.
You've
Mm.
pledged to sort things here, King Theodore. It would end on a Nomo. The little wing. It might be a prudent idea if we want to try and get the Bonga aboard. A Nomo, no, I don't see what they can necessarily do there. It might be more pressing to have the little wing turn around to Kurzatan, and through them try to recruit the Bonga as their mission.
Just is Fane with them? I can't remember.
I believe so, yes. I
Yes.
believe the crew of
Yeah.
the auxiliary crew hasn't changed from the Stargazer. It's Sid, Elizabeth, Nabat, and Fane.
Yeah, Fane's not gonna like
Used to
going
be
back there.
Athena, but she stayed in the Nomo.
Yeah.
And I
Fane
take
is
it we've
not-
already informed, like, well, Thanatos' little stabby friends.
Pardon?
Remember-
Oh, the Tomberries in
Yes.
Right.
Tom
Well,
Berries.
they're by a Nomo in the Pinya. That's a Nomo's.
I'm sure a Nomo's
Jurisdiction.
reached out to them by now.
That's going
I
to
trust.
What?
It'll be up to the Taruthel to make contact with the Tomberries. We here in Volia have no diplomatic relations with them.
I trust the Archmages will be able to handle things. They're quite competent. They almost killed Sauron. That leaves. Then, if Mikatai can help in whatever naval way he can, if supply lines, that leaves the Numo and Komogo.
We have no ways of contacting the Numo or the Mughals. Or the Mughals would even have anything to do.
Well,
I feel like the Mughals would be best served protecting their own. Same with the Numu. The abilities they have, potent as they are, will not necessarily be the best served on an open field of battle, and the Numo are a scattered and disparate group of nomads to begin with. Rallying and unifying them will take time that we simply do not have.
then
Right.
for now,
Point.
Alisa,
Mhm.
bring the book for the Little Wing.
Roger that. I get to it.
All right. What are you writing in the book?
Oh, what Lee wants to write in it. I mean,
Okay, yeah, I'll write in it.
All right.
You want to.
Have them turn around to Kurzatan.
So, Sid, it's me. I think the Archmages has things handled in Anomo with things as volatile as they have rapidly become. We need to gather who we can, and right now, the most obvious missing spot is the Thousand Clans of Bonga. Any chance you could double back to Kurzatan and from there work with the Vinaldi to maybe try and contact them, arrange something?
There are a few moments of silence, or nothing in the book, before you get a reply in Fane's handwriting. She says,
This is Fane. That probably wouldn't work. Kurzatan is still part of Volia. The Bonga who live there aren't part of the Thousand Clans anymore, if ever. They're mostly there just to sort of reconstruct that sort of living style without having to be part of the complicated politics.
Then if that won't work, would it be possible to head straight to Hanster's Banga? Try and gain an audience with Gamnon. He has every reason to hate Diabolos.
We can try. Don't know if anything about that'll work, though. From what I've heard, he'll probably have it out the second he sees the Little Wing.
Well, do what you think is best and come up with whatever plan you need to. One way or another, we need as many bodies as we can get.
It's a shame we don't have any way of contacting our other friend among the manga.
another moment later, you get another reply in the book from Fane.
Honestly, I'm not even sure it's worth the time and effort to contact the Bonga. They're such a scattered and disparate group, and their politics are unfathomably complicated. By the time they would be able to organize a unanimous effort, we'd have already lost. If we can get the approval of the big clan, we could probably get some help, but we can't rely on getting all of them. Or even most of them.
If anything, all we'd have to hope for is, with them being so close to the Eternal, they just join in the fighting just for their own survival.
And then Mika
That's when
pipes
we're all
up.
gonna-
And then there's the problem of transportation. How would we get them into the Eternal fast enough? Airships can cover a lot of ground very quickly, but on foot, it's not so easy.
And we can't rely on everybody, and we don't have... And with the chunk of Enlam's fleet probably gone at this point, we'll just have to deal with what we can. I really think the Bonga are going to be much of a help.
She's just gonna put in the book. Then do what you can. Help where you can. Prepare however you can.
Response comes a moment later, this time coming from Sid. And he writes, I think we'll divert course to Endlem and help there. If we can take the pressure off, maybe we can get a bigger chunk of their fleet.
Look after my ship. I'll be looking at the paint job afterwards.
Of course. I'll be making sure it's there for the final push into the Eternal. Don't you worry about that.
Let's
I
not
hope
worry
so.
about paint jobs right now, though.
She just writes, I hope so. I intend to be at the helm.
Alright. And it's worth noting that as you've been sort of having this conversation amongst yourselves, Theodore and his little circle have been having their own discussion. And after a moment, Theodore looks back to the rest of you. If it is of any help, we're currently debating between two potential rally points for this push into the Eternal.
What are they?
Our first idea is the southernmost tip of Ixion's spine, and he gestures to the map you pulled out and points to this spot here, close to Dami checkpoint. It's farther away from the Eternal, so the flight to it would be longer, but it's also not so close as to be constantly harassed by demonic forces. Our other rally point that we were considering is the westernmost tip of the canyons, the Uzora Desert. It's much closer to the Eternal. We could potentially take shelter among the canyons themselves from the demonic forces. And when everyone was gathered, it would provide us a very swift entry point. You've been to the
It's-
canyons before. What's your insight?
The canyons are difficult to navigate, and with being so close to the Eternal, there would just be more risk for demons, especially those of the flying variety,
But
having an advantage.
as an ARP, it is its proximity to the Hellfire Pit. It's Ifrit's domain, so you might have some support there.
Well, we don't know where Ifrit is or any of the gods right now.
No, but he did have more than a few sentries, and a lot of fireballs that throw from that pit.
It is worth remembering the volcano did kind of go dormant when you removed the fire crystal from it.
So yeah, I don't expect much from the pit. Honestly, the point at Ixion's spine might be more safer.
It's the
Yeah.
safe route versus the expedient route.
Although we do have to note that the hole in the pseudo forest is a direct link to the abyss.
Alistair, Rocket, what are your thoughts?
As much as I want to make haste with this, we, it is a bit of a more of a risk if we take the other route, which we can't afford. You know, anything going wrong at this point in time.
Rocket.
Well, the longer we wait here, the more time is being wasted.
That is true, but
So
we
it's
have
going
to
to be
think on
by
this.
it's going to be insertion by airship. The days from there would be say there and then there, 20 odd days. So do it before 5 days.
Yes, because I say the only thing we could do to take that route if we have a clear, good idea of a safe route through it. But if there is no safe route, then better to be safe than sorry and take the other one, I say.
If you're confident you can secure your position in the canyons, it might be a good choice. But if you believe casualties would be severe in the interim, then Ixion's spine is the way to go.
Yes. Don't risk your lives, just withdraw if it's too dangerous. That is the best option.
We do want to minimize casualties.
If we lose like half our force waiting, then
Very well. All valid points. He turns to the armored woman who serves as his bodyguard, whose name I still cannot remember, and nods to her. Alert the troops. Get the communication out. Our rally point for this push will be at the southernmost tip of Ixion's spine. And she nods, throws a salute, and immediately goes to carry out those orders. And I will go ahead and put a pin on the map so that we can see where that is at all times.
all right. Hopefully, this is the formings of an army.
Hopefully, they don't get wiped out in one fell swoop.
I know, I don't want to move the whole map.
Oops.
Let's have some confidence in them.
It's in your hands now, Theodore.
Way to put on the pressure.
We're all feeling it, I think.
Did I just hear a turret from Portal?
Yeah, this sounds like it.
That's because my screen thought I clicked something that I didn't on my phone.
Nice. All right. All right, if there's nothing else, I should get back to discussing with my people. You discuss amongst yours.
All right.
Focus our efforts where we have confidence.
We'll send word when it's time for our to leave to gain our boon of the gods.
All right.
Okay.
Take care. Good luck.
You too. Let's leave unless we have anything else.
Yeah, we better just leave them to discuss.
Do it. We've shared our input, but at this point, this is out of our hands. This particular part.
Yeah. So, for purposes, I will go ahead and create an event on the calendar, marking an approximate time that forces will fully gather at the rallying point based on time. So.
Alright. What
Neat.
day would that be?
And real quickly, just to remind myself, I'm going to make a list of all the various forces. Section of the Endlem fleet, section of the Volian fleet.
Guarding up our war assets, huh?
Yep.
Batay.
Yep, I've Batean fleet.
It's a good job we've been so focused on making friends and not murder hoboing our way through this.
Yeah. All right, so Endlem fleet, Volian fleet, Batean fleet. Maybe the Vieira with a question mark?
Anomo.
Possibly some Bongan troops, depending.
Depending on how much they get their butts into gear.
All
Whatever.
right, so the current list, section of the
whatever
Endlem fleet.
network of the Vinaldi family can provide.
Indeed. That's probably more to just be individual soldiers on airships, though. So, what we have right now, Endlem fleet, Volian fleet, Vitaean fleet, maybe the Vieira, possibly some Bongan troops, and Animo mages.
Hopefully that's a... Like, we don't need to win a protracted battle, we just need to punch a hole through to the tower where we can do our thing.
All right,
We don't need
so
forces
it
to
will.
win.
They will be assembled approximately on the 27th.
And how many days is that for us?
It's about 12 days, a little under 2
12
weeks.
days. So approaching the halfway mark. It's after Cairo recovers,
Indeed.
so
I guess so. Cairo should be recovered for that.
the 27th.
All right. Now we got that sorted. All right, so with that, you're all allowed out of the throne room, back out into the sort of front lobby. What do you wish to do next?
I hate this. Well, we can't really do anything but wait.
You know what? Thanatos is just so like done with waiting, and he just pulls out the two crystals of Ramu and just like, if any of you are listening, we are running out of time.
I think they know, Thanatos. It's not like they can just will the swords into existence. Well, I suppose that's exactly what they're doing, but that takes time. But,
All right.
Ah.
Mika is gonna get a little frown on her face.
I have an idea.
And she just walks
Shoot.
right out.
Follow my Mika.
Hey, Mika, you want to share with the rest of the class?
As she's walking, she reaches into her pack as you're sort of stepping back out onto the streets and pulls out one of the water crystals and looks it over.
Leviathan's the messenger. That's her self-appointed duty among the gods. That means
Yes.
she's our communication link with the rest of them if we're not present. We get to a body of water. I summon her. We talk.
Well, luckily we have Lake Melody. Think that's big enough?
Should be. In theory, just about any body of water would work.
That's if you want to
Alright.
expend. That's if you want to expend the strength when we're expecting them anyway.
I don't want to waste time.
We don't have time for them to debate over themselves.
How many destiny points does Mika have?
Mika has over 30. She's good.
Yes, do it.
She has let me double check here. Mika Solwyn has 31 points of destiny.
Lee is shutting up and going with the plan.
All right. All right, so you quickly make your way through the streets, making your way down towards the lowermost docks district, and as you're going, you can see that, like, there is still a very, very powerful aura of tension in the city, and temperatures have notably dropped by a couple of degrees as you're going. So there's, like, more people are sort of, like, huddling inside, if not for the purposes of just getting inside where it's more comforting, just to get out of the cold, because it's already like winter almost. It's like it's getting close to winter at this point.
Yeah.
And now temperatures have dropped even further with the sun vanishing, seemingly. So temperatures are going down,
this
and it
area.
is. You can see your breath in the air.
At the rate the cloud was expanding, like how long approximately do we think it would take to cover the continent?
Like, it wasn't even really a cloud, just like there was mist seeping out of the tower, but the sky just darkened independently of that, and it was the whole thing. So,
we pretty much just say that, yeah, the whole...
in other words...
The mist that was spreading out and delivering demons and shit.
Yeah,
How quick is that spreading?
You have no idea. Near as you could tell, that was mostly just like a visual side effect of the tower's power being put to work and not actually indicative of anything specific.
So basically they just turned the sky off, yes.
Pretty much. Like over the course of just a couple minutes, the sky of the entire planet went dark. This is happening everywhere simultaneously.
Big old darkness aura to block out the sky.
To block out the sky, demoralize people, and give the demons more power. Pretty much. Anyway. So, eventually...
were you inspired slightly with that by Final Fantasy 15?
Partially.
Yeah, with the night sky weird demon
So, Lake.
Yeah.
So, Lake Melody. So, after several minutes of making your way through the city streets, you eventually come out into the docks district, into the port of Lake Melody, and you can see there are a small handful of ships out in the harbor, but given how long it would be to connect Viala to the ocean, and considering the fact you'd have to sail through a murky-ass swamp to get there, you get the impression most of the boats here are fishing vessels, here primarily to just help provide the city with food. That being said, as you're stepping forward, Mika makes her way directly for an unoccupied pier. When she comes to the end of it, she looks at her crystal and sort of takes a deep breath.
We can lend you some of our strength, unless you think you got this.
I'm already falling behind power-wise as it is. Let me do this much at least.
She
Alright.
holds the crystal up, and she will expend the full 8 destiny herself, bringing her down to 23. And the crystal will begin to glow and pulse with energy. This low sort of chiming sound that gets louder and louder as the seconds pass, and in front of her, down in the waters below, which are ominously twinkling orangely back at you as you stand here, they start to glow as well, little auras of light radiating up. And then from somewhere, muffled and distant, you hear a familiar, muffled, warbled aquatic shriek. Before the water in front of the pier bursts upwards in a massive spray, complete with swirling blue arcane light. You can see tiny little threads of blue magic swirling together, weaving into this long, sinuous, serpentine shape, colossal in scale, long, fin-like wings, woof, flaring out to either side, as the familiar shape of Leviathan takes form. Leviathan looks down at all of you.
What has occurred that you would summon me? We need to know what's going on with those weapons Odin was talking about. There's nothing else we can do right now until we have those, and I refuse to sit in silence. I see.
Leviathan looks up at the sky, her expression darkening.
The discussions are ongoing. We have a plan that we could do, but we're missing a key point that makes it almost inviable.
She looks back down at the rest of you.
Odin would be better suited to explain than I.
Moment passes as she closes her eyes, and you get the impression that her true form somewhere else is relaying information back and forth. Then her eyes open up again a moment later.
We will come to you and speak of what has happened. Wait here.
And then she just sort of unravels as she allows the summoning to dissipate.
Well, it's not like we were going anywhere.
And as Leviathan is dissipating, you can kind of hear murmurings behind you further off in the dock. There was activity as people were moving about, and it's all just gone still at this point.
Yeah, maybe summoning a god when everybody's already panicked isn't such a great idea.
Nothing to see here, just a big sea serpent.
They know who it is.
Yeah, of course they do. Not that it really matters anymore. Looks at the sky again. Well, it's gone to shit.
Now we just have to wait for Odin to show up again.
A few moments pass. And then, from behind you, on the more solid ground of the main city street, away from the pier that you're currently standing on, a familiar prismatic beam of energy suddenly rises up from the ground. And as it's rising, you can see familiar shapes emerging from within, more than one. You see Odin stepping out, and then one by one, the others start to emerge as well. First is Bahamut, a great flap of his wings sent him flying out of the rising pillar of light to take up a position in the air over the water. Odin emerges next. Or rather, Ramu, excuse me. Sort of stepping out and drifting up to float beside Bahamut up in the air. Ifrit just kind of stomps out looking impatient. Shiva keeps Shiva keeps to his side with this sort of a strained smile. Odin then emerges at this point, and a moment later, Leviathan comes up from the water again. The true Leviathan this time. And the beam of light, the rainbow bridge, yes, finally dissipates.
Bifrost.
Bifrost, whatever you want to call it. And as the light dissipates, all of the deities' eyes are on you, and the entire city has just gone fucking silent.
So, I'm pretty sure you just caused an entire city to soil themselves at once.
Ifrit snorts. Good for them. Shiva just pats him on the back.
Mika. Your plan worked.
This is...
So
How long-
more than we were expecting.
How long has it been since you're all in one place?
Too long. That much is for certain.
Well, if anyone doubted us.
Was that Leviathan or Shiva?
That was Shiva.
So, Leviathan said something about the weapons needing a crucial component?
Odin turns to the rest of you and nods. To get you caught up to speed, at present, no such weapons actually exist. I had considered the notion of creating them myself. I know how to smith. My armor is of my own construction. What I lack are the materials. No mortal materials, no regular steel, no matter how much magic is infused into it, would be capable of counteracting the effects of the Tower of Creation. It is at this point that Ramu picks in, or, pipes up. Well, you see, with Diabolos's power now in control of the tower, were you to enter in your present state, or even with mightier weapons than you wield now, it would be a simple matter for the chaotic energy of that place to suppress you entirely and leave you immobilized and powerless. What we require is a means of counteracting that. of negating Diabolos's control, or at the very least, weakening it enough for you to act. The only such power that exists that could potentially grant you such a means of control are the very crystals you now hold.
We have to turn the crystals into the weapons.
Bahamut speaks up. The intent is to infuse the power of the crystals, or at least most of their power, into these new weapons and armor. If you'll give me just a second to double check my handouts for stuff, just so I can make sure I have my lore here right. The intent is for your dark crystals to be used to create your armor, affording you a measure of resistance and control over the shadows of the Tower of Creation, at the very least yanking some of that power away from Diabolos. Then your light crystals would be used to make the weapons, providing you an effective means of piercing his shadowy armor. It's at this point that Odin speaks up again. But again, we lack a material capable of housing that power. Mortal steel would never be able to house it effectively. It would all escape.
And what must we do?
There is a material that can do it, but it hasn't existed on this world for, well, since the primordial days, when the chaos ran rampant. When we were first emerged. There is only one place I can think of where this metal may be found, but it would be in limited quantities, and tracking it down would be next to impossible without someone to find it. The chasm where the Tower of Creation once floated would be the one place where this metal could still be found. The energies of the tower would have seeped into the soil beneath it. Regular steel would have been twisted and contorted, potentially morphed into this material we need. But again, it would be very limited in supply, and finding it would be difficult.
We've done the impossible before.
I don't doubt that. But it's not that simple. If we had all the time in the world, it would be a trifling matter. If the amber demons weren't spewing out of that hole in the ground in such numbers, it would be trivial. If we the gods were not so easily corrupted by the amber as we are, it would be trivial. But all of those things work against us. And to make matters worse, the one among us who could actually find the material with ease is missing.
And
Missing.
who is that?
Ramu speaks up. Ixion.
Still no sign
Ixion
of
still
him?
missing?
He is still missing, I am afraid. There's no sign of him. But he was always well in tune with the soil beneath his hooves, and metal especially. It was part of his makeup.
So if we find Ixion,
If we could find Ixion, could we find this metal and get it to you in time?
It would certainly be easier. Bahamut turns to you all now. I would not personally ask this of you if there were any other way. You've risked your lives far too much as it is, and we need you alive. And the chasm that the tower once floated in is bound to be overflowing with demons. It'll be a trial unlike any you have faced thus far, just to survive in such an environment. But
it's
for
the
lack
only
of
chance we have.
for lack of time and better options, yes, I am afraid so.
Do you think Ixion is down there?
Odin speaks up. There's nowhere else he could be, as far as I'm aware. When we were fighting Saran and Tiamat, we were separated from one another by an explosion from one of Tiamat's heads. Ixion fell into the chasm, wounded. I was too busy defending myself to even have a moment to give thought of going after him. By the time I had the chance to think of it, Tiamat and Saran had already assumed control of the tower, I had to put distance between myself and it or risk corruption.
So our hopes is that he's still alive down there.
That is our hope.
And if he isn't?
Then we can only pray that we get lucky and find the material we need. That, or find another way. We will discuss it in your absence.
Alright.
And
Odin,
send us.
how close can you get us to the chasm?
I can get you up to the lip of it, where we left previously.
Then send us. We're supplied. We're restless. Let's do this.
We don't have time to dally. If this is our only chance, we need to go move as fast as possible.
Ifrit speaks up at this point. There's one more thing before you go running off headlong into the Horde.
Then please share.
The crystals and this metal, should you find it, are to be brought to the Hellfire Pit. Flames of a very specific caliber will be required to mold such steel, and make the crystals capable of blending with it. The Hellfire Pit is the only place I can think of where such flames exist.
Alright.
I look at Odin. I take it you'll be taking us there as well if we're successful?
Ideally. Alas, with the hordes of demons starting to spew out into the world, my efforts will potentially be needed elsewhere if you take too long. The chasm is enormous. It may take several days to search. I will wait for you at the lip for one of them. If you have not returned by dawn of the following day, however, I'll have no choice but to go elsewhere and to redirect my efforts.
If that happens, we'll contact Little Wing. It'll take longer, but...
If that happens, either contact the Little Wing or make your way to the nearest body of water and summon Leviathan. She can get word to me quickly.
It would be quicker.
There are rivers just to the north of the chasm.
It would depend whether this wing was and how quick it could get to us compared to us to it.
Either way, this depends on how long we take in the chasm. So
We find
just not
Ixion. We find Ixion alive or dead, get this metal, get it to the Hellfire Pit, then reconvene with everyone else at the rally point. And then, once we're all gathered, we do it.
Honestly, if we find Ixion, how fast could he get us to the Hellfire Pit?
Certainly faster than an airship, and this is Ramu speaking. But it also must be taken into consideration the possibility that he might be wounded. He may be created by me, but he is still nonetheless not divine himself. If he is wounded,
Well, it's
he
a
may
good
need
thing
time to
we
heal.
have some very potent healers with us.
Either way, do it. Send us. We're ready.
Alright. Odin steps forward into the heart of the group. Very well then. He then looks up at Bahamut. Good luck to the rest of you. I'll be back soon. Sort of stabs the bottom of his sword into the ground, the tip of the blade into the ground, and another wave of light rises up all around you, and you feel that now familiar sensation of being lurched through space to a different location. And after a moment, the light fades around you, and you find that you have traveled once again to the edge of the chasm where the Tower of Creation once resided. Now empty, and as soon as you come out, you are blasted by a powerful gust of wind. It is storming here. For a second, the wind is howling in your ears so loud you can barely even hear yourself think. And when you sort of manage to open your eyes against it, you can see deep, deep into that bottomless chasm an ominous orange light radiating upwards. And though they are a ways away from you, you can see distant, tiny specks, thousands of them just pouring up from below. And even from here, you can faintly hear an enormous choir of shrieking and roaring and growling. ravenous and hungry.
I. I'm going to currently equip Bolt Storm rather than Sky Shot because Fiend Killer.
All right.
And so here we are at the penultimate dungeon of the campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Who's ready to jump into the pits of hell?
All right.
Let's
Oh.
go.
All right. Odin turns back to the rest of you, and then his eyes focus on Thanatos. You bear Ramu's crystals, yes?
Yeah.
Then I would encourage you to keep an eye on them. As Ixion is one of Ramu's creations, it is possible the crystals will react to proximity. Use that to guide you.
That's handy.
Again, I will wait for you as long as I can, but that amounts to a single day. Good luck.
All right.
Okay. In we go.
All right. I would like to know who is taking point on this descent.
Well, since apparently I have the Ixion detectors, I guess Thanatos
Yeah.
can go first.
All
I'll
right.
be right behind him.
All right. In that case, I need Thanatos to make a nature check, please.
Well, that's a good thing. Thanatos has plenty of nature. Which is 6.
Nice.
I think you have the highest nature of all of us, which is weird.
Surprising.
I am a dark knight. I must be in tune with nature so I can kill it.
Well, you survived on your own in the wilderness for how long?
And maybe you just decide to learn more just to stick it to the elf.
My headcanon was always about. I think Thanatos was about 13 or somewhere around, like between 10 and 13 when his house burned. So I'd say anywhere from 10 to 15 years. Speaking of 15.
Yep. It's a good number there. And it is indeed pretty much what you needed for this first leg of the journey. So, you begin your descent into the chasm. And it takes you a while. It's very difficult. You can't just go straight down. It's almost like a sheer drop. So almost like mountain goats, you're having to sort of hug the steep inner wall, moving slowly and carefully along very narrow paths to try and make your way through and make progress heading down, periodically glancing at your crystal to see if there's some sort of reaction or response to proximity with Ixion. You spend the better part of an hour picking your way lower and lower and lower down. And the deeper you go, the darker it gets, the harder it is to see. But Rocket, thankfully, is basically just a walking flashlight at this point.
Yep.
So it's not too hard to see at least a few feet in front of you. So you can see where you're about to step, but much farther beyond that, you're kind of just having to hope, as the darkness of this place seems to be almost unnaturally strong and oppressive.
So I guess even a wisp probably wouldn't help.
It would help, but not much.
Better just save the magic then.
But as it is, you continue your descent, slowly but surely. And eventually, after a little over your first hour of travel, the lightning crystal in your hand gives off a little pulse.
Can I roll an awareness of the surroundings?
Go ahead, make an awareness check.
Just me or me too?
Both of you. And anyone else who wants, really.
Ooh, I used my dice. I got a 4 and a 5. So it's 9 plus 7. So 16.
Did you roll with your physical dice?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so a 16, a 15, a 13. Alistair, we need a roll from you. And I need to roll from Mika.
The other side.
I want to try and make a habit of using my physical dice. Feels bad.
I do believe he may be in the loo.
Oh no.
He is.
Oh no. That's
He is
unfortunate.
in the privy.
Well, I'm confused. Do you call it the privy or you call it the loo?
The loo. Toilet.
Hmm.
You don't call it a restroom. You don't rest in there.
I got a loon.
What about a bathroom? We take baths in there.
Yeah, we call it a bathroom because baths are typically held in bathrooms. But funny enough,
Although, why do you call it a loo? Like, what does loo mean? Like, where did you come up with loo?
Latrine, maybe?
might be short for the train. Many theories have been put towards the word's origin. One suggested source is Waterloo, a trade name for iron cisterns in the early part of the century. The evidence remains inconclusive. No one knows.
Okay.
I mean, just don't ask for a bathroom in Japan. If you need to use the toilet, ask for a toilet.
Yeah, they have
Because-
specific bathrooms.
Bathroom in Japan would be like a literal bathroom.
Like a bathhouse.
Like
Yeah.
a bathhouse.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's right, because there's so many animes that just revolve around a scene that has a character accidentally seeing the ladies' bathroom. Where they're all just bathing. It's like, oh shit, they're all naked. Ah!
Because
Nah,
every
you wanna
anime
ask
just
for a
has.
toilet. If you say toilet, they probably assume you mean toileto.
Toileto.
So
Yeah.
You know, I tried to learn Japanese for a very short time.
it takes a lot of time and dedication.
Yeah, I was doing it through Duolingo. And eventually,
You know a scant few words, and that's it. Most that's been picked up from anime.
right?
If it's not practiced and you don't do it enough, you're gonna forget what you picked up.
Yeah, I've already forgotten most of it. I only remember, like, Nico for cat, and I think, like, Niku means, like, meat.
Senpai means jizz.
And I think Mizu is water? I think?
Yes.
Yes.
Baka.
Idiot.
I mean, are our awareness checks high enough that we need to wait for Elsa to get back from taking a piss?
No, as it is, Thanatos and he got it both. So, and Rocket, 15s and 16s, you got it.
I had this little joke that in Japan you can literally see the forest for the trees because the character for forest is literally made up of the character for tree 3 times.
It's cute.
I've seen that, yes.
That's cute. All right.
What I miss.
Oh, there you go. Roll for
Good.
awareness.
Good on you. We need an awareness check.
Oh, bugger. Clearly I missed a lot
What
then.
was going on while you were in the? What was going on when you left for the gents room?
What?
What was going on when you left for the bathroom?
I don't know. I just come back.
I want to know how much you've missed.
What was the last
Well,
thing you
I know
heard?
that the last thing I heard, we were heading off somewhere.
So basically, Odin dropped us right in the chasm. We are going in. My crystals act as an Ixion detector, so I am leading the charge. It is very dark in here, and we may have found Ixion, or at least getting close to him.
Hey,
Also, we
yeah, I
have one day.
definitely missed
Also,
a
we
lot
have
then.
one day before Odin leaves us, and we have to find another way to help it.
Oh fuck.
Fine,
Thanks
it's
for letting me know
fine.
on that. So, awareness. Yep, that's
Yes.
correct. Now, whoa.
14.
14.
All right. So the 15s and the 16s have it. So it's
Dang.
very dark to see in this environment, but kind of narrowing your eyes and squinting and using the gentle pulsing of the crystal to guide you, you eventually find this sort of alcove off on your right as you're hugging the wall that's blasted inward. It looks like this is not a natural formation in the inner wall of the chasm. And as you're kind of looking around and the light coming from Rocket shines around, you see sort of near the back of this unnatural alcove that looks to have been dug out, a few purplish red stains caked into the floor. And as you sort of draw closer to those stains, the pulsing of the crystal gets faintly faster.
Blood.
So I guess this is what Ixion bleeds?
A
Yes.
blood trail. And if there's a trail, we can track it.
Well,
What would be the
guess.
specific skill for tracking this blood?
I guess
pattern?
nature.
It would still be nature, yes.
Yeah.
do
does.
I is nature boy. But not when dice do not like me.
I'm
Okay.
gonna roll anyway.
Is that enough, or do I need to put another d6?
Thanatos is the one leading the way.
Alright, add another d6, please.
Okay. First, I ask question. Is that enough, or do I need to put another d6?
10 is not sufficient.
Okay. I'm gonna do
It's
another one.
10. That
Come
number
on,
hasn't been
be a
sufficient
six,
for
Be a
a
six. Be a six.
couple years.
5.
Okay, I have a
that must be
15.
enough.
Okay, 15. That will be sufficient. That being said, I still would like you to roll a d12.
Okay, 1 second.
Oh.
Just take a point of destiny away from myself.
I think a d12, that's usually the encounter die.
So, as in, we are going to die.
You say that so often, and has it ever happened? No.
I mean, it's happened to me once, and happened to Alistair once.
That was well, those two incidents were near death, and her actual death was pre-campaign. So
All right, so a 5. All right. So, as you are picking your way through, making your way through this environment, you eventually, as you're sort of following one of the sort of paths hugging the walls, still kind of like having to put your back up to it, it widens out just a little bit, but the path abruptly stops. And you are met with a sheer wall in front of you of just raw stone.
This isn't a demon wall, is it?
It doesn't look like it, no. It's just like the path you've been following just abruptly stops.
So, blood trail leads to this wall?
Well, there wasn't really much of a blood trail per se. It was like a spot of blood, and then like you saw a few droplets that were heading out of the cavern, the little alcove, but then stopped at that point. So either Ixion jumped somewhere, or he managed to stop his own bleeding, or something to that effect. You get the impression, like from your earlier high nature roll, I'll let you have this, that alcove was dug out by Ixion as a place to rest and heal. So he didn't leave much of a blood trail to follow. You're still kind of having to rely on the pulsing of your crystal. You were given a vague direction to follow, but there is
Here's
still
an
room for
idea.
mistakes.
Here's an idea, guys. So, chasm is dark, unnaturally so, and almost any ideas of light that we make will probably not help, like my wisp or Rocket's light at all. What
If you form a bat with that ability of yours.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. What if I make a bat, and through its ability of navigating dark, see if I can find anything? Like any kind
let's
of...
hope it has a better fate than your goblin.
Okay. All right, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll let you use Summon Pest.
I believe that's 3 of my MP.
If anything's going to help us through this place, it's a bat,
Yeah.
since they use.
Echolocation,
Sound.
yes. So yeah,
Well, we all are rather batty, aren't we?
indeed. So expending 3 MP, I will make a bat.
All right. So you sort of hold out your hand and focus for a second, and there's a little swirl of energy, and as it fades, you open your eyes, and there's a little bat poking its head up at you.
Great.
All right, Fidget. We shall go.
All right.
Fidget.
Fidget.
Yes. So
I get the reference. I applaud you, sir.
All right.
Great mass detective.
I don't get it, but all right.
It's an old movie. Don't
All
worry
right.
about it.
And
So
definitely underrated. It's worth watching.
It is. So off Fidget flies, and as long as he is within, I believe it's 1 mile. I need to find the summon pest thing again.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up myself just so that I can remember how it works. Because we use the out-of-combat spells so incredibly infrequently these days because we figured out there's an intuitive magic system for that.
Summon pest. Here we go. Let's see here. So if the creature leaves a medium range, I lose taste. 2 medium ranges, I lose smell and touch. 3, I lose hearing. Okay, so as long as he stays within 3 medium ranges, I should be able to have all my enough senses to know like what's around us.
All right.
So sending Fidget off and using like the bat sonar ability that bats naturally have, can I see anything, or do I need to roll an awareness?
Well, first, I need you to roll an athletics check, and I would like you to do it with only a +2 bonus because it's a tiny little bat.
Well, damn, I have all that in athletics, and you don't even let me use it. Won't let me have anything. Damn.
Sick.
All right.
Dice don't like me today.
All right, so you go to send Fidget up, and for a moment Fidget seems to be doing all right, but then drifts out just a little too far, and suddenly the powerful winds that are coming up from deeper in catch Fidget's wings, and Fidget tries to sort of compensate. You try to direct him to get back to where the wind isn't as strong, but too late, and Fidget kind of just goes spiraling off in this chaotic spin.
Can he recover at all?
You can make a force check to try.
Do I get to use my force, or do I have to diminish it?
You would have to use the bats, which in this case I would say is a 2. It's a tiny little bat.
Bitch. I have all these high stats that you won't let me use them.
It's a little bat, man.
9.
All right, so that is just barely enough. I'll throw you a bone on this one. So the bat eventually manages to recover, but you've been thrown way off course. And the bat is way higher in the air than you initially wanted or needed.
Okay. Can I roll athletics again to try to get him back on course?
The force check will hold for now. So for now, just go ahead and make a nature or awareness check, your pick. Since you're viewing through the bat's eyes, stuff like that, where it's like based upon perception and whatnot, I'll let you use your full bonus. So nature or awareness for the bat.
So nature.
14. All right. So with that nature check, it's tricky, but the bat is eventually able to sort of find its way back to the group. And as it's coming back, it spots that sort of with its occasional high-pitched squeaks of echolocation, Fidget gets the impression that the wall you have faced can potentially at the top of it enters onto another trail, another path you could potentially follow.
Oh. Hey guys, there's a trail on top of this wall.
Is there
Maybe
any sign
Ixion
of
jumped up there?
any sign of passage?
Make an awareness check.
Me or Tom?
Tom, he was the one asking.
I mean, I'm not the one looking at this with the bat.
No, but I assume you were like looking at the wall.
All right. That's not as good. So far. 13.
13? Yeah, that'll do it. It's not particularly hard to notice once you know to look for something like, okay, you look the wall over for a second, and it is kind of lumpy and uneven, and you get the impression that with a sure enough grip, you could probably climb this, given a bit of time.
All right, athletics checks, everybody.
Yep. I would like...
I meant also in terms of signs of passage, I actually meant any signs that someone had moved through there.
Oh. Then that would be an awareness check for the bat.
That's what I was thinking. Still, I found a way up, so there's that.
That was my
Okay,
bad. I misunderstood
so-
the question. A 10?
Damn you dice.
You're not seeing anything particularly specific at this point. Like, the bat is definitely having to sort of focus on flapping their wings just to stay aloft, and sort of bobbing motion is making it hard to pick out details on the cliffside. Maybe, but maybe not. Hard to tell. All right,
It's the
so
only-
if you're
The
gonna
only idea we got.
if
Alright,
you're gonna
let's
climb
get
the
up there and I'll have a look around.
if you're gonna climb the wall, then I need the group to make a collective athletics check.
Athletics.
I
So
like
what's
it.
5. Can Rocket fly?
Rocket
Rocket.
could try, but it would necessitate a separate athletics check to get past the wind, because that is some hard ass wind.
Just stick with it.
Now let us
Unless you want to try it. But,
dice. And up with the 2 and the 3s. Damn it.
6 and 2, so 7, 8. Yeah. That's another 13.
All right. Wow. I forgot how many points you
So-
guys had in athletics, and I need to have Mika roll now.
I mean, I only have plus
Wish
5.
me luck.
Well, that one's-
Oh no!
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Right.
Hey, this
What was-
reminds me of that time we tried to get over that wall.
Yeah.
yeah.
Doors
That
for
is
us,
massive, and that's a
walls.
gigantic coat back. You know, back on the beach.
Only this time we have a
We
Mika.
already have
And-
rope.
It will never be let
Right.
down, buddy.
What happens to
Always
me?
be in our memories.
So yeah, Mika fell, but
13.
thankfully cats always land on their feet.
All right, so that comes out to a cumulative roll of 44.
Oh yeah, it's cumulative rolls, so it might be okay.
You needed a 35. So the vast majority of you start ascending this cliff face with very little difficulty. You've been through all kinds of crazy shit before, and you start calling back on some of the experience you had climbing Ramu's mountain. Mika, at one point, loses her grip and starts to fall, but as she's plummeting, like she's sort of going past, let's say Alistair, because he rolled immediately after, and he manages to like catch her and keep her from falling, get her back stable on the rock, and sticks with her as they finish the climb.
Upper ability, yo.
Yep, so with that collection of rolls, you complete that random encounter, and you are successfully able to avoid having an hour or two wasted by having to find a different way around.
Oh
So-
yeah.
So
When we're at the top, can I roll on awareness in places the back?
Sure. And I will just go ahead and strike out that particular row, because it is no longer an option.
Yes.
See if this one works for good old. There we go.
15.
15. All right. 15. All right, that's better. So looking around, it's hard to discern in this light, but thanks to the illumination Rocket is providing, you're able to spot that there are some scuff marks that were probably made by hard-style feet. You're not sure if it's Ixion who made this path, but you can definitely tell that something with feet like a horse's, at least, passed through here at some point in the last couple of days.
Ah. Something passed through here with hooves. I say that's a good sign.
Yes.
Let's follow this trail as far as it leads us.
Thank
Keep
you.
an eye on the crystal.
All right.
And lead the way. Oh, Dark Knight.
All right, so...
Indeed. Also, Fidget will be on my shoulder until we need him again.
All right. Now I need.
It's ready, boss.
All right. I need another nature check.
Thank you.
All right. Another success. So, with that one, as you are continuing to make your way along, heading down further and further, following the continuing pulses of the crystal, after about another hour of travel, picking your way slowly through, you find another alcove, much like the last one you found. Dug out, presumably, and in this one you don't see any blood. like you did in the last one, but you do see, sort of near the back of the alcove, a couple of familiar strands of long white hair kind of on the ground. And a few purple elemental crystals jutting up from some of the ground nearby. What was
Well,
that?
apparently, that was my dad, so I'll be right back.
Okay. All I heard was, hey!
Yeah.
A voice calls out, Fidget, is that you?
Cute. Cute. I'm taking a drink. Yeah.
So, you said, hair, right?
Yeah. A few strands of hair.
Looking for any signs, any further trail leading from the strands of hair?
Go ahead and make a nature check.
Picture. Why of all planets did he have to go answer the call of the Fidget? Alright, I'll make an attempt anyway. If not, he can come back. I have a 2 in this. 9.
All right. It's kind of hard to tell. Without, like, the blood trail to follow, it's hard to make out specifically, especially in this lighting, if there was, like, anything that could have made any markings, at least to your eye. You get the impression this is probably another resting point for Ixion to maybe catch some shut-eye at some point.
Oh.
So when he left, he wasn't necessarily in any hurry, so he wouldn't have necessarily made as many sharp markings.
I would ask Thanatos to see whether his bat can see anything I can't in this darkness, but he is currently Afka.
Lumina, you can make an awareness check if you'd like.
Okay. Dice sheet.
I believe in you all. Oof. Critical fail.
Fuck.
That's unfortunate. So,
He's
So-
really interested in that hair.
So, Rocket, you sort of just get like this little hunch, and you go over towards the hair to try and like sort of sniff at it and see if you can get Ixion's scent. You're not a bloodhound. You don't have the strongest scent of smell in the world, but it's stronger than that of humans, for example. But you get a little too close to the hair when you go to sniff, and one of the strands just goes flying right up your nose and into your beak. So you now have hair stuck in your sinuses, and you're just kind of letting out this series of instinctual little snorts and little sneezes and trills as you're trying to get it out. And the rest of you just kind of see Rocket just sort of panicking a little in the corner and sneezing a bunch.
Are you okay?
Are you a White Rocket?
I got some hair and nose.
Oh my goodness.
Do you need
And
any
I
help?
don't have fingers.
Do you need tweezers?
Something. Ugh.
I imagine her operating system is getting all sorts of foreign object warnings.
Oh yeah, like you're getting like little pop-ups in the corner.
And I try and reach with my claw.
Warning, unknown particles detected.
You're reaching into your nose with your claws.
No, I'm like reaching outside my nose to get it.
Okay, make like a... I don't fucking know. Make a finesse check.
I guess this is a hairy situation.
Got like the cloggage.
Bam.
Okay. Thank goodness for the dice sheet. Saves me time.
World is ending, and our latest role is hair removal.
11.
Well, it's at least better than the previous.
It's not a critical failure, so like if it
You're
weren't
not
for the
doing
fact that
damage to yourself.
like here's the thing, if you hadn't rolled Snake Eyes, that awareness would have actually still been good because you just have a fucking high awareness. But anyways, so excuse me. So it takes you a couple minutes, but after about a lot of like snorting and sort of scratching at your face a bit, finally you sort of manage to sneeze it out a little bit, and then you just drag it out with the tip of a claw in your beak, and it fills this air with this really uncomfortable scratching sound, almost like claws on chalk, just and before it's finally just out. And there is now a very mucusy, snotty, wet and drippy strand of god horse hair on the ground.
Oh gosh.
Of all the things we can say that no one else has ever done, have a god horse's hair stuck up your nose. Certainly isn't one I thought would happen today.
Unknown cloggage, unblocked.
Well, I guess they can't all be winners.
Mika starts laughing.
Also, what's your nature skill?
0.
Oh, good. And the only guy who can actually roll is still empty. Frustration. What was that noise?
That was me going.
Annoyance.
Well, while waiting for him to come... 11. He rolled an 11. Of course he rolled an 11.
Was that for a nature?
Yes, it is. And
Alright,
I
well,
wish it was a crit.
All right, what were you rolling that nature on?
Well, I
Basically
was...
the same. Yeah.
You're trying to
Hard
find
to say.
tracks to follow.
Okay, yeah, with that 11, 9. It's not a whole lot for you to find.
God, that was such a high roll as well. It was pure dice.
Okay.
Okay, I've returned.
Please
Ah.
roll
Good.
nature, we need you, Thanatos, we're useless.
Also, you
Yeah.
missed a great comedic moment.
Damn it!
Rocket got god horse hair stuck up her nose.
How?
She tried to. She made an awareness check to try and sniff at it to get Ixion scent, but she rolled a critical failure, so it got stuck up her nose.
Warning: unknown particles detected.
So then she had to spend a couple
Something
minutes and make a
blockage.
finesse check to drag it out.
Wow.
Please remove blockage.
I miss the best things.
You do. You really do. Either that or
was
you
just the
caused
worst
them,
time.
one or the other. There's no middle ground here.
Just the worst timing. Okay, so I guess I have to do nature or whatever.
Yeah, for the
Yes.
next leg of the trip.
Because
To be
I
fair-
can't get a critical success.
It only happened because you went AFK.
What?
Guys!
It's me!
I would like you to roll me 1d11, please.
The dice are fucking with us right now. Thanks, digital dice.
10. All right.
What happened?
So, as you are going... Wait, no, hold on a second. Let me double check that. I need to adjust something real quick. Give me just a moment.
Never mind, we're still in the same place. You haven't moved. Above the
I
hair.
leave for a bit. I miss something funny, and now I get a critical fail.
Well, I
What
might
is
miss
this
something
shit?
funny in a minute because I'm being called away myself now. God damn it! Leave me alone.
All right, so as you are continuing to make your way, you get a little turned around. The paths may all hug the wall, but they're sort of stacked on top of each other in this almost nervous system-like network. And you start to realize that you're starting to hit a lot of dead ends, and you have to start backtracking, and it's wasting precious time. You wind up wasting an entire hour just trying to get back and forth and get back onto a path that keeps following where you need to be, following the flashes of the crystal, before eventually you come onto a somewhat wider path hugging the wall. It gives you a bit more room to sort of stretch your legs a bit and spread out a little. And it keeps widening out as you're walking down. And I need whoever is in the front to make an awareness check.
That would be me.
That would be Thanatos.
No more critical fail. Thank you.
Good.
15.
Better.
All right, Thanatos. As you're making your descent onto this wider path that keeps heading down, the crystal is flashing a little more frequently now. But as you're going, you hear noises up ahead.
What type of noises?
You hear something crashes into the stone, and you hear a sound of dragging and deep snarling before this sort of low, bassy, settling sound. The ground beneath your feet shakes a little bit. Then a second later,
Oh, can I roll a stealth check?
make a stealth check.
So I wonder kind of disappear into the rocky outcroppings while this is going on.
Please tell me
Like you have like a bend up ahead you can kind of peek out from and hide behind, but it's a
Alright.
linear path you're following.
So with this, all right. So with this in mind, I'll
If
kind
you
of
don't
take a
give
look.
high enough stealth check, we'll just send in Fidget.
Well, I might be able to get a bloody ambush out on
I
it.
think we're gonna follow these examples.
So my current stealth
once.
is 8 and 9, so that's 9, 18.
Damn, it almost critical.
An 18 for stealth. Nice.
Yep.
So, as you are poking around, you can see the path suddenly widens out onto a larger platform, sort of etched into the side of the wall. And you can see a fresh drag mark of blood almost directly in front of where you currently are. Heading off to the right, and following it, you see a rapidly growing pool of fresh blood underneath a humongous creature that immediately bears a frightening familiar semblance. Its back is turned to you as it's curled up and ravenously devouring whatever its prey is. It hasn't noticed you thanks to that absurdly high stealth check, but you see a behemoth tyrant devouring a carcass.
Oh, good.
Oh,
The
fuck.
carcass. Can I identify the carcass?
Please tell me it's not Ixion.
Make an awareness check to identify the carcass. It's going to be kind of high DC, though, because it's, like, sheltered behind the behemoth's body and it's dark.
Can I send in Fidget?
Let's do the awareness
Well,
from Palm
what about-
first.
Yeah, that's.
And what about me? I rolled a 17 for stealth.
Yeah,
Okay,
you aren't
that's me.
noticed either.
That means technically you're with me right now.
Yeah,
So if you
just
wanna.
move up here.
Yeah.
So hold on. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,
Dude,
15.
that's a lot of blood.
That's gonna be a 15. Just for good measure, I'm gonna add a single d6.
All right.
So it's currently 15. 20.
All right. A total of 20. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. So,
With Destiny point subtract.
all right. So, looking at the bodies that the behemoth tyrant is ravenously chowing down into, it's still kind of hard to make out specific details. The creature has already been horribly mauled. But it looks like it's something vaguely resemblant of some kind of weird, giant, scaly mountain goat with very long legs with multiple additional joints along it.
Oh, thank goodness.
So it's not Ixion.
It is not Ixion, no. The blood would be kind of purplish if it was Ixion.
All right.
I won't lie, my heart sank. He's like, what the fuck?
Also, I think we're seeing more on this map than we're meant to, because long range fall, instant KO if you fall here, except Rocket.
No, that's just straight up meant to let you know
Okay.
that is a
Oh,
long
that
drop.
was DM notes.
No, those aren't DM notes. If you can see the text, it's supposed to be there the vast majority of the time. That is there as a visual reference for you guys.
So,
So
Amber
don't
infected
fall in that
behemoth.
unless you're Rocket.
So the behemoth is currently too busy with its meals, yes?
Yes.
Is it facing away from us? Or...
Yeah, its back is turned to you guys, sort of wrapped protectively around its catch.
Guys,
Can we get around it?
guys, one thing you guys could do is if you have Rocket fly over the chasm far away from it, go a wide berth. Well, me and Alistair stay here and keep an eye on it. Make sure it doesn't see you.
Can Rocket
Do
fly
you know what it's
quietly?
eating?
So real quick, just for my own sake, what is the plan here?
I was asking what it was eating.
It's eating just like a
Goat.
big, scale-covered, multi-jointed legged, weird type of mountain goat-esque creature.
I
Oh,
was
Go ahead.
suggesting a plan where me and Alistair, since we have stealth checks that are sufficient, we kind of wait here and keep an eye on the behemoth, ready to do an ambush if things go bad, or Rocket. Unless everyone wants to try and stealth check across, Rocket could also potentially
Fly him across.
just do a very wide berth by flying everyone around the cabin.
Question.
Pit.
Okay, so just as a reminder about that plan,
Mm.
that would potentially give you a better chance of sneaking around, but all of the rolls would be on Rocket's head for that one, and there would need to be an athletics check to not get thrown off course by the wind.
The wind. I
And-
keep forgetting about the wind.
Yeah,
I was
there's a
going to
lot of wind
ask,
here.
could the
And-
stealth
and-
check be joint? Since you
No,
know.
no.
two
If
people
Rocket
at
is the
once.
one doing the moving and the shepherding, she would have to be the one making the stealth check.
I mean-
And the last thing I need to point out before this conversation goes any further, doing that would eat up a lot of Rocket's flight time for later on. She wouldn't be
That
able to
is
fly
true.
as long in combat situations.
Also, again, as I wanted to ask, can Rocket fly quietly?
That's
The
a good
wind is
point.
producing a lot of noise, so if she was far enough away, it would mask the sound of her flying. At that point, it would just be a matter of whether or not she could stay out of its line of sight with the fact that, she's like a frickin' lantern at this point.
Okay, I think it personally probably be a lot more effective if we all just try to stealth check it. Most of us tend to have a big stealth score anyway.
Just if one of us fails, we'll fight this thing.
All right.
Yeah.
So, before we get to those rolls, I need to be right back. I need to hit the bathroom.
That's
Okay,
good.
good.
And
we will
be right
discuss
back
while you are
myself.
gone.
All right, so
But I was going to ask, if that was a possibility, couldn't Rocket take two across at a time? But
Probably not.
I mean, she hosted like 2 or 3 people before, but that was way
But
back
that's not-
with the mobile.
But you also have to remember that the winds here are going to make it difficult for her anyway. So
That's
on top of the
true.
weight of, I mean, maybe just Mika and Nee, since they're probably
Well,
the
there's
lightest of
Lumina.
us.
Lumina, do you have
Yeah.
an opinion since this is involving you?
Because I was going to point out, Mika and Nee are probably the lightest.
So before we continue, Lumina, what's your opinion?
Well, if it's not absolutely necessary, I'd like not to waste it because of all that's going on right now. But if it's absolutely necessary,
And we stealth
I have
check.
to.
Plus, the
Good.
Jarmus did say it would affect also her combat prowess with the flight.
Ultimately, it's Rocket's choice because Rocket be doing the flying. Rocket says stealth, we stealth.
Yes.
So, for
Which
stealthing,
we may need it for the battle, the flight.
for stealthing across, me and you, Alistair, we've already passed our stealth checks. He hasn't seen us.
Yeah, we could.
So
risk
we're
leap
good.
over.
So if we leap over to the other side with our stealth checks, since we're fine, everyone else goes one at a time, getting over, and joins us. Then if any of us fails, those who are currently stealthed, I could do a mass ambush on all of us, get a preemptive round.
True.
Uh,
Sounds like a plan, but I'll be right back quick before he comes back.
Alright, so yeah, we're all going to stealth it. And
One at a time after me and Asa go, because me and Asa have already passed.
Okay. Let's see. I can see Rocket's sheet, so her
Yeah.
stealth is 8. So yeah, Rocket should probably do it no problem. Mine is 5, so I should be okay. The one I'm worried about right now is Mika.
Nika. You could
So
add,
unless-
add extra dice because she's loaded.
We could add extra dice to it, or if she gets high enough on her own.
Because this behemoth would eat up a lot of time.
And a lot of our resources.
Yeah, it's a behemoth.
And a tyrant behemoth, so I imagine it's a lot, probably like the highest level behemoth you can get.
So
Yeah, we need to find Ixion really, really quickly.
Yeah, especially if he's injured, we can't be wasting our time fighting this thing. So stealth is the way to go.
Not to mention that fighting this thing would probably attract everything in here.
Yeah, it's. I agree with all these points. We can't afford it.
We can't afford to fight this thing.
So, yeah, stealth across. Add dice if you need to. If things absolutely do go wrong, like a crit fail or something, those who've already stealthed, I'll initiate an ambush so we can get a preemptive round and hopefully just blitz this thing. So I'm currently using. Well, would it be? Is it amber? So would it count as a fiend? Do you think? I might have to roll to see if I can discern that.
I am back, and I brought a notebook
DM.
with me.
DM behemoth. Since this is amber behemoth, would it count as a fiend? Do I know this?
Go ahead and make a be a lore monsters check.
Oh, good. I have. Mika, would this thing count as?
And I will have her roll it. Give me just a second to finish chewing. Yeah. All right. So, Mika replies,
It would ultimately depend on how infected it is. How many crystals on it can you see?
How many crystals on it can I see?
getting a look at it, you can't see very many. The most you can see from here is like a couple that are just kind of poking up out of its back along its spinal cord.
Only a couple across his spinal cord, so I'm guessing that's a negative.
Probably.
I'm switching out to Sky Shot.
Alright.
And the general plan we had while you were gone is me and Alistair, since we already passed our stealth checks, yes?
Yeah, you're good.
So we're going to head across to the other side and to get into a vantage point. And then one by one, everyone else is going to roll a stealth check and attempt to cross. So we
Alright.
can't be affording to waste time on this thing.
Alright. So you go ahead. Me and Alice are quickly and quietly, with your high stealth checks managed to make your way across.
Knee is crossbow
I'm
out.
back and fucking hell, was like a nice thing ring out there.
We're currently on the other side. We're enacting the plan. Knee is leveling a position. Eyes on the behemoth. Crossbow at the ready.
If needed.
Okay.
Use dice on stealth if you need to. Get across. If anyone rolls like a natural 1, I'm ready to launch with an ambush for the stealth people.
Right.
Alright.
So
Who wants to go first?
Rocket's got the higher stealth check, so I'll let her go first.
Alright.
Please don't be a critical fail. Please be a success.
Alright. If Lumina's down with that plan, go ahead and roll me a stealth check then.
Go forth, Lumina. Or in this case, Rocket.
12.
Might need to put another d6 on that one. Or does she?
Be up to you, Lumina. Do you feel safe for that?
Is Lumina muted right now?
Mm-hmm.
Is that enough to pass?
Uh,
That's what I was trying to say, but I guess it didn't get heard.
Yeah. If
I mean,
you
that
say,
depends.
doesn't it get locked in?
Yeah, if I tell you, it gets locked in.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I'd probably just go ahead and put another d6 probably on there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we may get some more destiny along the way.
I want to get god weapons. I hope so.
How much destiny does it cost? Just one
One.
out of
One
Just
destiny per
one per
1d6.
So
Okay, I guess.
let's hope the dice are kind.
God, we're using so much destiny in the end game.
That's what happens when you stockpile a bunch of it.
Stockpile.
Every single roll is so much more important unless you're getting a hair out of a nose.
Oh,
18.
18. Yep, that'll do it.
Do.
That's 6. Lovely.
So there's a brief moment when you're first starting out where your mechanical leg is its servos are making a bit more noise, but you briefly stop, readjust your position a bit, and then keep moving, and it's smooth and silent as butter, and you manage to make the crossing and rejoin Nee and Alistair without incident. The behemoth
Really
is still
thanks,
chomping
Sid.
down, no issues.
All right. Here
Who
I
next?
go.
Thanks,
Good
Sid. More for
idea.
those upgrades.
Here I go.
All right.
No.
Roll.
What?
Roll.
No.
From
Stop
that,
at
from
12.
that description, 12 is not. Well, that's 15. That.
Do you want to
might
lock it
be
in?
all-
Fuck it, I'm putting another one.
Paranoia.
Alright, you're in the 20s.
20.
Looking good.
Okay. All right, so
God.
it's kind of a similar deal with you, Thanatos. As you go to take a step out, your boot kind of on the stone a little bit, and you stop and look over at the behemoth, and it's just still chowing down, just...
Come on, Mika. Come on, Mika. You're the
Mika,
god of
who-
luck. Please do it
And
now.
you take advantage of its obliviousness to finish the crossing and make your way over here.
And then
Mika.
there was the Mika.
Yep,
probably
it
almost
is.
Who
certainly
probably
need
has
to
the
use
lowest
extra.
stealth.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see how she does.
What's Mika's stealth?
5.
Okay, same
Yeah,
fine.
definitely.
14.
Please, an extra.
I think probably
One.
just put one more. D6
One.
on that.
Please.
If you guys want her to spend the destiny on it, I'll defer to your
Yes,
judgment
please.
on this.
He has the most. One.
Just one more dice.
All
We
right.
didn't go for 15. We're too bloody scared.
Fuck! No! Another one.
All right. Is there
Ah.
Well,
How much
more.
does he already have?
Don't.
After that spending of destiny, she's down to 22.
Yeah, she's fine. Just put it on. Throw another one.
One more then. One more.
Okay. You paranoid little boys.
We don't have time to be wasting on this thing.
16 or more. There we go.
Yay.
All right. So the DC was 15.
Fuck.
Ah! You're dead on!
All right.
Well,
so-
16 more to be safe. I mean, we're in the end game. This is the second to last dungeon. We're
But
expecting
Thanatos
high
and Mika
rolls.
were dead on with the second wall.
all right. So Mika goes ahead and manages to sneak by. Like she's sort of like, at first she's about to step out and she looks confident, and then she looks up at the rest of you and you're just like all frantically gesturing, quieter, quieter, quieter. She just kind of frowns at you and obliges and manages to make the crossing as the behemoth is continuing its little meal. Like as
Oh,
she's
dear.
finishing making the crossing, you all look over and you watch as the behemoth like just rips the head off of the body it's devouring. There's another splatter of blood.
Time to leave.
Mhm.
Silent Pell at that and just slowly turns around and just walks.
All right.
Homer Simpson into the bush.
All right. So with that, you managed to dodge that combat encounter. So I will let everyone claim a point of destiny for that.
Hey,
Thank
look
you.
at that.
Or do I?
Because you didn't get that point of destiny from combat, no, it's just going to be the single point. If you had fought the behemoth, you would have
I
gotten
got my
more. But...
dice thing back.
Yep. All right. So,
Yeah.
that puts Mika back up to 22. She has officially made up for the dice that you made her waste.
Look, precautions are necessary when the world is collapsing around us.
I know. But I still know what all the numbers are, so I get to be amused when you start overdoing it. All right.
Alright. Moving forward, can we Thanatos, can you use Fidget there to re-ascertain Ixion's trail?
Indeed. Rolling nature. Damn you, dice.
10. That was with Fidget.
Yeah.
All right. Even with the extra sort of vantage point that Fidget is granting you, it's kind of hard to make things out. So, with that being another under DC roll, I need another roll. Go ahead and give me a D10, please.
Ah, damn it.
Dice, why do you hate me?
2.
2.
Mm.
It was, high was bad last time. 2 might be good.
It's kind of scattered all over, really. So,
Ah,
What is it?
All right, so as you're going, you manage to find a path that actually seems really beneficial as you're looking at your crystal and it's flashing a little faster as you're going across the path. You get a little excited. Oh, yeah, this might actually be really good. And as you're going forward, your foot comes down. You look down, the stone beneath your boot has just cracked, and you see more cracks suddenly spreading and spiraling out from the point your boot came down on, all across the path up ahead and the stone around you. And it is very rapidly starting to come down in a big rock
is it
slide.
just us? All of us in this.
There's a lot of excess stone sort of flying around, so I need everyone to make an athletics check.
Well, shit.
Okay, ain't so bad. 5. Oh, that's all right. So that's a 6 and a 4, so that's 15 for me.
All right.
14, 13, 12.
I'm thinking I'm going to use actual dice.
And
All right, so Alistair, Rocket, and Mika fail.
God damn.
So,
That's-
while they do not fall, as they are far enough away from the crumbling stones, they do get hit by rocks that are flying and falling from above. So, cumulatively, all three of them, Alistair, Rocket, and Mika, take a cumulative 72 points of unmitigated damage from the terrain.
damn it.
Ow. Well, not for Alison. That's unmitigated? Damn it. Ah.
Yeah, it ignores armor. It's just blunt
Got it.
force trauma.
If it was mitigated, that would have done nothing.
Yeah. So,
Well,
yeah.
at least it's spread out between us.
Yeah, I mean, it's per each of you. Each of you took 72. So Mika's down to
Oh.
382, Rocket's down to 462, Alistair's down to 582.
When you said cumulative, I thought you meant spread out between all of us.
No, that's not what I meant. My bad. It was a miscommunication. It was like each
Mistakes were made.
mistakes were made.
So, to clarify, we're on the right path, but
You were headed in the right direction, but that particular path wound up not being in your favor as it wound up collapsing in front of you. So you have to find another way to get back onto that particular path.
Okay, fine.
you know, I'm thinking of docking Fidget's pay.
Blame these friggin' dice. I'm tired of seeing these ones.
And as we're going, can I roll an added awareness just to kind of keep an eye on where we're going and to see whether I notice anything like this is bad.
I mean, you can. That won't necessarily influence Hades' role. He can spend Destiny if he wants to increase his chances of success, though. It's up to you.
I got plenty. I'm just doing it.
All right. A 6 on top of that 11 for a total of 17. That will do it. So, you don't get turned around this time. You don't wind up losing precious time having to backtrack. So, you manage to keep good time this time as you find a new path. That said, I would still like a D12 roll.
Damn it.
Six. All right. As you are going, sort of following the path you've stumbled upon, eventually, as you're going, you will find a little... Hold on, let me just roll something for myself real quick.
I have a feeling how well we do. We'll also decide whether we find Ixion alive or dead.
All right, so, as you are going, you eventually find, sort of embedded into the side of the chasm as you're going, the long, rusted ruins of an airship. It is a much older model than any you have seen before. Sticking out of the stone wall, it looks like it just slammed nose first into it, and has sit here ever since. The metal support struts are long rusted and starting to fall apart. Their holes eroded in the wood, and much of it is covered in mold and dust and other undesirables.
I I remember mentioning something about this. Airships that tried to reach Tower Creation, only for the wind from the crystal to bat it aside.
Wind from the
And
crystal and the stasis field it created just causing their magitech to shut off.
it looked like an old emblem kind of design.
You can make a lore history check to figure out where the hell this thing's come from, or a vehicles check.
I'll do a vehicles check. I can do that one.
Okay.
So, 6, 7, 8, 13.
13. So, looking the airship over, you get the impression that this might have been inspired by Lynn Solemn designs, but is not an airship from Endlem itself. Too much of the artistry on it or the design work is inconsistent with the very industrial style that Lynn Solemn's airships typically have by your awareness. So you would assume that based on some of the more elaborate patterns that this might be either Volian or Vitaean, given the similarities those two nations have in a lot of their aesthetics. A very old Volian or Vitaean airship, but still.
Does it... Is it blocking the path?
It is blocking the path, but not in such a way that you have to find a way around. You could feasibly just cut through.
Does it look like we could cut through it without the thing collapsing on us?
Yeah, like it's pretty well embedded. Like the full front half of the ship is just crushed into the side of the thing. So it would have fallen by now if it was going to.
Okay, so we continue onward.
So if anyone wants to scavenge this thing, you have the chance to do so. But be
Yay.
aware that will take some time.
Metal. Metal could turn into... What metal is this made of?
You get the impression a lot of it is like an assortment of various steels and aluminums, like lighter weight metals that are useful for keeping an airship from falling out of the air. So a lot of aluminums and lighter steel alloys.
They said any steel down here might have turned into this mystical element we're after. So yes, scavenge it. Look for that metal.
All right.
Scavenge check.
All right. You're rolling those scavenge
5,
checks. First thing,
6.
though, if you want to see if there's any of that specific metal here, then I need Rocket to make a lore divinity check.
Okay.
So we don't even know what that kind of metal looks like.
Do I make that on top of it or just the divinity?
Lore divinity will be a separate roll.
Okay.
8. It's pretty easy to tell. Like, you're not 100% sure what the metal you're looking for looks like, but you get the impression you would know it when you would come across it, given your increasing attunement to divine things from your prolonged exposure to Ixion and Odin and all that. So, not to mention the divine feathers you have tucked under your wings 24/7. So, looking at, like, the metal railings on this ship and the various reinforcements, you get the impression that this metal had been too tampered with before it ever arrived here to have been affected in such a way as to become the metal you're searching for. Some of it has absorbed odd properties, perhaps, but this isn't the sort of metal you're looking for.
Yeah, these are the ones we're looking for.
Good in the way, because I rolled a 6.
All right, let me just go ahead and
I
make...
rolled 11.
All right, let me make Mika's scavenge check. 6. All right. So, real quickly, let me just go through the list. So, for scavenge, we got from Rocket, we got a 12. From Thanatos, got a 13. From Alistair, got an 11. And then from Nee and Mika combined, a total of 12. So that comes out to a total scavenge of 48. So, Jesus. So, this looks like it might have once been a cargo ship as you're starting to pick through it, judging by the remarkable amount of supplies you find in it. Old, but still usable. So, you find, if you will permit me a second, 4 potions, 6 ethers, 4 Phoenix Downs.
Okay,
Whoa.
yeah, that's good.
All right,
Generous.
hold on. Let's see here. An elixir, a Phoenix Pinion, and a Mega Elixir.
Mika's inventory is full, isn't it?
Yeah.
All our inventories are full. This is a
Um,
pickle.
All inventory. I have a single slot open. Does anyone have any other slots open?
Yeah, I've got 3. I got 4 slots open.
Yeah, because I mean,
Mika can take the elixir and some of the potions because she does have slots that can hold stacks of those.
I mean, there is an empty slot, but I don't know what would go there.
all
I
right.
have an empty slot.
Yeah. What? Sorry, Rocket.
I have like 2 empty slots.
Right.
know,
So. Okay. So Mika's taking. You say the potions and the elixir.
Sure, yeah.
All right. So that leaves the ethers, the 4 Phoenix Downs, and the Phoenix Pinion.
Oh wait, no, I don't have any of them.
You don't have any room. Thanatos, do you want to take the ethers? Rocket, what
Yeah.
do you want? The 4 Phoenix Downs or the Phoenix Pinion?
Either.
Just so you're aware, those are the things that are yet to be distributed among the party.
Mega Elixir. Oh. You say you have how many slots, Rocket?
1, 2, 3 looks like.
Okay. How about this? You take the Phoenix Pinion because you're the Phoenix woman.
Okay.
The Phoenix Downs will spread 1 each to 4 of us. Mika, how many Phoenix Downs does Mika have?
How many Phoenix Downs does she have? Mika is capped at 10.
Alistair, how many Phoenix Downs do you have?
10.
All
we
right.
just-
Everything's
Yeah.
10 on my end.
Yeah. Me and Thanatos. Okay. So.
One
One
just have a
to
spare little bag for this.
yeah. One to me. One to Thanatos. One to Rocket. Who wants to spare?
I'll take the spare.
All right, and I'll take them. Unless anyone else wants it, I'll take the Mega Elixir.
Mega
Oh wait, I
Elixir.
only have 5 Phoenix Downs, so I have 6 Phoenix Downs now, so that still means a clean spot.
Oh, you got plenty of room. Because I got all
Alright.
tens.
So that's 1 Phoenix Down.
Now, Mega Elixir heals like
A Mega Elixir
Okay.
restores all HP and MP to the entire party so long as they are awake.
the entire party.
Okay, the
so
entire party, so it
anyone
doesn't
else-
matter who
And
it is.
I have a single slot available, so.
yeah, go for it.
So that's a single Phoenix Down. So that puts me to 6 Phoenix Downs, a Mega Elixir. So that's
The
an
X
extra button.
potion, because I got X potion on my.
So
X
who's got-
potion is 75.
So who's taking the Mega Elixir?
Neat.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, with my last slot, so I'm full now.
So that takes care of all of it now?
I believe
Yep,
so.
It's split up.
All right.
Cool.
Onward.
Sorted.
So, that search, while fruitful, does take a bit of time to complete. It is at about this point that it is getting on towards evening.
He said he'd leave in the morning, didn't he? Come first light.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have the night as well.
So you
That's
still
it.
have some time, but bear in mind, you have been picking your way through this very perilous terrain for several hours now.
Alright, Thanatos, go for it.
All right.
Must roll high.
But
Thank you.
Better?
All right.
Is that enough? I don't like it. I don't like it when he does.
Alright, a D4 or a D6.
All right. That will be sufficient. The rest of my random encounters can wait for another time, much as I like them. It's a shame you guys missed all the cool ones.
Like what?
I'm not telling you because you might have to go through them again on the way back.
I do know
God.
one thing. I want to
And how
show off
many
a
of
little
them-
thing, but I'm getting that at this moment.
And how many of them would have been actual like fight encounters?
There were only 2 that were straight up fight encounters. A lot of these random encounters were more subtle or environmental obstacles.
What
And
about
you
the
managed to
behemoth
sneak
out
past,
there?
and you managed to sneak past the harder of the 2 combat encounters on the list.
Yes.
Not good.
All right, so there's a little fruit fly on my face.
Where is the Ixion
Sneaky
boy?
All right,
boggers.
so as you are going, sort of getting on into the evening, the temperature is dropping lower and lower. You can see your breath in the air. You eventually find another spot where there's the remnants of an old airship, but too twisted and broken up to be worth even trying to search. And you can tell from a glance that there isn't enough metal of the type you need to potentially have been twisted into what you want. So as you are descending, you see the path in front of you sort of winding a bit to the side. And as you are making your descent, you see up ahead a somewhat larger sort of platform and a large entrance to a cave in the side of the wall. And as you are drawing nearer, the crystal in Thanatos' hand is flashing increasingly frequently. You get the impression you're getting close.
Okay.
Okay. Just
I'm going to if this is the place, unless anyone else has any objections, I'm going to roll stealth check and do some scouting.
For
you do you.
All right.
If
Go
you
ahead
don't
and
get
roll it.
high enough, we'll use fidget.
How long does fidget last? I didn't want to put that on the GM layer. I wanted to put that on the map layer.
Summon.
I mean, I got a large.
Lasts up
stealth.
to 5 hours.
It's at about this point that fidget is kind of running out of lifespan then.
Okay, so 9, 10.
What was that roll, Alistair?
Stealth,
Stealth,
because I
imagine.
feel like I need to follow because these places are dangerous.
Okay. Fair enough. I'm also adding a d6 to mine because I got a 13.
All right.
Ooh,
So
it's another destiny point gone.
yeah. All right, that's better. So 14, 15, 16,
Never
17.
fear, Nee, I shall follow.
All right, a 15 and a 17 as the stealth elf and the guy who is a walking tank start to make their descent closer towards the cavern entrance, I'm assuming?
Uh-huh.
All right. So you're making your way down and around this little path, relieved to finally see something a little more substantial. The cave entrance is very large as you're drawing closer. To your left, you can see more twisted remains of an old airship stabbed into the rocks. What exactly are you looking for, if anything?
Oh, signs of Ixion or any fiends that might be munching on Ixion.
Go ahead and make an awareness check then.
Probably should do the same.
Oh, God, that's so okay, so 10, 17.
17 for awareness. Nice.
16.
So 17 and a 16. You guys are on fire today. Holy shit. All right, so...
Well, we got a couple of fails there.
You know,
All right.
being down here, Nee, makes me wonder how many airships crashed here and people lost.
Nothing we can do for them now. Let's just focus on finding our bumbling horsey friend.
All right. So as you're making your way around and peering at the cave entrance down below, you faintly make out as the sound of the wind becomes a little more distant as you're getting farther away from it.
Is that Ixion? Can we see him?
You hear hoofsteps, for certain, coming from the cave.
I'm going to get close to the cave, but very
lose?
cautiously. And who did we lose? We lost.
We lost darkness.
No.
Okay. I'm very aware that amber corruption exists.
What
I'm going
the
to-
fuck just happened?
Very aware
Well,
that amber corruption exists. I'm going to go to Alistair. Stay very quiet and very low. Let's not assume anything.
Well,
And
I whispered
going-
that anyways, but then my internet cut out.
you didn't hear anything.
Sorry.
Right.
Anyway, let's sneak to the entranceway of the cavern while staying out of sight.
All right.
Mm.
So you carefully pick your way over. And as you're drawing closer, you hear multiple sets.
You hear that, Nee? As he
When we
whispered.
when we get close to the cavern, can we actually see into it?
Getting up close, you kind of very carefully poke your head around to peer in. And as you're peering in, you can see, just faintly illuminated by what little light there is out here, deeper in. Not very far deeper in, but just a little deeper in, these two equine shapes. Not Ixion, but equine all the same, sort of walking towards the cave entrance. As they're drawing a little closer, you can see that they have this sort of grayish blue skin, while with these sort of orangish red muscly highlights along the top of their head and the bottom halves of their hooves. They have these sort of silvery mohawks, and the strangest thing are the long, viscous, undulating strands coming out of their necks that seem to be tipped with snapping jaws, faintly
So
just
Amber Demon.
opening and closing. And indeed, the orange glow of these horses' eyes is a dead giveaway that these are demons.
Oh,
Okay.
how horrific.
They're coming towards the entrance, you say?
Yes.
Back quietly.
Okay, these are probably fiends. Do I have time to switch out to Boltstorm before they arrive, do I think?
I
That's
mean,
an interesting
he has got
question.
stealth.
Go ahead and just make for me... Since it's based on speed, go ahead and make for me a finesse check to see if you can make that swap quickly enough.
Good finesse.
For a good wall.
12, 14?
14? Yeah, that'll do it. You needed a 13.
All good.
Yeah, so you managed to quickly swap out to Boltstorm.
Okay. What can the rest of the group currently see?
Right now they're just kind of hanging out up by the wreckage of the airship, so they just kind of see you whipping out Boltstorm and peering into this cave entrance. They cannot see
I'm
nor
going
hear the
to-
horses from here.
I'm going to gesture towards the cave with my crossbow at the ready, kind of making it very obvious bad things.
Okay, the rest of you see this.
Do we have time to get over there before they come out?
I could think you could get about halfway there before the horses emerge.
If you roll stealth checks, I might be able to get an ambush for all of us.
Okay, I guess let's roll still.
And go ahead and make stealth checks then.
For that extra damage.
So any who
you
succeed,
think
I
you
can do.
won't-
Yeah, I can get a preemptive round plus.
Oh, Thanatos, why? Oh,
Wait,
Mika,
not-
why?
It's not like Mika did much better.
mate, Thanatos, what's going on with your dice there? Look at that
I don't-
box.
I don't know.
Rocket? Please.
Wait, 2D. Oh, wait. Why is that 2D5?
Yeah, he rolled 2d5.
Okay,
2d6.
sorry. that's- I don't know. I don't know how that happened.
No, Rocket seems alright. It's just you two.
Okay, that's much better. Thank you.
All right, so Mika's
Okay.
gonna blow a point of destiny.
Okay.
Yes. The Mika shall. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. No.
Right.
Total of 12 for Mika, but she's unwilling to blow more destiny on that for now. So
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to wait until they're right at the cave entrance. I'm going to move back slightly first as they're coming. About there. Okay.
okay.
I'm going to
So
wait
you
till they're.
can't put the entrance down on them, blocking
Yeah,
the
I'm gonna wait.
path.
I'm going to wait till the last second where they're right at the cave entrance. Where would the rest of the group be at that point?
I'd say about here at the point where the path opens up onto the wider platform.
And the moment I get even an inkling that they're coming out, I'm going to engage, ambush, and barrage.
All right. So,
Isn't barrage like a one?
once
haven't
per
used this
combat
zone, though.
encounter. So,
Ah.
as you are
Actually, no.
Wait.
Barrage is once a day.
Oh,
we-
I haven't
so
used it
sure you
today.
want to spend that,
Hey, guys.
Can we distract them?
or
Like,
at least close off the
Throw a rock
entrance?
and have them chase after it?
I mean, they're currently right at the cave entrance. They're about to step out.
I know, but couldn't we like wait, throw a rock, have them interested in the rock, and then sneak in?
But we also have to come out. I'd rather not have them waiting for us.
Plus, they technically have multiple heads.
And we're about to get a preemptive round with these.
It's
On my
it's a
end, I'll
shame
get
we
extra
don't
times.
have any way to basically close off the entrance. Like, I don't know, either get the rocks on it or ice attack.
Well, we can't close it off. We need to get in there.
Yeah, we need to find Ixion.
Yeah, that
Anyway, so yeah,
cave is where you need to
Oh,
go.
right.
So,
I'm engaging
We're gonna have to
ambush.
fight these things.
all
So
right.
we get a preemptive round, and for my first set of attacks, I get an extra damage step.
All right. I should point
Hmm.
out, Mika did not roll the stealth check requirement even with her additional d6. As
So
such,
she
she
doesn't
will
get
not get
ambush.
she will not get an ambush round.
No, she doesn't get it.
But
All right, so it's
the
six
rest of
us.
you pass. So,
All right,
let it
I
begin.
need
Just
to-
as the first demon is starting to come out of the cave.
So it's I'm currently using Bolt Storm, so it's going to be 23 times one. And to use a calculator.
Got to make that accuracy check first.
Yep, I know. I'm just. Well, it's barrage. It's barrage. Oh yeah.
Barrage can't miss.
Oh, right, barrage.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, then just do
That's my
damage
problem.
then.
So it's going to be 23 times 4.9. So 23 times 4.
Oh no, that's an extra damage step, so that'd be fun.
And then I'm just doing my calculations ready, so I have them all there. Then 23 times 6. 23. I think they're using bolts, so I get +2 to dex. Okay, so this is times 5 because it's going to be for this first dex. Down step from ambush. That's a shit roll, so that's only 3. So 118.
118 damage. Fiend Killer. Alrighty. So that will come out to a total of 96 damage after armor calculations to both of them.
Not fiends.
They are fiends. It's just they have
Okay.
decent armor.
Okay, and then dual wield, moving into the first forwardmost one
Alright.
to make a stab.
Hold your turn there, Alistair. He's doing shit.
So this
Okay,
is to,
so I've
will
got
be
a
an
question. Is there a reason why I have 2 accuracy checks?
What?
What?
Yeah. For my staff it says 6, but in my actual section of accuracy it's 7.
Oh, well, the staff is outdated then.
The staff is outdated, so yeah.
Okie dokie. I shall update it.
Alright, so let's see. That's a. I don't know why I use this again. I have my own dice here, but never mind.
16 to hit.
That's a 16 hit.
Yep, that'll hit.
Alright, so let's give my new improved Storm Mark 5 a go, which is piercing, so armor doesn't matter. Lightning. So it's going to be.
Have any infinite lead of lightning?
Probably not, but oh well.
Also, are these regular enemies or are these Centaurs?
Regular.
Oh, goody.
That's the 145.
145. Nice. All right,
You know,
so
there's not-
here's what happens. Neothil, as these amber creatures are emerging from the cave, you lift up your crossbow and fire off. The bolt splinters off into several smaller ones that strike both of the horses, and they let out these deep, multi-toned little whinnies in response. You quickly come charging in with your dagger and bring it in and stab the first horse directly in the chest. As you do, it takes a step back, glares down at you, and its various heads, the snake-like heads with these skull-like mouths, look down at you, and then come snapping down with a counterattack.
Well, shit.
So,
Right as I
melee
was coming in
counter.
for an attack.
How good.
yep, it has a 25% chance to counterattack, and it rolled a 4.
I haven't. Pop up.
Yeah, it was a GM roll.
Ah, that's like. Alright, so, what's its hit?
19 to
Yeah,
hit.
it's-
Yeah. Ow.
All right, so
How much damage should it be doing?
as 119 before armor.
My armor's 35.
So that comes out to a total of 84 points of damage to Milady Neothil. As the heads all come biting down and come snapping down all over you, digging in. And give me just a second. I need to double check something about this one. Okay. Double checking complete. So they bite you. It hurts like hell, but they don't do anything else.
Okay, good. I'm
Bless
gonna, since we have a preemptive, I'm gonna remain here for a minute and wait for my next turn.
Okay.
Also, since these are regular enemies and not bosses, we could do something that we haven't done quite in a while.
Which is?
Rocket scan.
Oh yeah.
I
Rocket can
suppose.
scan and show us the HP and then reveal any weaknesses that they have.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so let me double check real quickly and make sure and remember just what type of action scan is, if it's an instant or standard. Scan. Where
I think it
is
was a
scan?
standard.
Standard action.
Standard action. Okay, so. All right, so you learn its max HP, MP, status immunities, and elemental reactions. All right, so Rocket, after this amber creature sends its teeth to bite into Neothil, you focus your cybernetic eye on it, and after a moment, you get back a string of details on it. These creatures are known as Amber Skull Steeds. They have a maximum hit points of 610. They have a maximum MP of 220. They are resistant to the status immunity. They are resistant to Berserk. They take 50 extra damage from Ice and Holy. They're immune to Shadow. And they take half damage from Earth.
Ice and Holy.
So-
Mika and Alistair are good
Well,
for that.
Holy was obvious, but yeah,
Question.
Mika has something. But
What is it, Alistair?
Does a 15 hit? Because I was going for a melee.
Melee attack?
Melee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm the
15
one that
hits.
basically needs to... Okay then.
Say so. Also, since he's
Ooh,
That's-
max damage.
that's
I
max
can't
damage.
crit.
That's a critical hit.
Let's see if there's anything else I could do with my staff.
Oh, no, wait, no,
Since he was
that's...
scanned for that, since he was scanned for HP, does that mean we can see the HP bars now?
Normally, I would do that, but this thing is giving me trouble. And that, for some reason, every time I go to try and... yeah, you can see the bars.
that's
I
fine.
want to show you the numbers, too, but they're not
Oh, except
showing up,
bars.
so...
Okay,
Well,
well,
except
bars
for
are enough.
Okay, let's see. It has quick cast, MP refresh, silent touch. Huh. That's my stuff.
Silent.
If you used-
All right,
If you
so...
had used any,
So that comes out to a
MP,
total
you
of
come back.
32 damage after armor calculation.
So yeah,
Oof.
how about Holy? How about the Yaga next time?
That'll be next turn, which we'll get a next turn immediately, so it's fine.
Right, as you bring your staff around and boom, bring it into its front, it does not counter against you. All right, Rocket and Thanatos, you two have a preemptive round still.
Actually, Rocket used her preemptive for this game.
All right, so
Saturday.
just Thanatos has a preemptive then. Well, Rocket still has a movement action if she wants to move, just no attacks for the preemptive round.
Yeah, I can't get close enough.
Well, you can use this turn to get closer.
Yeah.
Next turn you'll be able to get close enough to
All
get.
right. These things didn't have any reaction to fire, right?
No.
No particular
ice.
reaction to fire. Either way.
Okay. Well, then I'm just gonna use it for magic and see what their magic armor is.
All right.
3, 6, Plus, did I up my power this go around? I did. So that's 18 times 6. 108. 113, and that's Viraga to both of them.
Both of them. All right. So, as you send out the fireball that darts between them, and big fireball, swirling flames wash over them. They let out another demonic whinnying sound. And they both take, after magic armor calculation, a total of 43 damage.
So they have
So their
Not
armor
quite.
and magic armor, you can now deduce, are both 70.
okay.
All right, so that concludes the preemptive round. Time for the regular opening round.
You forgot somebody.
I did?
Mika.
Mika rolled too low on her stealth check. She does not get a surprise round.
Oh
Ah,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It's true. Thank you, Tim. Now it's a normal round.
Now
I was
regular
counting it.
round.
Oh, I'm
Starting
gonna
up
do
again?
better than that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do
okay,
much
but-
better than that.
I mean,
Here we
it
go.
ignores armor. I'm gonna stab it. Oh, you go first. That's fine.
Diaga,
Yeah.
is that what that is?
Yep.
All right,
And
give me
this is
just a
subtracting
second
the
here.
80. And there we go. It's the other time.
So that comes out to a total of 99 damage to both of them. Nice.
Mhm.
9.
9!
All right.
So,
Then I'll-
so you take a step back, lift up the staff, and a blinding wave of light radiates out from it, striking both of the horses, and they're both very annoyed at this point.
13 to hit.
13 to hit. That hits.
Okay, good. That wasn't an amazing roll. It was a 4 and a 1.
What's wrong? Can't the old mules keep up?
All right. So 138.
Not enough horsepower.
God damn it.
Oh, if that was Sky Shot, that would have been a bloody crit. But it's a dagger. So 11. That's 149.
For the
Unmitigated
crossbow or the dagger?
damage. Dagger. I stabbed him first.
Okay, so 149. It's piercing, so unmitigated, right?
Yeah.
Stabby stabby. Finish it off.
All right, so you bring
Oh,
the
I am
dagger
alive.
up. All right, you bring the dagger forward, and another sharp stab into the horse's chest, and it sags and buckles for a second. It's really close to dying, but it's still holding on.
See, Thanatos, this is why I spent the gill. Anyway, I'm going to move a medium range out of its range of attack.
All right.
And I'm going to shoot it.
Okay. Make the accuracy check.
Better. That's 17. So-
Yeah. Its avoidance is 12.
I beat it by 1. Good to know. Last time, anyway. So, damage. 16 killer. That's a real shit fucking roll. That's 23. 95.
95.
That's 15 killer damage.
Comes out to a total of 50. All right. So, you fire off the crossbow bolt after pulling out the dagger and kicking away, and it hits the horse right in the side of the head. And it just crumples to the ground, dead.
The ball still might be lower level, but it's still more damage than Sky Shot would do because of Fiend Killer.
All right, so that is knee. Did Alistair do his thing? Oh, yeah, he did. That was the Diaga, wasn't it? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty then. So that just leaves Rocket, Thanatos, and Mika for this opening round.
Okay.
So let's see here. Rocket, you can get about there. So if you want to go darting in, you can get in a melee range.
Okay.
Alright. 13. That hits.
And I have Ravager still. and
well,
holy.
okay. So Ravager will be triggered as an instant action if you want it up. You didn't start this combat with it, but you can easily just pop it up as an instant action. Swapping to any different command
Okay.
paradigms will cost a standard action, though, just as a future heads up. All right, so
Wait, what am I doing? I could be over there protecting you guys. What am I thinking?
I thought it was always up until I switched it.
no, when you exit combat, your paradigm drops, and at the start of combat, you can pick whichever paradigm you want as an instant action, but then swapping between them as the combat proceeds costs a standard action.
Okay.
65, and this is Holy and with Ravager, right?
Yep.
All right, your finesse hasn't changed, but let me double check the damage on Ravager just for my own benefit in case that has buffed. Ravager, paradigm shift. Finesse times half level. Your level is, half your level would still be 6, so it'll still be your finesse times 6, so that comes out to the flat 30 still. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Nice. By the way, 2 things quick. 1, I'll be covering Rocket, and 2, after this combat, I may need to go to bed because I have early work.
Yeah, after this combat, we'll probably need to call it.
All right, so
Unfortunately.
let me just double check how much extra they take from Holy. That's 50% extra. So that comes out to a total of 27 damage as you bring your mechanical leg around into a roundhouse kick on top of the 30 from the blue pulse of Ravager. It hurts, but the sucker is still standing.
Even with the unmitigated damage from Revenant?
The unmitigated damage from Ravager was separately calculated. I was only talking about the actual, like, armor base damage there.
Okay.
It's just a flat 30 from Ravager at all times, so...
Okay.
He's hurt and he's at half.
Okay. I'll be using Fira to kind of limit the amount of MP I use, because I only lose 1 damage step.
Alright, go for it.
So that's 97.
And I'm covering Rocket just in case it doesn't go down.
Okay. That comes out to a total of 27 damage after magic armor calculations.
Okay.
Alright, so you send out a smaller but still potent stream of fire that sort of arcs around Rocket in this wide curve and strikes into the side of the horse, making it stagger a bit.
Alright.
And last up is the Mika.
Alright.
Ice.
I will be right back. I need to make a call.
Alright.
Because you get in range, you get him?
Not for a melee attack, no.
Magic, though.
That's what I was on about mostly.
Yeah, so she will expend the 20 MP to try Blizzara.
Nice.
So, so that will be her mind times 5. So 85 plus 2d6.
He's the Mika. You're fucked now, horsey.
So that comes out to 88. Which comes out to a total of 27 after magic armor calculation.
Damn.
So, Ice Shard strikes against its front. It takes a step back, but it is still standing. It's under half HP, though.
Alright.
It's
Get
turn.
in there.
Yep, it is now to the Skull Steed's turn. It is very unhappy with all of the pain you have caused it. So, what it is going to do... Well, first, the various snake-like heads protruding from its neck are going to focus on... Let's figure out who it focuses on.
Goody.
It's going to focus on Thanatos.
Oh no. This
So-
is not going according to plan.
So is Hades back yet?
No, he's making a call.
Oh, this is a bugger.
It is, because he needs to make an opposed force check.
You might want to attack someone else.
We'll deal with that in a bit. then. We'll deal with that roll in a bit. In the meantime, the Ember Skull Steed is going to focus on Rocket and Alistair and the whole group in front of them, and as one of its free actions, it's going to speak.
What?
This wispy feminine voice emerges from deep in its throat. You shall not pass. The
Gandalf.
mistress shall not be disturbed.
Mistress.
Then she's going to drag a hoof along the ground and charge through Rocket and Alistair, or attempt to. So I need Rocket to make an opposed force check against this creature.
I thought, okay.
You need to beat a 10.
I was gonna say, come at me if you think you're hard enough.
Okay, so its attempt to charge and trample through the both of you is halted as Rocket, as being not quite as large, but still an equivalent mount-sized creature, sort of puts her head forward and catches this thing, flaring out her wings wide and giving a couple little from her rocket boosters just to sort of halt its momentum and hold it in place. So it does not get to charge through, and irritated, it's going to make an attack roll against Rocket, since you kind of fucked up its entire plan.
Ahaha! But that's where cover comes in. Go ahead.
So that'll be a 14. Does that hit Rocket?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Her avoidance is 9.
So yeah, that's a hit then. So Alistair quickly
blow,
comes
you'll
in
be
to
fine.
take the blow, so you'll take the damage that was meant for Rocket. So, Alistair, your armor
You got my
score.
attention, horse.
Your armor score, please.
95.
And Hades wasn't here to hear it.
I
was
know.
not.
We missed it again.
Again.
Again. First he misses Ixion's hair getting in Rocket's nose, and now he misses Alistair's new fucking stupid armor score. But then again, hold on a second. You're not supposed to take the damage that is meant for your armor. You're supposed to take the
Yes.
damage that is meant for Rockets. Hold on. Let me rewind the
Okay,
clock there for a
okay.
second.
Is it?
Okay, Rocket,
Yeah.
what was your armor score, Rocket? 35?
Yeah.
So that's 116 points of damage to Alistair. As this skull horse rears up on its hind legs and delivers a series of swift kicks with its front legs, Alistair quickly comes in, bodies Rocket aside, and takes the worst of it. It hurts like a bitch, but you're still standing.
Oh, Horsey's gonna die for that.
And now we have to
Although
wait.
he's still-
Yep, and now we
I found-
have
Hi.
to wait. Oh, there's Hades.
You
Yeah.
just
You
What I
just
missed.
missed it, but don't worry, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It
It
doesn't
doesn't
count.
count. Don't worry about
I mean,
it.
you can see it. You can see it. Oh, no, you can't see it in the log, can you?
You
'Cause it
can't,
wasn't
no.
in the log.
Well, we made a slight miscalculation about something that would have amused and or annoyed you, but it didn't count because we actually did the numbers wrong. So anyway, as it is, I do need Thanatos to make an opposed force check, please.
What did I do?
You didn't do anything. The horse used an instant action with its heads to try and stun you.
But I'm way over here.
Yeah. You know what you call that? An opposed horse check.
Yeah, so
Nice.
So, what? I mean, why is it doing stuff to me? I'm way over here.
because you
Well,
yeeted a
nice roll.
fireball at it. Its intention.
Alistair's blinded it.
Its intention was to paralyze you, charge through Rocket and Alistair, and then kick Knee in the face. Because it has the chance to deal damage to anyone whose space it passes through.
He's fine.
So yeah, as it is, you manage to shake it off as its snake-like head's all focusing on you and flare with orange light. And you also missed what it said.
Oh yeah, it talked about. Apparently, inside this cave, there's its mistress.
Mistress?
Well,
Yeah.
pulling a Gandalf.
Has
Ixion.
our horse
Shut up,
friend
Fox.
got a girlfriend?
I'm more concerned with the fact that Ixion is apparently in there.
Either way, so, all right, so that happens, and it doesn't go anywhere. Rocket stops it. Alistair shoves Rocket aside and catches its hooves of fury, and it's back to the party.
I'm moving, but I don't go right away because I can't reach it.
All right.
I can
Wait
shoot
a
it, but
minute.
I'll wait.
It said the line, so does that make it Mergalf?
No, that makes it an amber demon.
Just hit the damn thing before it eats you.
Oh, I want to get revenge for what it did to me. Die, horsey.
Die, horsey.
Making another melee attack or using Diaga?
The one that does the most, Diaga.
Okay.
Blinded by the light.
That is the name of this song.
Indeed. Give me a moment. Just make sure I hit the numbers right. Yeah, I did.
Oh wow!
Here comes the
it's-
pain. We'll do it.
All right. Comes out to a total of 94 damage as another blinding wave of light erupts from your staff and over this creature's body. You can see it starting to like bits of it are starting to sort of come apart, and its various snake-like head protrusions are starting to like shriek and writhe in pain as the light burns them. It's hanging on, but it's definitely hurt.
I'm gonna take a shot.
All right, go for it. Because you're not in
6-1.
melee range, that does mean you'll have to forfeit your any close range attacks.
I'm aware. I couldn't reach anyway. I used my movement action to get here. So 7, 15.
15 to hit. That hits.
Alright. So that's 92. Snake Eyes, fun. 94 damage.
94 damage. This is with Fiend Killer?
Yeah.
All right, give me a moment.
Roll 2 1s. Good roll.
And it's supposed to be minus 70, not 7. That comes out to a total of 36 to the horse. So get it in one of the shoulders, and it buckles a little bit, but manages to stay standing. So that is Alistair and Knee that have gone.
Rocket.
Okay.
Kick it, rocket. Oh, fuck, yeah, 18 hits.
And holy.
All right. All right, so I'll go ahead and subtract the flat 30 from Ravager first. Ah. Hitting the wrong keys. That comes out to a total 32 damage after calculations. So, a roundhouse kick to its chest. It takes a step back, snarling. Hurt, but still standing.
You haven't
In I
brought
go.
the numbers down any.
What?
It's still at 462.
It is under 100 hit points at this point. $14 hits.
And this is with Dark Sand, so that's Fiend Killer.
All right, you give it a good old-fashioned slice across the front. Still up. Hurting, though.
Yeah, I didn't figure it'd do a lot of damage. Mika, ice it.
All right, Mika will...
Ice him.
Ice them. Mika will come charge again. Another 20 MP and another cast of Blizzara. That's another 34 damage.
Fucking barely hanging in there.
Yeah, it is barely still alive. It is at 22 hit points. And that makes it its turn, right? Everyone's gone?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Hit me if you dare, horse.
Or hit
Oh,
me.
also, it received a bunch of melee attacks, didn't it? From Rocket and Thanatos.
Oh, yeah. Counterattack.
So I need to do its 2 counterattack rolls. It doesn't get any counterattacks.
Good.
Good.
That
It
said,
does get its turn.
all right, so its snake eyes are going to focus on Alistair, identifying him as the largest threat at the moment, and make an opposed force check against him to try and stun him.
Oh ho, the horse approaches me.
Gotta beat
Must
11.
beat an 11 now, let's say.
I try. And the music just started perfectly.
I've never used the music.
All right. You managed to avoid the force of it trying to paralyze you, Alistair. Irritated, it is now going to use its movement action to try and charge through the trio here. So, given proximity, Thanatos will be the first one that I need to make another opposed force check. Need to beat a 10.
Ah.
Oh, that didn't work. What is your armor, please?
50.
Any other roll, you would have succeeded.
I know.
All right. So, that comes out to a flat total of 168 damage,
Ow.
because that technically counts as a critical success for it.
Ugh.
So you took double the damage you normally would have. So it winds up charging through, and then as you get knocked aside. Next up, Alistair or Rocket. First come, first serve. Someone make a pick and make a force check.
And again.
Rocket already
did
rolled.
mine.
All right.
I already rolled, didn't I?
So-
Rocket failed.
Oh dear, Rocket did fail. All right. So in that case, Rocket, your armor score, please.
You already got my armor score.
35?
35.
Right, okay, so that is 74 damage to Rocket. She gets knocked aside, and now Alistair.
Come on, Alistair, the wall.
Need to beat an 11.
May tear down the wall.
Hell yeah.
All right, so
Removal freaking
Well-
objects.
while the horse manages to knock Thanatos and Rocket back, you quickly brace yourself, lift up your shield, and it strikes into your shield. You slide back a couple inches, but you manage to hold it in place. It is none too pleased with this, and it is going to go into a spinning rampage to make an attack roll against everyone within a short range.
That's
So, me,
Heck
Rocket,
you.
and Alistair.
Yep,
just
that is
barely
a
it.
20 to hit.
Yeah, that is just... It hits. Don't even bother.
All right,
It's almost
so
a crit.
so that will be its standard damage.
Uh,
All right, because Alistair's covering Rocket, he'll take the damage meant for her. Oh no. All right, so but let's do Hades first. So,
50,
beat
so
Alistair
I
for
take
last,
69.
I think.
all right, so
Yes.
Hades takes 69. Nice.
What is Alistair's armor now?
You're about to find out.
All right. Let's hear. Rocket's was 35. So from Rocket, Alistair will take 84. And then Alistair, please tell me your armor score.
95.
Excuse me?
So that comes out to 24.
New shield.
All right, so, and the Amber Skullsteed goes into the spinning rampage, bucking and kicking wildly, hitting everyone around it in this spinning circle, kicking up a cloud of dust, hooves flying everywhere, the snake head snapping and biting. Kind of get roughed up a little bit, but Rocket, you managed to avoid the worst of it thanks to Alistair sheltering you with his body.
So, Alice's score is currently 95 after getting a shield with its traits and stuff. So, Thanatos, I would like you to cast your mind to, next session, potentially, where he has his ultimate armor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's gonna be well in the hundreds.
Alistair, you are no longer the tank. You are the fortress.
The mobile
Good
battle
advice.
fortress. Alistair has become the new Thampy.
We worked out that you remember Sauron's limit break that did us in back in chapter 3?
Yeah.
With his ultimate gear, he'd probably be able to survive it.
Huh.
Yep. Do
Oh.
not judge my shopping choices.
Look at the progress you fuckers have made. Anyway, it's your
Alright,
guys'
let's kill
turn.
this
Anyway.
quickly.
I'm gonna shoot it now.
Go for it.
Actually, unless anyone else wants the honor.
Actually,
Does Rocket want the honor?
if it's all right.
Go for
Hey,
it.
go for it. Kick it.
12. That just hits. I don't need you to roll. Ravager kills it. Claim your victory.
All right, I jump up on the back of its neck and I rip out those stupid skeleton things from its neck.
Damn.
Damn.
All
Put
right.
them out
So,
on the ground.
all right. So you watch as Rocket gives this sort of loud eagle-like battle cry shriek, gives her wings a few mighty flaps, lifts up and lands hard on the back of this large horse-like creature. It bucks frantically, trying to get her off for a minute, but she just starts reaching down with her beak and viscerally ripping off the various snake-like heads that are sticking out of it, sending them crashing to the ground where they twitch and squirm for a second with residual reflexes. She keeps doing this time after time until there are none left, and the creature is just starting to sag, letting out this high-pitched, keening squeal as its various additional limbs are removed, and blood is just splattering to the ground all around it. And then with one last sort of agitated shriek of her own, Rocket grabs onto the back of its head with her mechanical leg, gives a little poof from her rocket boosters, and just slams its head into the ground, and it pops like a grape.
Good riddance.
All right. So I did not want to move it to the GM layer because I still need it to be on the map, on the token layer, so I can do loot.
This is why you don't mess with our bird. She is
Yeah,
scary.
so brutally done. Very nice. And now I need to roll 2d4. All right, you don't get any loot from this one, from these two.
Bitch.
Alright, before we head into the cave, quickly, everyone take... everyone just take a normal potion, if you have one. I think I'm good.
So, yeah, again, we're probably gonna have to call it here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to call it here.
So everyone can go ahead and just pop a regular potion from your own inventories to get some HP back.
I'm popping with the ethers I got.
Ah. And as you're all
get
taking this little moment to catch your breath
I
and
don't have regular potions.
What was that? Sorry?
I think she said she didn't have any potions, regular potions.
I have high potions. I don't have regular potions.
Oh yeah, I don't have any regular potions either. Shit.
Mika can
I
share
haven't.
one of hers.
I also
haven't.
have plenty. Yeah. Give them from Alistair, because I'll push... Yeah. He's the medicine man.
All right.
All right.
All right. So you spend a minute sort of passing around your healing items and getting yourselves juked back up. And as you're doing that and turn your attention back towards the threatening cave those horses had come from, hearing the cold wind from inside. and briefly glancing at Thanatos' lightning crystal in his hand, flashing faintly with the indication that Ixion is you are all, I am assuming, making your way into the cave.
I'm going to roll a preemptive stealth check.
Go for it.
Anyone want to join me on a scouting run who's good at stealth? Darkness?
Sure, I follow. I shall follow.
Anyone else?
Right.
I'm gonna move my mic closer to me. There
Yeah,
we
probably a good idea. I am
That's
running
better.
Discord in my browser at the moment, which means it's quieter than usual for the video, so speak closer to your mics if
I
possible.
need to grab my dice.
I must stop the sound of silence.
Indeed.
1d6, 2d6 plus 9. Oh, great fucking start. Okay. 9.
How many dice we got, or destiny we're gonna waste today?
13.
13.
That's my shittest stealth roll I've had in a while.
All right,
As
that's
for me,
it's not
Three
a
to 1.
13's still not terrible. So, Neothil, you drop into a low stance
Decent.
and are advancing in, I'm assuming, at the head of the party
well,
With
on the
Alistair.
side.
with Alistair.
Give me a moment, this is rolling. Oh, look, same number.
Another 13.
13
All right. So,
squad, let's go. You,
All right,
you know,
all
because
13
13 is such a
birds.
lucky number.
such a lucky number, right? All right. So, what
Oh,
about
yes,
what about
Friday the
that?
13th.
All right. What about
birthday,
Thana-
Jason.
All right. And what about Thanatos and Rocket? Are you guys also rolling stealth, or are you hanging back?
I'm living into the elf.
All right.
So just two of us go in, or
Sorry, I had to start some laundry. I remembered that the laundry had stopped, and Mom made it very clear that she wanted that done today. So
It's okay.
Okay. We're currently just in a cave and seeing who wants to stealth ahead and who's staying behind. You have quite a high stealth skill, don't you?
yeah, I
And-
do. I don't have the best luck.
Well, we both rolled 13 because that's a lucky number. So,
It's up to you what
Yeah, but there was a 1 in that.
I think
Well.
two should be efficient, like last time.
well, it's up to Rocket. You want to come with us, or are you staying to keep an eye on Thanatos to make sure he doesn't fall in the cliff or something?
I will say that
Don't
me.
worry, I'm sure he has some rope if he can find it in his bag.
You are savage today, Jesus.
Yes.
Not enough coffee in the world. Of course, coffee has an opposite effect on me, so it wouldn't do me as good anyway.
Man, shove it, Nate.
Oh damn!
Holy
success!
Critical success for
Rocket
a total
is-
of 20.
So do you remember? Do you remember our first ever session? The
bang bang.
clunk, clunk, clunk.
What'd you do?
This is the literal opposite of this. Like, me and Alistair, you two are sort of sneaking ahead, and you're being pretty quiet, pretty sneaky. You're pretty confident in your abilities, and then you briefly glance back to sort of do like the shh motion with your finger, and Rocket's just gone. You blink and shake your head, look ahead, and she's already ahead of you, slinking ahead absolutely silently. Like she's just strutting casually, but you somehow missed it.
And Alisai's thinking in his head, did I just feel a sudden chill down my spine?
So Mika and Thanatos are hanging back. Nee, Rocket, and Alistair are leading the charge into the entrance, which means we need to
So, Rocket,
not
can-
accidentally
do you have a
change
setting-
the fucking window. Hold on a
So,
second.
Rocket, do you have a setting that? Ah.
Go ahead.
So, Rocket, do you have a setting that just sets your leg to silent, or?
I don't know. I don't think so.
All right.
Perfect.
Hmm.
Onwards.
All right. Here we go.
Silent mode
So-
engaged.
So, emerging into the entrance of the cave and stepping ahead a little ways, it is dark inside. the only sources of light coming from the very faint glow from outside created by the orange stars in the sky and the clearly visible amber crystals growing throughout this entrance chamber. In the very heart of the room, one of the only spaces you can actually see at present, you see a large, tall growth of amber crystal that branches out in several places into a form reminiscent of a tree. Several other sloping sort of flats of amber rise up around it, almost as if this tree was speared into the ground and pushed up the earth around it, even though you know for a fact it's the opposite. It's rising from the ground beneath, pushing out.
One thing I want to quickly point out, didn't we all take a potion at the end of last session?
Think? I copied over these tokens directly from the previous map, so...
Then
Yeah, I
how
was
is my
wondering
health
whether-
at half and
whether
my
the health got there.
MP?
Yeah, I believe we were healed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't think the health boss got
The
updated before
heck?
we left.
Okay, well, give me just a moment then to remedy that. Let me open up my
Okie
calculator.
dokie. I even double checked my sheet. And
Right,
yeah,
so Alistair just straight up chugged like a regular potion, right?
I think we all did.
Mm.
We weren't that hurt, but we want to top up. Oh, at least, except for Alistair, but he has alchemy, so.
Yes.
Alright. So yeah, okay,
well,
so
I'm
the
a
guys are...
full alchemist now.
So yeah, the guys up front are pretty much topped up then. Good to know.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Yep.
Full metal
alchemist.
Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. Anyway, I wasn't done
Doesn't that make more
describing.
sense for Rocket, considering
Technically, she's
most
a
of our
partially
body's metal now.
She's a partially metal alchemist.
And I'm just the wall that just don't go down.
Partial Metal Alchemist, like
You're
Edward.
great.
Anyway,
So if we took a wing and make it metal, would she be Edward then?
moving on.
Who knows?
mean,
Is that a guy?
So I wasn't done talking, by the by, about around the tree before we got sidetracked. You do also see, looking at that growth of amber and the spikes around it, what look to be two forms, vaguely humanoid but hunched, standing around it, but petrified, encased in the amber crystal. The encasements being kind of bulbous and large, obscuring their features. You just see that they're like these two creatures that are petrified around the tree.
Who came down here before us? Okay. Can we make anything out about these people from here?
Make an awareness check.
Okay. So. Still not great. 13 again.
13. It's kind of hard to see. The glow of the amber crystals is creating a bit of glare, and the general mineral texture of it is kind of obfuscating your vision a little bit, but you think you can kind of make out an outline, and you think maybe you can see a tail? Maybe that's a wing. It's hard to tell.
Can't quite make them out.
let's see
Alistair.
what Alethea sees.
Get either. Or... Sweet
Shit.
fuck all.
You see even less.
Yep. It's up to
Rocket, do you happen
now.
to have a zoom function in that eye?
I mean, I have
Zoom.
scan. I
Well,
don't know
that
if
all
it works for this, but
Well, not of their corpses. Well,
Are you using scan?
I don't know if scan would work for this, but I mean, I guess.
Okay. So you focus your mechanical eye on one of the petrified creatures and focus it for a second, going through the routines of the scan command. And as you do, you actually start to get a readout in your heads-up display, giving you information on the creatures inside, as it's sort of drawing it directly, sort of deducing it. I need to real quickly remind myself what all information scan gives you. Scan. Okay. HP, MP, status, and elemental. Gotcha. Okay, so you know, looking at these creatures as your readout gives you information that these creatures, whatever they are, have a max HP of 660, a max MP of 195. You get the impression they're immune to earth and shadow, half damage from lightning, 50% extra damage from holy and wind. And you feel like they're immune to petrify, charm, and transform.
Scanning also doesn't that usually allow you to see what their current HP is? Do they have any current HP, or is it 0?
That information is muddled at the moment. The Amber is creating a degree of interference that doesn't give you a complete picture.
Does it tell you what they are, though?
In this case, it doesn't have a name to assign to these things. It's able to pull information from what it can see, but there's nothing like them in your internal database for it to assign a name to. So you just get a line of question marks.
So, two crystallized entities you've seen, and they aren't identifiable. This bodes well. I'm going to... trying to stealth a little closer about here to reveal a bit more of the map.
All right.
Is there anywhere better to hide behind?
Sort of follow the wall for a little bit before pushing a bit deeper in. The ground is uneven and rough and kind of just faintly scrapes underfoot, even with your high stealth. It's very, very subtle, but it's very noticeable in the otherwise total silence, save for the low from deeper in.
I'm going to follow the wall a bit more.
All right.
Go around the tree.
All right. You'll follow the wall for a while, sort of making your way up along. It is definitely not a tiny chamber.
Looks like something. Over there. Yep, that's a walkway. I'm gonna get over here.
All right.
Yeah, alright, that's a route to go. When I get there, down a bit closer, can I make any more details on them?
Make another awareness check. The DC will be lower.
That's question, Sky Shot. By the one that has like 5 and 6 be a crit. Is that just on attack rolls?
Yes.
Alright. It's not a crit, but it was damn bloody close. So 18.
18. Oh, yeah. That surpasses the original DC, too. So, as you look at these things with a bit of a closer perspective and a different angle, yes, with your eyes having adjusted a bit to the lighting conditions, you can make out a definitive silhouette and shape and some of the details. These creatures are bipedal, but they have a sort of hunched posture. Long, muscular arms and legs tipped with claws. There's this sort of bony, spine-like tail coming out from the base of its spine, and its spine itself is visible along the ridge of its back in the series of sharpened bumps. Its face is pointed into this sort of almost beak-like hook with these large, sneering eyes and curving horns rising up out of its brow. Two leathery bat-like wings are kind of reaching out from its back, and the way these creatures are posed, they look almost like they're giving reverence to this tree in front of them. And
like
then we're
crystallized
encapsulated in
currently,
place. Yes. Yeah, they're currently crystallized, but looking at them, you get the impression that they look like gargoyles.
Gargoyles. They don't stay stone or crystallized or whatever. Okay. Make my way back.
All right. You pick your way back along the path
Getting
you
a
had previously
closer look.
found and make your way back to the group.
I'm pretty sure that's some sort of gargoyle, which is to say they won't stay crystal if we get too close and they see us. So
Anybody got any portable sunlight?
I think if we can manage it, we should try and sneak around this thing. So we'll have to come back as well. There are two of them, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have to come out potentially with an injured Ixion, so maybe it might be best to take them out here, so we don't have to deal with it later. They're usually. Would I know anything of gargoyles? Like, for example, how they're pretty much immune to damage when they're in their stone form.
You could make a lore monsters check.
I have none of that, but
This is what happens when you rely on the
Mika.
bookworm.
I'm a soldier, not a nerd. Mika, gargoyles, when they're in their stone or this crystal form, how does that affect how hitting them works?
All right, a 15. With a 15 for her lore everything, Mika is able to figure out that when a gargoyle is in its stone form, it's basically considered to be under the same general auspices as the effect Petrify from the negative status effects list. So to read that off, when something is petrified, they can take no action and they're immobile, but they are granted some additional protection. Their force, their armor, and their magic armor scores are doubled, and they can't be afflicted with any other negative status effect so long as they're petrified, and for some reason they get a +6 bonus to stealth checks. And they do not age while they're petrified. They don't need to breathe. They don't need any sustenance. They're just stuck in time, essentially. So Mika is able to convey to you that time that one of you, I forget who, I think it was Alistair, or was it Nee who got petrified with the Grunweeds way back when?
That was...
I got petrified. Alistair got into making an angel.
I got
Oh.
petrified at one point. I got turned to
Right.
stone.
Right.
Was
that was
around?
me.
Right. Mika is
One of
able
us
to...
got confused. One of us got petrified. Yeah.
Oh, and
Yeah.
Nee's father? And I basically used a needle to free him.
Oh yeah, that did happen once.
Well, that was what... No,
Oh, yeah.
he did get petrified once.
Yep.
Forgot about that. But yeah, Mika is able to tell you that they'll probably operate under the same effects that you guys were under when you were petrified, with the potential exception of the lack of awareness. When you guys were petrified, you had no awareness of the world around you. There's no way to tell if the same holds true for the gargoyles.
Alright, well, Alistair, Ruckus, and I can sneak around the edges. I propose, Thanatos, would you like to go poke a gargoyle and wake it up?
And why not?
All right.
If you can wake them up and get them out of their petrified state, Alistair, Rocket, and I, if they agree, can jump them, ambush them.
Sure.
Are we wanting to
I'll
wake
do the best
them
I
up?
can.
Well, we could wake them up, because if we can sneak around them, but we're going to have to come back this way, potentially with an injured Ixion.
True.
So we're going to have to deal with them sooner or later.
Where's the gargoyles?
Let's us get into position first where we need to be.
I'll go
Yeah, by the
ahead and
tree.
reveal their tokens just so that you guys know where they are.
So if I plant myself there, Alistair, Rocket, get into position where you think best.
If I poke one of these and it wakes up, I want it to grab me, and I want it to say, "You are trespassing."
I think it will just screech in your face, to be honest.
And anybody who does not get that joke, I am no longer your friend, and you are horrible.
I feel like that's from the old
Yeah,
Gargoyles
it's
show.
Trying to jump him.
It's from the old Gargoyle show, isn't it?
Yes.
I have not watched.
Yes.
I'm
I mean,
only
I
assuming
think
that
it's bad,
because
only bec-
I only know that because I know
It
the
was
Gargoyle
good to
show
the final
exists.
season, I believe. It was good to the final season. The final season went a little bit off the rails.
No, I mean like the original, like first season, like before it got turned to
Alright.
shit. Like
What
There we go. Yeah.
What were these things' weaknesses again from Rocket Scan?
1 second.
Holy was one of them.
Yes.
Well, of course it's holy. They're amber.
Anything else that I can elemental?
They're elemental reactions. They're immune to earth and shadow. They take half damage from lightning and 50% additional damage from holy and wind.
And wind. In that case, for the time being, I'm going to stick with my new crossbow and load up wind elemental arrows.
All right.
Won't have fiend killer, but it'll have the wind element, so still be alright.
Just a
So
moment.
they take half from lightning.
All right, so you should be able to see their bars
Okay.
now. I can't get their numbers working, but you should be able to see their bars.
Indeed.
By the way, I've rolled for awareness, which is 14. I rolled my actual dice.
Okay, and
Allow me.
what are you looking for with that roll?
Well, since we're moving around here, I want to make sure there's nothing else around us.
It's
So
well
I'm
with that
trying
with
to
a
see if
with,
I
with a
can,
with a 14, it's a bit too dark to make out if there's anything else in this room without venturing deeper into the darkness. So
Alright.
In that case, I should stay by Rocket.
If Mika, unless you're gonna, you can hide from them as well. Maybe stay back by the cave entrance till people need healing from being mauled by gargoyles.
she gives a little pout, but then a nod.
All right.
And shuffles back. Roll a stealth check.
I'm right here. Don't worry.
13 for Mika.
Same as us. All right, so we're all.
I was talking, but it didn't do the thing because I was muted.
Oh, what were you saying?
Okay.
I was reminding you guys that we have golden needles.
Well,
We're supposed to have golden needles.
Yeah, in
It's
the
actually a
invitation.
good point. Thanatos, do you want to, in case they don't wake up, do you want to take 2 golden needles?
We have gold needles for pins and needles.
So
Also,
if-
they're good by us.
if they don't wake up, or they try to petrify me,
Both.
nah, I'll be fine.
All
We
right.
better
She
keep
says.
one in case our horsey friend is petrified.
I know. Doesn't Mika have a couple?
Good
Or
point.
is it
Yeah,
Alistair?
Mika has a couple.
I mean, I
Mika just has a lot of fucking remedies, is what she has. She has 5 remedies.
All
That'll
right.
work, right?
Anyway,
Oh, well.
Check.
so
I'm
Thanatos is
pretty sure we grabbed a whole bunch of them.
probably. They're just not in Mika's inventory.
Probably in Alistair's.
It's not showing up my inventory. I may have to refresh. Give me more.
Yeah,
Anyway.
some of the monsters we defeated had them, and we had at least 4.
Unless we used them, though I don't remember. But we do have remedies, which again
I don't
will,
think we ever used them.
Nope. We have
unless
them.
we sold them. We might have sold them because Mika bought those remedies, which do the same job but better.
Ah,
Okay, that
Right.
worked. So,
Anyway,
Yeah,
so
all the remedies should be fine.
yeah, I don't have the needles.
all right, so
Anyway, can I
Thanatos,
poke this thing there?
yeah, so Thanatos, after everyone sort of sneakily slinks about and gets into position, you go to start approaching the Umber
I want to tap it
Gargoyle.
on the head with my scythe.
So you're not being
I wanna
stealthy
tap
at
it on
all.
my head with my scythe.
So
No.
you're all right. Then it's as you're about
tap.
here, walking along in this casual way, clink, 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 with your armor sort of rattling around you, as you're drawing near. Suddenly, the first of the stumps that you're approaching suddenly just lets out this loud cracking sound as several splintering crack patterns appear across the amber bulbous shell, and then
Both or one?
the whole thing shatters outwards as the wings of the gargoyle flare outwards. It turns to face you immediately with this loud.
Ambush engage.
of course, it would be Thanatos that does the waking up.
Well, yeah, that
I
was the
didn't
idea.
wake it up. I
Waking
just
up.
walked.
Yeah.
That count as waking up. Your very presence is boisterous enough to destroy any sleep in the vicinity.
Well, the thing is, he didn't make an effort to be stealthy. Is the thing. These things have like a. If any of you had rolled below a 12, you would have woken them up when you got within half a movement range, like Alice or
Also, I
Rocket.
ruined the sleep of everybody. Is that why you guys always try to sleep me?
I don't know, maybe. Either way, so
Is that both of them awake or just that first one?
just the first one for the moment, and it is.
It'll work. I've engaged ambush, so the rest of us, aside from Thanatos, has a preemptive turn, and
Yep.
I have an extra damage step.
That you do.
On that note, I'm taking the shot.
Go for it. Whoop some ass. Make Mama Thill proud.
Hold on, so need calculator up now. I should have done this earlier.
Right? We always somehow forget the calculator.
So it's usually 21.
Everyone
first
has
time
a
using
brain
my-
that can calculate big numbers.
My first time using Skyshot. 168. So. Oh, very close to critical, but not quite. So that's 9. So 177 points of damage. Wind.
Did you roll accuracy first?
I did not. I should have done that.
You must do the accuracy, me.
Rolls
You-
177 damage. Critical fail.
Well, it wasn't great. It was a 3 and a 2, so that's 5.
You are
That's
not- You are not
13.
allowed to have an aimbot.
A 13 will hit.
That's 13.
All right, how much damage did you
Is
do
that
again?
Just hit. Hold on. 177 wind.
All right, let me double check a thing here.
177.
All right, so
I'm using Skyshot for the first time, which is tier 6 with an extra damage step. 'cause
Alright,
of
so-
ambush. So
after all of the numbers, that comes out to 115 points of damage. These things are thick-skinned, as you rapidly discover as you fire off the shot. It goes shooting past just as this thing's like lunging for Thanatos, and you sort of get it in the shoulder, stopping it in its tracks as it digs its claws in.
wonderful. They have high physical. Fortunately, I think I have. I can get about there. The cure for that, so I can get about there. That's within barely
Mm-hmm.
within 0.3.
They take half from Raitsunini.
They do take off from lightning, but on a plus side, Storm does completely go through all armor,
Fair.
so it will be more probably still a decent amount of damage. So I'm gonna go for it. Rolling 4, 3, 7, 15. So that'll be
15 hits.
rolling for damage. So it's 6, 26. $134. This is lightning, so it'll be halved.
For a total of 67. All right. So after firing off that shot, you come charging in, pulling your dagger from your wrist strap, sort of leap forward and plunge it into the creature's sort of like its shoulder deltoid muscle. It lets out another, sort of shoves you back a little bit. All right. So that is Neothil's turn then. For the ambush round. That leaves Alistair, Rocket, and Mika. So let's do Alistair and Rocket first, on the grounds that they are not NPCs.
Okie dokie. Mm-hmm. Yes. So what? They're immune to light, or basically durable against
they're-
melee damage.
They're immune to earth and they have high physical armor.
Yeah. So maybe magic is the key. Although, wait a minute, embers.
Or you. Or
I'm
you
gonna
double
try.
it with holy.
I'm gonna try. I don't even know my MPs for some reason half still. Okay.
You guys should be able to hover over them to see their immunities and elemental reactions.
I can't.
I can. But also my MP is still really low.
No, I can. I was just on the wrong setting. I was on this still.
what I filled myself up.
Earth and Shadow are immune to, half from lightning.
I don't think that would do. I don't think Holy would do much to them. I could try it though.
I mean,
Once
they
it
have
is
extra
fixed.
damage from Holy. 50%.
Oh.
So
They're
they do.
amber demons.
they hate
Why would
light.
Holy know her?
I see. Right. First, I need to fix my MP before I do anything, and I can't change it. Oh, there we go. Just loads. The loads are slow. Okay. Over that, but then it's like, just double check my thingamajiggy.
The scientific term.
That's how you can tell that Alistair is a paladin and not a mage. He calls his things thingamajiggies instead of their technical terms. Whereas a proper
Oh,
red
then I
mage is
just
as
lost
theatrical as
misspelled.
shit.
Yep, I was right. So them spending 80 to cast Diago on them.
Nice. Bring
You're
it
gonna
down to
feel that in the
204.
morning. There we go. Yep, I've done that. And now I do the type. Type it here. Come on. Gonna wire, sorry.
Have you rolled them?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe you.
There we go.
Fucking there we go.
133.
133.
Ah,
Right. Not sure why that took so long.
which my laptop. Yeah, my laptop's slow. Or the browser's slow, whatever the case may be.
Alright, so
I will have to wait for my laptop.
for the first gargoyle, that comes out to a total of 123 damage after all calculations. For the other one, though,
Mm.
it only comes out to 79, as its magic armor score is doubled on the grounds that it is petrified.
Just
Yep. So, also, as like you
we
lift
put it
your
down to half, and we have another round.
right, so you lift your staff up, and as usual, this blinding wave of radiant energy erupts out from its tip and washes over the two gargoyles. And as it washes over the one who had already broken out of its imprisonment, or rather its camouflage, its whole body suddenly just hardens and it freezes like a statue.
This is a fort. Freeze,
Wait.
motherfucker.
It hardens and freezes like a statue. Did it re-petrify, or is it just a...
It is
reacting
it is
to-
re-petrified.
Both of them are petrified now. Okay.
Light show stop them in their tracks.
It can do that as a reaction to just the holy attack, or...
If it takes holy
Well,
damage,
yeah, 'cause
if it
it's
takes
pure
holy
light.
damage, it seems to petrify on the spot in response.
That's unfortunate. Well, Rocket, you're up.
Alright.
18 to hit. Yep, that'll do.
Fear the stoner is here.
Storm might actually be useful here because of the ignoring armor thing.
So theoretically, we just keep freezing these buggers and just hitting them.
Eventually, stun lock them. But holy.
Yep. I'm free. I'm free. Stun lock. Dang it.
I understood that reference.
Yep.
Okay, so that's fine. And it is holy,
Okay.
and I do have Ravager on.
Okay.
It's not these creatures' day.
All right, so you come barreling in with your claws and you bring your mechanical leg up into a swift kick to the underside of this thing's jaw. There's a loud ting, and you lower your mechanical leg and go, ow! That hurt. If it weren't for Ravager, that would have done 0 damage because their armor score has been doubled. So you do a flat 30 points of damage, and now your shin hurts.
But it's holy damage.
That wouldn't matter with
Yeah, but
how
their
high its
armor
armor
just
score has
completely
become.
nullifies it.
Yeah, its armor score is a straight up 200 after a petrification. So,
Okay.
yeah, so there's
Is
no
it
way to
just
calculate
physical, or
that.
is
with-
it magical as well?
That's its physical armor. Its magic armor is still lower.
Peer pressure.
Okay. Note to self: whenever they get on free, melee, hit them. Then
Question.
we freeze them.
Does them unfreezing take a turn?
You don't know when they'll unfreeze.
Oh, Mika.
Yep, it is Mika's go. And she is going to come charging into the fray like so. She is going to look over the situation. Her character sheet is going to bug out, so I'm going to have to reopen it. It's going to bug
yeah, it
out
happened
again.
to me earlier.
There we go. Let's
Imagine
see.
if she could freeze them on the spot. It'd be a double ensealment.
Well,
I smell food, so I'm going to investigate.
go for
Okay.
it. There's not really a whole lot she can do at the moment without, like, wasting a lot of MP. So, for purposes, she's just going to expend 40 MP to cast Protect on Thanatos. Because he's right there on the front lines. So, Thanatos, you are now under the benefits of Protect for 4 rounds. So you take half melee
Yay.
damage.
It's a shame ice don't work like ice.
All right, and with that, the preemptive round of combat is over, and the party's main round starts. They're still petrified.
I'm gonna stab it with my armor-piercing dagger,
All right, go for it.
for obvious reasons.
Okay.
15.
All right, yeah, 15 will hit. I mean, they're petrified, so I'm pretty sure they don't really have an avoidance at present.
No. So,
Yeah, I'd be concerned if you missed a non-moving target.
133 points of damage, lightning so half, but goes through all their armor.
So a total of 66 as you come barreling in and shank it. Sort of bring the dagger down into, like, the
And
top
I'm-
of its head.
And I'm backing up a little, just to there.
All right.
I'm preparing myself.
All right, that is
I heard of
knees round.
stupefy, but now petrified.
All right, that is knees round. It leaves Alistair, Rocket, and Thanatos before Mika. Let's do Thanatos, because you haven't gone yet.
Yay, I get to do something. So what the hell am I supposed to do?
Their arm score is 200 currently.
Well, yeah, so I'm not gonna go with it with my scythe. Well, I guess. Well, they don't have any reaction to fire. So.
The magic armor is also doubled, still pretty high, but it is less than physical.
Their magic armor is not doubled.
It is.
Just their physical. Right, DM?
Armor and magic armor
What?
scores are doubled according to Petrify. So
You
yes,
just said earlier that the
I
magic
did.
armor was the same.
No, I didn't. It's just much lower than its regular armor, so even doubled, it's still not as buffy.
Well,
Did
I'm
did
gonna
we
just do
get
it
their did we get their magic armor score from Scan?
Scan
But what
doesn't
about
tell.
when they-
Scan doesn't tell you their armor or magic armor scores. No.
okay. Well, judging from the holy spell, how much we should ascertain.
Holy would have been plus 50%.
Yeah,
I'll
so
just
still
go ahead and
taking
tell
off a bit
you
from-
at base their magic armor is 40 at base.
So it's 80.
So it's 80 right now.
Yes.
You do higher than 80, go for it.
Trying to do calculations.
Alistair, real quick, I need you to confirm for me who you're covering, because we currently have the cover symbol on Rocket and Knee. I need you to tell me which one you're working on, because you can only do
Since
one.
I'm closer to Rocket, it would make sense to
All
be
right.
covering Rocket.
All right, so you're covering Rocket.
Since he's going in for
Gotcha.
melees.
All right.
The real question is, what am I supposed to do when it's my turn? Not
See
much I
that?
can do.
It's not done
Except
yet.
maybe.
It's soup. It's good. I've had it before, but it's not done yet.
Okay.
Okay.
It's been a long time since I had it, so I'm looking forward to it.
Nice.
Maybe
Well,
nice
it's not.
defensive stance.
Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot I can do. I can hit it with a fireball, but it's probably only going to do like 20-something damage.
I mean, the way I see it,
Be
well, how
damaged
about
with it.
this? We take like a defensive stance since we can't do much damage to them. As soon as the buggers get free, you melees rush in there, do as much damage as you can, and then I could use Diraga to basically do some damage and petrify him
Yeah.
again.
Not bad. Anyone who does holy damage, do that. Thanatos, I think you should at least do it, because 20 damage is
But
20
I'm a
damage.
melee who does holy damage.
So exactly.
why-
So
That's... Well, you can choose whether to not to do that, though, can't you? Not that it'll matter, because
You-
200.
you-
I
Yeah,
prefer
as I
to
re-
do holy damage.
yeah. So
Then
the way it
maybe-
could work, Thanatos could hit first, then comes in Rocket with that holy damage with a kick,
Well,
and then it gets petrified
the
and
thing
also
is-
takes more damage.
with 200 armor it currently has, even with holy, it will do... Will it actually do anything?
It'll take effect before it gets petrified.
Well, no, while it's petrified, Rocket's
I mean,
not
look what
gonna...
my spell did, and that's whole holy.
We're talking about this turn while it's still petrified.
Well,
Well-
not this turn. I'm talking about next turn.
Yes. Okay, next question. How long is it going to be petrified?
You have no idea.
So it decides not to
You
be.
don't know.
Why didn't I see that coming? Okay,
Alistair, Rocket, you guard this turn, because your damage will just cause it to stay petrified.
Of course. And the same goes for the rest. Just, wait. And then
Yeah.
Thanatos, then Rocket, then that won't be petrified. We hit
If
the
that
other
does
one,
do your
and I
thing-
petrify it.
Mika will probably also end up guarding, so just you finish the turn.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like this enemy. It's actually making
Yeah,
you
it's
guys
just
think
all
about how to
about
use your
timing.
turns.
Yes, because the stupid petrifying thing is annoying. Is there no downside to it other than it just can't move?
I
As long as-
mean, think about it. They can't attack, so that's an upside.
Just,
Well,
just roll
well,
for
yeah, then we're
attack.
just gonna be
We're just
literally
trolling them.
Just do your
Just roll
things,
for
guys.
attack. Let's not talk about it. Let's do it. We'll be here a while.
Do the thing.
All right,
There we go.
what spell is that?
Fine. That's 17 damage, but it works.
Fire. It's fire. It's gonna do like 17 damage.
17 damage.
I would have reserved it, but okay.
Well, I can't
17
really do
damage.
anything else. So there.
All right.
It's
Except
not that
guard.
expensive. It's
All
fine.
right, well, that comes out to a total of 17 damage. You're right. Were you doing that to just one or both?
Well, fire is a single, so 1.
Ah, okay.
Did the basic fire.
All right, you chuck a little fireball at it. It like puts in a few cracks in it, but doesn't otherwise hurt it all that much. Alistair is guarding for sure, as he so said. Rocket, what are you doing?
Guard.
Okay. Rocket is also going to guard. And so is Mika. Just going to assume a defensive stance and see what happens. And with that, everyone's
And
turns
now
come to
we
ends.
wait.
And it comes to the enemy's turn.
Mhm.
And after a moment,
As Homer once said, now we play the waiting game.
the petrification effect suddenly breaks, and the gargoyle immediately lunges for Neothil.
Bring it,
We got a
bitch.
live one.
So, from that, you can deduce that their petrification effect ends at the start of their turn.
Alright, so yeah, holy damage be lost.
So yeah, its wings start flapping, and it gains the benefits of flight.
Oh, you poor little bastard.
And being quite annoyed with the fact that Neothil's attacks seem to be capable of bypassing its armor, it is going to expend 120 MP to cast Stone Breath.
Oh, I can petrify people. Oh,
Yeah.
fine.
All right.
Get
So,
stoned, me.
first,
Need to...
what is your
Shut
magic
up,
armor?
Thanatos, I need to resist this.
What is your magic armor, Neothil?
Magic armor's 35. 35, as always.
So that comes out to a total of 106 points of Earth Elemental damage, and I need you to make an
Just-
opposed finesse check.
Oh, good, finesse. This is what I like to see.
Need to beat a
1
10.
and a 6. Well, I succeeded because I got a 1 and a 6, and my finesse is 6, so I
Nice.
got 13.
So, as the gargoyle comes lunging at you, and breathes out this wave of sort of faintly sparkling gray mist over you that you can feel sort of biting into your skin and sort of peeling it open and trying to get in. But you're able, and like you hear the sound of stone scraping around inside your head for a second before you shake your head and you force it out. So you took
Please
damage
don't
from.
give Thanatos ammunition. I take severe offense to that.
So you managed to not be petrified. And the other gargoyle is also going to break out of its stone imprisonment and is going to roll 1d3 to decide a target. 3. It's going after Thanatos. Comes sailing over. And it is going to
Alright.
attempt
Coming
to
to me
slap
blue.
you with its claws.
You have protect. You're
Oh,
fine.
the slapper.
That is an 11 to hit.
Do you even need this?
Well, what's your armor score then?
50.
50. Then we'll have this next number. So Thanatos takes 63 damage as the gargoyle comes sailing across and slams its claws into your chest, and it carries an impressive amount of force. And you know for a fact that would have hurt a lot if it weren't for the protect spell, but as it is, it just hurts a bit. So you slide back a bit.
Slightly annoying.
So I'm gonna subtract that
so-
63. So you-
I already did.
oh, my bad.
Non-holy people first, then. Remind me, melee on flying, is that -4?
For close range attacks, yes, on your accuracy. And with that, it is back to the party.
I'm going to attempt to stab it.
All right, roll it.
We go again.
6 and a 2, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
My
12.
That just hits.
I thought it would be 13. I'm glad it's not. Okay. So 6, 7, 8, 9. 135 damage. That is lightning, so it's half, but again, it goes right through.
So 66. So after this creature breathes stone on you, you look up at it flying, flapping its wings, and like, that's my shtick. You jump up, you grab onto its wrist as it's sort of trying to pull back, and pull yourself up to plunge your dagger up into its belly. It lets out this loud, sort of kicks you off, and you land back on the ground below with a little.
I'm gonna roll towards Mika,
All right.
and I'm going to attempt to shoot it. With
All right.
my second wind arrow.
Go for it.
I...
This will not suffer a penalty.
Because
range.
ass knee.
That's 13 to hit, so that will hit.
Yep, that hits.
4 and a 1. That's 8. Okay, damage. Another 4 and a 1. Incredible. Okay. 131 damage. This is wind.
Question.
Yes.
When scan went off, does it show like if it's immune to like poison or whatever?
It's not immune to poison.
All right, and that will be times 1.5. So from that crossbow bolt, a
Yeah,
total
it's
of
immune to
46.
Petrify and charm.
All right, so
Right.
you managed to sort of double down on the wound you put in its belly with a well-placed crossbow bolt. It's very displeased. It's
So-
sort of very not happy, but it's up.
We beat the shit out of the vulnerable one. Maybe we can kill it quick.
All right. So that was Neothil's go. Leaves Alistair, Rocket, and Thanatos before Mika.
I am last. So let's see. Thanatos, could you kill that one next to you?
Give me a mo. I'm looking at something.
Okie dokie.
I am.
I mean, your only real option magic-wise is fire right now, isn't it?
Perhaps not. One mo. Damn.
I mean,
Was hoping that was an instant action, but
What?
oh well. I was hoping I could do a neat little trick and poison both of them, try to poison both of them at the same time.
Hmm.
But unfortunately, the ability I want to use is a standard action, not an instant.
Hmm.
Oh well. Oh well. Well then, I'm just gonna do something I haven't done in quite some time.
Okay.
No.
trying to think.
Let us do sip poison.
Okay. How exactly are you going about that? Just casting
Well,
the
if
poison
I get-
spell?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't cost that much, and if they do inflict poison, they take 25% each turn, right?
Please no, I'm going for it.
Is that for both, or is that only for one target?
Well, again, if I could use my ability Black Sky as a instant, I could have both of them poisoned, possibly. But Black
Which,
Sky
thinking
is a
about it-
standard action, not an instant.
Poisoning the weaker one would be a bit pointless because it could go down by Rocket's kick if it's still up.
I don't know. So either way, I'm just gonna poison the other one.
All right.
So
the one with
that's-
more hit points?
Yep. So that's 6 MP.
Good idea.
And honestly, it does do shadow damage, but I know they're immune to it, so it doesn't really matter.
So
So
in that
let's
case,
just-
it's
let's just
just
roll
the
for the
so it's just the
poison.
opposed finesse to see if it resists.
Pretty sure it's force.
It's magic based, so it would be finesse.
Okay, fine.
So it rolled pretty well. Let's see how you do.
What is my
Come on,
finesse?
man.
'Cause
You
I
can
don't
do
use
this.
it. Oh, it's 6.
Nice.
How the hell is it 6?
I don't know, probably because of a high MP with mind or whatever.
Probably.
Congrats.
Please, dice.
Nice.
Hey!
Damn. Okay. So
Isn't
after the thing, sort of smacked you, you sort of give it this glare, and like you green and purple energy swirl around your hands for a second with the sickening. And then you just bring your fist back across its jaw with this loud. It staggers off to one side, and and you see that the poison that had been surrounding your hand is starting to seep into its flesh and its body, and it's starting to dissolve. And it's in a lot of pain. So it's going to start taking 20% of its max HP as damage each of its turns. All right, so that was Thanatos.
I poisoned the bitch.
That you did.
Okay, Rocket. You want to play 4 with a golem?
Do what with the what?
Want to play 4 with this hideous monster?
Do you mean play golf?
Play 4?
I think he means
Yeah.
play golf and call
You don't
for.
play for, you shout for.
Yeah.
That was almost a good one-liner.
Unless you're attacking more than one, then it's connect 4.
Mm.
I don't get it, but okay. 14.
Is
That.
that enough?
Yes, Thanatos, we get it. You're 4.
Which one are you attacking? Are you attacking the one that Neothil shot, the hurt one?
The closest one to me.
Okay.
So,
in
yeah,
that,
the hurt
in
one,
that
yeah.
in that case, a 14, considering the fact it is currently flying and you are not, will not hit.
Nope.
So
Okay.
Oh.
unless you add an
Then I
extra,
don't need to worry about the second roll.
yeah, unless you add an extra D6 for like your accuracy, but you don't have to do that.
Yeah, let's not use Destiny for
Let's
something
not
like
waste
that.
destiny.
Yeah. So
yeah,
you
it's
so
not
you
worth it on these
so-
looks.
So you jump up to sort of go to deliver a powerful kick to the side of its body as it's sort of hovering there, cradling its belly, but it sees you coming, and with a little flap of its wings, it sort of swerves around you, and you sort of land where it was before turning back to it.
Mika, before we get in with Alice
Okay.
Holy, do you want to do some ice on these two? Or something else? Magic-wise.
Mika will only focus on one with her Blizzara on the grounds that it will not do very much damage otherwise, so that'll be a 20 MP, and she will focus on the one that is flying. So that will be her mind times
Freeze her
5.
down.
So that'll be...
Let's see you dodge this, you bastard.
So 95 minus 40 comes out to a total of 55 damage to the flying one. As she opens up her book, lifts it up, and this lance of ice shoots out, rings through the air, and crashes against the gargoyle's side in the shower of diamond dust particles tinkling in the air. The gargoyle
Alice,
kinda
finish it.
spins
Yep.
it.
I've already done the MP, so now just do the wall.
Go for it.
And with that, I roll the dice. And screw it, I'm doing physical dice because my fucking laptop is slow today. So that's 135.
135 to both.
That's
Yeah,
holy. Diago Holy.
All right.
unleashed the holy.
So, that comes out to 142 total damage then. So, you lift up your staff and another wave of light radiates out. It's almost kind of like the Patronus spell Harry uses in the Harry Potter movies. And it washes over the two gargoyles, and the one that's flying lets out this last little before disintegrating into dust and vanishing into the ether. The other one, the other one is still standing when the light passes over it before glaring up at Thanatos and petrifying under the light.
And now I'm gonna move over here.
Why is it glaring at me? I didn't shine the light.
Because you're in front of it.
You.
Alright, so.
Embrace the
I am
light,
here.
creatures.
Alright.
I am by rocket.
And I believe that is everyone.
Correct.
Which brings us back to the gargoyle. The petrification fades off of it, and it quickly turns and lunges for Alistair, identifying him as the biggest threat. And
Oh, they're ugly.
The poison damage, if you please.
that happens at the end of its turn.
Damn.
So it is
Oh, what's
going.
wrong? Don't like to be a lawn ornament. Too bad.
So it is going to expend 120 MP to try and cast Stone Breath on Alistair.
Oh no.
So what is your magic armor?
Well, I'm not taking back what I said.
What is your magic armor?
Oh, my magic armor. Just double check. Doo-doo-doo. It is 95.
Jesus. So that's 43 damage to Alistair, and I need you to make an opposed finesse check to avoid being petrified.
It tickled him like being
Okey-dokey.
sprinkled with sand. Too bad the sand is turning him stuck.
So it rolled an 11
Beat
on
an
its
11.
finesse.
Good. Not bad.
Oof.
60.
Beat an 11, Alistair.
Okie dokie. Come on, dice. Yeah. Don't fail me now.
I can hear the rattle.
You guys are using more and more physical dice. It's fun. It's going to render the dice tracker in the video obsolete by campaign 2. Gonna have to completely redesign the screen layout. What did you get?
Okay. Dead on 11.
Okay.
Do I have to roll again?
No,
Yes.
no,
11.
you do.
Right, so
Uh,
you gotta roll again.
Fuck.
It's an opposed roll, so don't they need to roll again? So usually how it works.
Sure, yeah, let's
I
do
mean,
it
we've
then.
been doing that a lot.
As
Come
much as I like
on.
to say he succeeded because he hit the DC,
Oh,
that's
no.
D&D, not,
Now you have to beat a 13.
not D6.
Come on, second time the charm.
What is it?
All I-
17!
Okay, yeah, so you're not petrified.
Better.
You guys are giving my sister's dog Civil War flashbacks.
How old is that dog?
Oh my
Jeez.
God, I didn't mean to do
I think you
that,
mean
poor
Vietnam, but all right. Either way. So,
That poor dog.
so it breathes
It
this
is.
gray mist
Because
over
I
you.
rolled 11.
Yeah,
Plus
so-
my 6, that's 17.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I need to turn down your volume, or my dog, or my sister's dog's gonna freak out more.
All right, so it lunges forward and breathes this gray mist over you, and it hurts, but it doesn't petrify you. It lets out this little
barely.
growl. It's going to take to the air on its wings and enter flight, and it's going to use what remains of its movement to move, I'd say, about here. And now it will suffer the poison damage.
Can make it, haha.
So that will be a total of 132 damage it takes from poison. So as it's going, you can see the poison Thanatos planted on its jaws, spreading down its neck and into its deltoid, and it's just as it's bubbling away and sizzling and popping like acid.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I do that?
I think you did.
All right, it is back to
Okay,
the party.
who wants to get a good smack?
I'm gonna
Smack
Naruto
away.
run in here.
Okay.
I have to stab it.
Okay, so Naruto runs and makes a
Naruto run, and I'm gonna aim for its
A case
bloody
of the
throat. Just
Naruto
to
ones.
stick a dagger right. in its
Okay,
throat.
remember it is flying right now, so your dagger is going to suffer that -4 penalty to hit.
Is there a way to shoot it down?
No.
5.
Well,
okay.
that's unfortunate.
I mean, if you make a critical hit, I might allow for you could potentially use a force
Yeah,
check.
I did
instead.
it. I got a 9.
A
I
9?
missed.
9. Okay,
9.
so you come charging in and you jump up and you try to repeat what you did with the previous one, but it seems this gargoyle had been watching from its imprisonment and pulls its arms back as you reach out to grab and haul yourself up, so you just kind of land under it.
God damn it, it works in
Okay.
the animes. Alright, I would shoot it, but I'm gonna do fuck all damage this turn, so you guys go ahead.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing. Okay. Change of plans, everyone. Shoot it. And then I would use the arc at the end.
I'll be back in a minute and go.
I mean, I will say I will say that if you wanted to use something that if you wanted to make an opposed force check in place of an attack action, you could try to wrestle it back down to the ground and get rid of flight. If you wanted to, it would cost you your full attack action for a round, but it's an option you have
For me?
for anyone who wants to
he's
try
already
and pull
gone.
this thing back down to the ground. If you want to get rid of flight, someone will
Mhm.
have to expend.
And it's
their-
force, you say.
Yes.
Who's
No,
got the
you're
highest
not.
force?
I say you're not doing it.
I said who's got the highest force?
Probably me, but I'm not doing it.
Ah,
It's already.
well, what is
it's,
it? Well, what's the number?
It's halfway dead. It's gonna take 25% next turn, so just
20%.
whack it enough, and then by the time thought it was 25.
It's 20. It's 1/5.
Pretty sure it's 25.
I'm looking at the book right now. Poison, 20%.
Fine.
When poisoned, you lose 20% of your max HP at the end of each of your turns. This can reduce your HP to 0.
So, yes. Again, we get it down to 20%, at least 20%. Poison will kill it at the end of its next turn.
And 20% would be
Yeah,
132. So,
Exactly. So, let us just hit it as much as we can, and then next turn, after it
So
probably
go ahead,
tries
guys. Hit it. I guess shoot it.
do whatever you're
Yeah.
gonna do.
Well, it doesn't have the stupid high armor anymore, so I'm gonna fireball it again.
All right. Is Fira or Firaga?
Fira.
Fira.
It's a single.
97.
Takes less than P.
40, so that comes out to 57 damage total. You yeet another fireball at it, and it explodes across its back. That is not what I
And
wanted.
apparently I killed it.
That is not what I wanted. That's
What
what
do
I
you got?
wanted. All right, so
Okay.
you chuck that fireball, explodes against its side. It is not happy.
Another hit like that, it's doomed.
Yep. Let's have Mika hit it next, and then
Yeah.
Can
Rocket can hit it.
Wait, can poison kill? Doesn't that usually only get to 1 HP?
It can
No,
kill you. We
it
just
can
read it
reduce
off in
you
the
to
book.
0.
It can reduce you to 0.
Oh. I
Just need to get it down to 20%.
It's not like the poison from Minecraft. It gets you low and it takes another to kill you.
Alright, so Mika is going to cast Blizzara, dealing a total of 56 damage and costing her 20 MP.
And I take it Rocket doesn't want to get a whack at it unless she does want to.
Well, yeah, I imagine Rocket wants to take a whack at it.
I guess I could try.
And if you do succeed, it will be petrified again.
Got an avoidance of 12, so that's what you need to beat.
If it gets petrified, it will lose flight.
And
Minus
she just got it.
4?
Okay, so 16
Nice.
minus 4, 12. Yep, that just hits. Roll your damage. And I'm going to go ahead and apply the Ravager damage now.
And the holy.
Alright, let's see here.
It's a shame we can't shoot. I can't shoot, and basically she hits it at the same time.
Alright.
That
Well-
would definitely kill it.
Well, as it is, its armor score is still 100. So even after holy elemental calculations, it's mostly the Ravager that does damage here. So you sort of come running forward, and as you're running up to knee, she sort of like turns and like does like that military maneuver. I don't know where you call it, where like they cup their hands to throw someone up on a ledge. You kind of do that with Rocket, where you send her flying up with a quick
vaulting maneuver.
Thank you,
You vault someone.
the vaulting
That's a big
maneuver.
foot for her to be doing that.
Yeah,
but
so you kind of like do like a wide stance vaulting maneuver. You launch Rocket up, and she delivers another quick, powerful upward crescent kick into the bottom of this thing's chin. It hurts it like hell. It does this little backflip in the air and becomes petrified as it's going, losing the benefits of flight and crashing to the ground.
do you wish to expend the magic to kill it, Alistair, or do you want to just wait and see if the poison kills it?
That's a good
Well,
question. Can
you'll
it
have-
die if I do shoot it?
Well, it's got much more armor now, so you probably won't kill it. And looking at its health bar, it's below 25%. It'll die next round.
It's 20%, not 25%
Yeah.
for
Well,
poison.
still,
Point being, yeah, poison will probably kill it. If it doesn't, then
we'll finish it.
we'll finish it. I wouldn't waste the magic.
So, by smart terms, I shall instead drink a potion. An ether.
Okay, you're drinking an ether,
Very well
so
then.
that should bring you back up to full because goddamn.
Yes.
You're back to full MPs. You chug that ether, take it out of your inventory. I believe that's everyone.
Yep.
I leave Rock
Took a
right there
while.
after the pole vault, so. Alright, it is back to the enemy. The petrification effect wears off, and it scrambles back to its feet. The poison will take effect at the end of its turn, so for now, it's going to be very annoyed with Rocket for kicking it like that. And so it's going to come
That's
forward
gonna
and
take
try.
this.
I'm defending.
Yep, so it's going to come forward to try and smack Rocket, but of course, assuming it hits, Alistair will take the blow instead. But first, accuracy. What is Rocket's avoidance?
Not that.
Avoidance is 9.
9? So yeah, you're going to get bonked here. So what is your armor score, please? And this is the damage Alistair will take as he comes to your defense. Will people stop...
35.
Okay, and will people stop pinging me on fucking Facebook Messenger?
No.
Alright, give me a second to turn off notifications on Messenger so that people will stop annoying me with their pointless bullshit. I really shouldn't call it that. It's my mom and dad talking about his surgery anyway. So that comes out to a total of 143 points of damage to Alistair.
Wait, is that a Stantler?
What?
What level is it? Never mind.
Alright, so
Pokemon Go.
Alistair,
Oh,
seeing this
obvious.
this gargoyle charging forward to attack Rocket, you quickly move forward and sort of bodily move Rocket aside, and you take the strike in her stead as the claws rake down across your front. It hurts like crazy, but you manage to stay strong and keep standing. And after that, the poison continues to do its work on this thing, coming out to
If that doesn't
132
kill it, I'm gonna
damage.
hit with just normal.
So the
Oh,
poison,
damn it.
so the poison is continuing to spread over its body, and that one arm that it's sort of like was starting to spread to initially is starting to like the muscle tissue is starting to like stretch like gum as the muscles deteriorate. So its arm is just kind of dangling and flopping around as the poison is eating away at its flesh, and it is very not happy.
Is it in double digits?
Finish this foe.
It is absolutely in the
I'm
double
going to-
digits. It has 32 hit
Yes.
points
No one
left.
else, if no one else minds, I'm going to attempt to redeem myself after that last round.
Yes, you may stab it.
You want to stab it? Okay.
Still a shit roll. It's 4, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's just hits 12.
All right, and because you're using your dagger, yes.
Yep.
Basically ignores armor, so.
All right,
But
then
it's
in that
only
case, I
bother.
don't. Then in that case, I don't need you to roll damage because you do more than enough. Claim your victory.
Okay. I'm just gonna go. No, I said dagger to your throat, and I'm going to take my lightning dagger and stick it right up into his jaw, through the bottom, up the top, and into the brain.
All right.
There we go.
So,
And while he does that, I just drank a potion
so
for my health.
the blade pierces up through its lower jaw and up into the top of its mouth. There's a little spray of like old congealed blood. It lets out a few gurgles and thrashes a bit before falling limp, and you pull the blade out with that, and the body falls to one side, dead as a doornail.
Night, night.
Well, problem solved. Nothing to nom on our horsey friend when we try and take him out. Quick.
It's funny. Almost at the end of the campaign, and now I actually succeed in poisoning something.
Okay, so that is so for loot. For loot, the party gets 1 gold needle and 1 high ether.
Anyone have space for a gold needle in their inventories?
I do. I mean, I just used 4 potions, and I have, let's see. Well, 2 of the potions were from last time, but you know what I mean. So, I have in my inventory.
Or just, if
a room
you
of
have an open
4.
slot, that's all we need to know.
Well, not exactly an empty slot,
Then no, you
except
don't.
for underneath here. I guess I do.
If there isn't like an empty.
There's an empty space, yes.
You have an entire empty column in the middle, Alistair.
Yeah,
Then
that's what I said.
You literally have
Alright, that's
1, 2,
six.
3. You literally have 5 more inventory slots you can use.
Wait, those? Oh,
Yeah, the middle column. You've only been using the columns on the left and right. Move those X potions to one of the middle columns, you daft bastard.
we could have been carrying so many more potions.
Of course I have, you daft bastard! The primordial inhibitor!
Take your damn golden needle before I stab you in the butt with it.
I didn't know. I just thought it's the thing to put the gap in the middle.
No! No!
He's learning this at the end game.
He's learning this.
Yes, I-
Hold on. Which session number is this? 90 something. Let me check. Hold on. One fucking second.
It's been 3
One
years, and
fucking.
he's figured out that there's another column.
This is session 98, you guys.
All this time there was another column. Fuck.
Well, then, on that note, I'm taking a normal potion. To give myself back to full.
God, that is
Oh,
just.
fuck, it's me.
That is just sad, man. That is just fucking
Alright,
depressing.
down to 8 potions.
Tears of fucking laughter and shame.
As you should. Anyway, on that note, Thanatos, do you have anything to light up this space? Bit dark still.
Okay, I will go ahead and say that the protect benefits wear off at about this point.
Oh.
So
So what was I given? Golden needles?
a single golden
Hey,
needle. Yes.
golden needle.
Stick it in your inventory.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, Alistair, do you have anything substantial to light up this space, or is it just that wispy thing?
The wispy thing.
Yeah, conjure wisps, I believe is what Tom is referring to.
Yes.
I won't.
I will also say, as a
too much in this
reminder,
big space.
due to like the intuitive magic system, you could feasibly use other spells to create a source of light, such as a fire spell, or Dia could create a proper, like, persistent white light.
Well, that answers my question.
So,
Okay.
up to you.
And I'd rather not have the others waste MP. Like, Wisp only takes 1.
I mean, Dia's not that much. The normal one.
Really,
Wisdom
Again,
doesn't get that much
You
longer.
guys need the magic more than I do. So I will expend 1 to make a Wisp.
all right.
I've not done this in a while.
You have not, because wisps kind of became obsolete after a while. So I will go ahead and create a pale yellow circle that will tell us all how much is illuminated by that. So, all right, there
Alright, so
you
we
go.
get the.
I kind of wish I could
So
draw
what's with the
circles with the
tree?
reveal areas thing, but oh well.
So what's with the tree?
It just looks to be a growth of amber shaped vaguely like a tree.
Why a tree?
Because maybe they're artistic.
God damn it. Hold on a second. I'm getting a call on Messenger. I need to take this. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, it's perfect. Okay. Well,
Let's get anything done today.
while he's doing that, let's talk shop. So it looks like, from what little I can see, you should probably explore the rest of the room just to make sure. But it looks like there's potentially 3 routes out. Big one up ahead, one to the right, one to the left. And it's a big cavern looking at the size of the map. So if you can... So Thanatos, if you can illuminate the rest of this room just so we can see everything going on here. Some of us with good stealth scores do our usual scouting ahead and see if we can ascertain which route is the right one.
Neat.
Yes. When we do, you come in and do Let There Be Light.
Yes.
Okay, so, bit of an update. I am going to be AFK for a little bit because my parents are about to roll back in and they need my help. And this is doubly so because my dad is still recovering from surgery. So I'm going to be gone for a little bit. So you do you while that's going on. Really sorry. I don't want this
No
interruption to
problem.
happen, but it's got to happen. So I'll be back in
It's
a little
fine.
bit.
It's understandable, mate. It's fine. No worries.
Go ahead and chat amongst yourselves and I will be back.
See you soon.
Ah, dear.
Well, this is awkward.
Time is frozen. We're all petrified now.
Our god has abandoned us.
There's no God here. Ah,
Either that or we're locked in the time zone.
do the time warp again.
No.
Oh crap, it's time lock all over again. But instead of the Daleks and Time Lords, it's a session.
So can we just pull a Dalek Karn and just bust through the timeline?
Ah yes, Dalek Khan, the one Dalek that accomplished the impossible. And went insane. Batshit insane. Which, to be honest, if it stopped right there, I wouldn't mind. As much as I like the Daleks, I would have preferred that to be a good final send off for the Daleks. Like, it would have been the one time Davros returned. But
Well, of course we had to add Dalek's return with Matt.
Yep, because they're contracted, and it's through the contract is why the writing for them is bad. Which is
Well,
a
just-
shame. They do have a few good moments and good lines, but they get defeated in the most humiliating way.
And honestly, I thought it was funny watching the British be so enthusiastic of having Daleks in World War II.
If there's one bright side that came out of the other Dalek episodes, a certain YouTuber that likes to parry them. That is good.
I got to watch the Doctor hit a Dalek in the head with a wrench. It was fun.
We swapped out the pew pew for wappa tap tap. uh. Yeah.
And Davros actually opened his eyes with with 12,
Yes.
which was creepy.
The realization that he actually had eyes, I thought they were empty sockets.
Oh no, he always had eyes, but during the war between his people and the Avellans, it basically went shit south for him. He got caught in a nasty explosion, which should have killed him, but he refused to die, so he just hold on to that life as much as he can.
I mean, I know
And turned him into that.
I know Davros's whole thing, but until then, episode showed that he actually had eyes. But it looked like he had empty sockets and that Dalek eye to see.
Yeah,
Like that
but
eyes just closed all the time.
he was before Genesis of the Daleks. He looked like everyone else until that happened. Oh well.
You know, until the Capaldi episode, you never saw a Davros who wasn't in the chair.
But that was in, I know he came back from that, but to me, Genesis serves a very important, origin for the
Genesis-
Daleks. It was one of my
Genesis-
favorite Dalek episodes as well.
Yeah, just the Daleks.
In classic Who.
It's Davros's first episode.
Indeed.
So literally, the Doctor's had at least 2 times in history where he could have just outright made the Daleks not exist.
Yeah,
Yes,
but doing
and
so
Genesis of the
would have
Daleks was
been-
actually a really good one of that. He could have stopped them being created, but he
But
asked
like
the
he
question,
pointed
does
out-
he have the right to do so?
Also,
Yes.
at the same time, he pointed out if he did that, then who would the first Doctor meet on their first travel on the TARDIS after the Caveman episode, the second ever serial, where he lands on Skara and meets the Daleks for the first time?
Or what
Oh,
if he
and
killed-
plus, the reason
what if
why
he-
it's canon because they played an actual clip in the episode where Davros would open his eyes.
So, like,
That's
again,
actually from Genesis of the Daleks. So
Again, also-
yeah,
Let me
again,
talk.
also, Capaldi could have killed young Davros.
he could have.
Yeah, well, obviously, again, same problem. If he, I mean, he left him behind briefly before he came back at a later date with time travel. Not in Mercy. But the same problem, if he killed him there, then the amount of paradoxes that would happen would unravel history entirely. Time War, for example. Like, if you fuck with the third Great Time War, then things go boom.
Pretty much. Although, I guess the other Time Lords were careless not to think of that because, that one Time Lord sent the Doctor back originally to stop the development of the Daleks. Which, of course, didn't go according to plan because he couldn't bring himself to do it. And the Daleks remained.
I'm back.
Despite they hinted that they could have changed for the good,
Yeah.
but they didn't.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
Alright.
Welcome back.
I was
Dalek
just talking about
talk.
Doctor Who.
Mhm.
General idea. We're going to continue stoving ahead, figure out which path we want to go on, and Thanatos will follow us. But first, Thanatos is going to light up the rest of this room and see what we've got to play with.
All right. Easy enough. You kind of find one of the walls and start walking around the circumference of the room, and you find that along its northernmost sort of wall, there are 4 separate pathways you could feasibly take that head deeper in.
Yeah. Alright, I'm going to roll for stealth.
Go for it.
Well, gang, it looks like we're gonna have to split up.
No.
17.
17 for stealth. All right.
Split up and look for clues.
I'm going to scout ahead some of these paths and see if I can figure out if any of these are viable.
I just
Alright.
realized something. I think we could do this.
What?
If basically we split it into 2
Hello.
groups that can basically, the ones who can do the light. thing.
Last time we split the party, we ran away from a morbol. That's not.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go up this one.
All right, so Nee starts to make her way down that corridor, the second one from the right. And it's worth noting, all of these corridors, from what little of them you've seen, go at a slight downward slope. They're heading down and deeper. Following the path, the one Nee is going down curves off to the left a little ways, heading further down, steadily and steeper. Until eventually, as you get to about there, until you, after you travel for ways, you start to notice the glow of more amber up ahead, illuminating the chamber beyond.
Looks like that's gonna lead to the same one from here. I have to guess. Can standing just peering around the edge, can I see anything in that room? Any more beasties?
No. You don't see any beasties, but you do see a very obvious mound of old bones, a long decayed skeleton just loitering right there in the middle of the room.
Okay, I'm just gonna go slightly up this wall, keeping very low into the
All
dark.
right, following that wall, it only takes you a moment to find that it is actually leading into another passage, heading off to the left from entering this larger chamber. More narrow and confined. You'd have to walk single file to go down that one.
Alright, I'm gonna carefully follow the wall, keeping an ear out for anything that might have made those bones. Trying to
Okay.
see if this is a way around that other passageway.
Okay, if you're listening carefully, go ahead and make for me an awareness check.
Right. That's a shit roll. So 1, 2, 3, 10.
Okay. You're not hearing anything at the moment. And as you're following the wall, you find it eventually comes to a dead end. You're sort of there.
Alright, so
Real quickly, what is everyone
Right
else
back.
doing? Well, hold on. Leave your token there for a second. I want to check what everyone else is doing.
Well, I was going to look down this hallway, just peek around the corner and see if I see anything.
Okay. The passage you follow, Alistair sort of wisely splitting the party for a second. Curves off also to the left for a ways, before just opening up into what appears to be a dead-end little chamber.
Okay.
Now,
I'm heading back. What's
now-
the others doing?
yeah, Thanatos and Rocket, what are you guys doing? Nee took off down one hall, Alistair took off down the other. What you doing? Do either of you want to stick with someone or what?
There seems to be 2 more hallways. Do you want to split between them, or do you just want to...
It's up to you guys.
I don't know.
Well, Tom pointed out that he was against splitting the party, so just to have that there. But Alistair Thanatos is going his own
Just to
way.
take a peek down the... Just to take a peek down each of the hallways
All right.
to see if they're even worth traversing.
Miko's just standing there, it's just like, why is everyone going other ways?
You know what? Mika's
Man,
just
we
gonna,
don't listen to
Mika's
anyone.
gonna stick with her girl. like everyone's just idiotically splitting up. And she's like, I'm gonna stick with my fiance. So
We're
Mika,
not splitting up. We're just taking a peek down the hallways to see which ones are worth traversing.
Same. But apparently you just think I went ahead and reached a
He
dead
was
end.
on her way
I
back.
just
with
wanted to
Miko
peek.
now.
I wasn't going to go all the way.
Yeah, I'm not going all the way, just taking a peek.
yeah, well, but taking a
Alright,
peek.
DM, what do we see?
All right, so Thanatos taking a peek down yours. It goes for a ways before the light just kind of flickers out in the darkness. You can't see to the end. Just looks to be a long corridor heading somewhere. Same with Rocket. You have even less visibility.
I will.
I go further. What do I say?
You know, you're not stealthed.
Point. There's literally nothing here.
Yeah, you say that until you run into an amber mob hole, and we're repeating history.
Yeah, it looks like the tunnel goes a ways.
Fine. If it will ease the elf, I will stealth.
This is very stressful.
Okay, a 14
Better.
of stealth from Thanatos. Okay, real quickly, I'm just gonna take a screenshot here, just because this is gonna
Why?
make great meme material later.
Of course.
You're right next to something really horrible.
It's just you guys are committing the cardinal sin of D&D.
When the leader says, do not split up,
And
what
then
do they do? They
are
split up.
not officially splitting up. We are just taking a peek.
Well,
Yeah.
either way,
I wanted to take a peek, but apparently, according to the Sajamas, I
Okay.
went the whole mile.
Okay. What is down this hallway that's apparently memeable?
well, I mean, just as you're peering down it, it just seems to keep going. The meme is that you guys are all over the map. Is the point?
We'll also point out, Alice, you have your night light on still.
Yeah. You're the least suspect. You're walking the brown mile, my friend.
The brown mile.
So what is the
Okay.
plan here exactly?
Well, that kind of fell apart 5 minutes ago. I
Yeah,
think.
it
The
did.
plan was to find a way, but according to Mr. DM and loves to just keep us all in the dark, we don't know where to go.
Literally in the dark, we're in a cave.
Okay, you know what? Fine.
Knees on her way back.
Alright, well, okay, so
Okay,
as
you
it
know
is,
what? Fine.
so
I-
okay, well, as it is, are you guys planning on like heading to catch up with me after poking your head down those different corridors?
Sure, let's go with it.
All right, then in that case, I'm going to put you guys here, here, and here, because something is happening with Nee and Mika.
Why?
Well, as Nee and
She
Mika
wasn't
sort of
stealth,
as
was she?
well, that wouldn't have necessarily mattered much, frankly. As you guys sort of as you and Mika sort of find that dead end, and you can kind of tell, like you glance back and you can see the flickering glow of Thanatos's wisp approaching from the cave entrance. As you're sort of turning around to go and link back up with the group, you pause because there is something suddenly looming directly over you. The mound of bones
Stealth of
has
17
moved.
didn't help.
The mound of bones has moved, and its eyes are aglow. It rolled higher
Stealth
than
of
your
17
awareness
didn't
for
help.
it rolled higher than your awareness, and it sensed your approach, so it gets an ambush round on you.
A
As-
God,
remnant?
it rolled higher than 17.
Yes. So the stealth elf has failed.
So,
17, that was a really good roll.
all right. So,
Yes, you're the one that shouldn't have split off.
so what's going to happen here is it is going to.
Hold on.
It is going to. You see the swell of black and sickly green stuff swelling up in its jaw as this sort of skeletal dragon rears up in front of you, and it's going to unleash this spew of horrific, noxious gas. So I need to make an accuracy check.
I was about to say, I don't have something that prevents ambushes, but no, that's Parva.
So that is a 12 to hit both me and Mika.
That's
Shit.
it.
Both?
Yep. So that hits both of you. So it doesn't do any damage, but I do need both of you to make an opposed force check.
Force. Brilliant. My shit stat.
You need to beat a 12.
Come on, dice. Oh no.
You did not
Oh,
beat a
no.
12, did
Mika
you?
got a
I
14.
got a natural 1.
Oh, you got a crit fail?
Critical failed.
Crit fail.
Okay. Considering how
fuck.
complications work then, give me a second, because that's going to have an additional thing happen to you here.
Nat 1.
We're level 13 right now, right?
Me. She's our leader.
All right, then in that case,
Oh, you're gonna need to hold an election soon, I think.
so because of you were like completely startled by this thing. You did not hear it moving at all, and the fumes sort of wash over you more directly. So you're going to take 1-time damage from the difficult terrain table. So that will be a total of 128 unmitigated damage that washes over you.
Ow. And I'm poisoned.
You are not poisoned.
I'm not
As the
poisoned.
effect washes over you, you feel like your bones and your muscles starting to stiffen up, and there's a sort of... What was that?
Yeah, I'll start.
Darkness.
Well, there's a sort of sickening, nauseating feeling all across your body as your skin just starts to dry up. You have been zombified.
Oh, so healing.
So no
mechanism,
healing
like-
for you.
Hold on, no, I'm good. I've been carrying something around for so long. I have holy water. I've been carrying that around for like half the campaign.
Well, either way, as matters stand, that concludes its ambush round, so it's back to the party. So, for Thanatos, Rocket, and Alistair, as you're kind of making your way up the corridor, you suddenly hear Mika and Neitha letting out these startled shouts, followed by a sound.
Okay.
So something not good's happening there, Chiefs.
Can I just take that holy water? And I just douse myself.
Yeah, that'll take up your standard action.
That's fine. I won't be a zombie.
Right, so you'll quickly, sort of like with like this rigor mortis like stiffness, reach into your pack, pull out the holy water, and quickly swig it. And as you do, fullness comes back to your body and your muscles as the sickening feeling leaves, and you are no longer zombified.
All right, I'll hold my movement for the moment.
All right.
So are we technically in combat? with
Yes, you
them,
guys
or do
are
we
in
have to
you guys
stand up?
are in combat. It's just you have to use
So
your
we have
movement
to
actions.
use
to
all
get-
of- Yep, so much.
Take a whole turn to get in there.
So I can get about right here.
Alright.
I still have line of sight on this thing, right?
At that point, yeah. And let's see here. And Rocket, you could get to about there unless you wanted to use your entire movement action, in which case you could probably get up to anywhere in like this little core here. But that would take up your entire turn to do. Okay, so
Okay.
you come charging in, and Alistair. You just charging in?
Alistair, get your butt up here. Is he still not in the call?
Darkness?
Wait, he's still not here. He is not here. He is gone.
Oh,
Oof.
I'm ringing him.
something gone wrong on his end, I feel.
Darkness?
He was saying he was having latency issues.
And the
No!
darkness, our old friend.
He's still in the roll 20. Oh!
Hey!
But
He's back.
to clarify on something. So, what I missed and how's the damage?
I got turned into a zombie. Then I doused myself in water. I've been carrying around for like half a year in universe.
It's gonna take your whole turn to get up there.
Zombie?
Yes.
Yeah,
I got
zombified.
better.
Yes, it's gonna take your
I
whole
go
turn to get
better.
up there. Now get your butt up here.
Alright.
Get
So,
your
yeah.
heavy metal ass up here.
I also rolled my first natural one with these dice.
Alright, so,
Hated forever.
alright, so Alice, so yeah, you can get up to about with Thanatos with your full movement with your full turn there, Alistair, spending all of your movement and your entire turn to get there. Get to about there. Alright, so that is that knee.
Is this a notorious enemy?
Help is on the way.
Or is this a boss?
Help is on the way.
You have no idea.
That.
And
It doesn't
Neothil
have
has
the boss icon, Grim.
well, that just means it's big. And Neothil used her turn to do the holy water, so that just leaves Mika.
Excuse you. I still have a turn.
Oh yeah, that's
I only
right,
used
because
one.
you only used one. Okay, yeah, so you still have a thing. So you do you first, and then I'll do Mika.
Okay. Well, this thing appears to be bony and undead. Let's see how it likes fire.
Interesting choice of words.
Very confirmed you get those.
98.
This is not the day we be boned.
So let me do my numbers
How does
here.
it like fire?
All right, so it definitely seems to have a reaction to the flames as you chuck the fireball across the room at it, sort of exploding across its draconic back. But you also notice there's this sort of flicker along its bones in response to the blast of fire. You determine it has a very high magic armor, as that comes out to a total of 19 damage. But it does take extra
Opposite
damage
the
from
last one.
fire.
Physical. Hey, your sidekicks work.
All right, I'll go ahead and also just reveal stuff based on what you guys are generating.
Get there.
So, all right, so now it's over to Mika, who, after watching Neothil just watching Neothil get dunked on like that, is going to let out this little turn, expend 40 MP, and quickly cast Protect on Neothil. So Neothil is now protected from melee damage for 4 rounds. So let me just get that in there.
So knee, next round, fire arrows. It does take extra from fire.
Oh, I'd have to load them, and that would take a turn.
All right. Anyway, so
Probably gonna go to my dagger instead and shoot it.
it is now to the remnant.
Kill her. I think there as well because I'm using the wrong crossbow.
All right. So let's see here. It is going to. Let me. Well, seeing as Neothil managed to completely fuck over its strategy by resisting the effects of its zombification, it is instead
That
going to.
motion was so long. I'm so happy.
See, it is instead going to turn and see that the rest of the party has barged into the room. Going to let out this little as like its head starts to turn to the side and the orange glow in its eyes flares up brighter, and it's going to start welling up that zombie breath again as it moves to a central position in the room and unleashes the whole spew across the entire chamber, because that's technically an all enemies attack, but the rest of the party was too far away to be afflicted now. But now it
So
can
we
hit.
can literally just keep spamming that.
Pretty much. It doesn't do any damage, but it does attempt to inflict zombie. So that will be an 11 to hit.
Hits everyone, because, you know, yeah.
But I has good force, so what the fuck?
So
to
yep.
do this thing?
So
What's
everyone
its
then
range on zombie?
it's a group attack. It attacks the enemy group. It didn't have line of sight. Like, the rest of the party wasn't in the chamber yet, so I counted them as out of the battle radius.
It doesn't
so.
have line of sight on Alistair. I'll point out.
Okay, so yeah, Alistair will be fine from this then, but everyone else.
Yay! Oh wait, no,
Evening.
everyone else.
So you need to beat a 14.
That's
so
better.
Thanatos is good.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm a zombie again. Actually, I'm adding an extra d6 to that, so I've currently got an 11.
Okay.
Because I refuse to
Really?
be a zombie again.
You have holy water.
I had 1. I've used it. 4, so I'm now on a 15. I succeed.
Okay. Nia's not zombied.
Taking a destiny point.
Rocket, I also need an opposed force from you.
Okay.
And let's see, Mika's.
See here.
Mika got a 15, so she's good.
Rocket is a zombie.
Unless you add an extra d6 to that, because otherwise you're a zombie.
Let's...
It's easy enough to get rid of, so do we really need to?
With a remedy. But
I mean, it doesn't hurt. The only thing it does is stop you from being healed.
also movement.
So just do the remedy.
I mean, up to you. You would be inflicted with, you won't be able to be healed, and I think your movement will also be affected.
Okay.
Is movement affected?
Let me double check.
The effects.
Negative status
Pretty
effect.
sure it just stops you from being.
Zombie. Your body's infused with negative energy, partially transforming you into a creature of darkness. All curative spells, effects, and potions are reversed, dealing damage instead of healing it. Your speed is not affected.
Alright, so it'll just be healing for now.
So again, until that's actually a problem, I don't really think we should worry about it.
Zombie rocket. That's an interesting image.
All right, so as this remnant unleashes this next spew of miasma across the room, most everyone is sort of able to like shake it off a little bit, you know, sort of like cover your mouths and like cover up your wounds from earlier, and for the most part everyone kind of gets it, but Rocket is more surprised by it than anything. And so when the spew kind of comes over, she's like, huh? It's like she accidentally inhales some, and you see the familiar sensation of Rocket sort of shriveling up a little bit, and the sort of flame motif she's got going just suddenly just goes out.
Neat.
Because you are technically an undead at the moment, so
Fun.
the flames are part of you when you are alive, so... Alright, so, as it is, that is the remnant's turn. Back to the party.
I will also point out, since where Thanatos is, we can see slightly further into these corridors.
Can we worry about the thing here and not worry about what's down the hallways?
How will I know if there's more monsters that want to eat us? Fine, it takes till then. Anyway.
Okay, so this fucker's undead, so that would mean Holy's gonna do a ton of damage.
Well, I was gonna ask if Rocket could try a scan. Well, I'm worried this thing is a boss.
Probably it's a
I mean,
boss. Or
Bosses tend
notorious
to have
enemy at the very least.
Well,
at most
notorious
Where I
enemy,
see it, there's
it'll
another
work.
path this way. I say this is like a boss before the big boss. Or
I mean-
there's another one.
It's an
I mean, if it's a
encounter.
notorious enemy, it'll still work. But if it's a
Mhm.
boss or anything after that, then no, it won't work. So, Almighty DM, is it a boss or a notorious enemy?
I mean, if Rocket
Send it
uses
Rocket on the
scan,
scan,
she'll be
I'll
able to
get it.
find out. If it works, it's not a boss. If it doesn't
Yeah.
work, you can assume it's a
Yeah.
notorious or higher.
Yeah.
All right, you're using scan. Give me a
'cause I
moment.
don't think-
This is not a notorious enemy. It is normal difficulty. That said, it does have high stats because it is considered an undead dragon. So, its
It's
max.
a dragon.
So
Fun.
its max HP is 910. Its max MP is 180. It is immune to poison, stun, curse, fear, confusion, and charm. It's immune to darkness. It takes double damage from holy and 50% extra damage from fire.
On that note, I'ma stab it.
All right.
Fire abomination is upon us.
So, that's 8, so that's 16.
16. Let me double check its avoidance. Yep, 16 hits.
Though I'll be worried if it didn't. 7,
Are you right?
Yeah.
Okay.
133 points of lightning damage. Lightning doesn't do much, but it gets through his armor.
Yep, so it doesn't have a specific reaction to lightning. So how much was that again?
133.
133. Wow. Okay, so you come charging in with your dagger and you manage to like give it a nice clean slice across some of its front ribs. It kind of goes spinning off as the remnant kind of cracks and snaps and pops as it's sort of undulating around like this big angry centipede almost. Its ribs twitching like legs. Who did we lose? Tom?
I don't know.
You good?
I had you go chop, and then I heard nothing, so we connected.
You chopped its ribs and they're twitching like centipede legs.
All right, and then I'm gonna just follow up with a standard arrow.
All right. We'll go ahead and decrease the timer on protect there.
12.
12 to hit with a bow. That just hits.
Yeah. All right, 12. Gotcha.
Know what I'd be doing when it's my turn.
So 733 again, but this time it will just be with armor.
Comes out to a total of 78 damage. Its physical armor does not seem to be very high as compared to its magic armor. So,
Me tapped up.
all right. So that is Knee's move. All right, who next?
Hey, you said this thing was an undead dragon. This thing is technically still a fiend.
Comes the pain.
It is not a fiend, no. It is an undead dragon for its creature type. It's not a demon in the strictest sense, it's a reanimated dragon skeleton. Demonic magics are at play, but it's not itself considered a fiend.
Neat.
Shit.
Also, Alistair, you're gonna need to get into the room in order to blast it with your
Oh
lightning.
yes, I'm moving. I'm moving. And what the fuck is that?
This thing is reminding me of
Nice.
the undead dragon
Max
from
damage.
Dark Souls.
Which adding that to Medea, that would be 138.
All right, so you're using Diaga?
Yep, and I'm doing the done.
All right, so that was 138,
And
you
that's
said?
max damage, which comes to yes, 138.
All right.
Burn, motherfucker. You should be
So
burned
after
by
so
fire.
after all calculations, that comes out to 106 points of holy damage. Another wave of divine light washes over the remnant, and it rattles and lets out this loud as it turns to glare angrily at you. Okay, so that's Knee, that's Alistair. Oop, Thanatos is moving in. Melee attack.
What is my accuracy now? It is
13 hits.
13.
I wonder if Skull and Bones here knows any puns.
95.
Alright. Alright. Any element associated with that or just flat damage?
Nah, it's just flat damage.
Alright. It comes out to a total of 40 as you bring your scythe around and sort of bring it across another of its ribs, chopping it off. A remnant glares down at you, snapping and popping as it moves. Rockets, to you.
Alright. Get into melee range, I guess.
Alright.
Still do holy damage even though I'm undead.
Yeah, because that's tied to your weapon, not you. So I'll do the flat 30 from Ravager right now.
Just don't accidentally cut yourself.
14 to hit. That does indeed hit.
That is.
Okay.
Alright. Alright, so you come in and you deliver a quick little roundhouse kick to the side of its head. There's little, as like some cracks appear across its jaw, but it holds firm, shakes its head to throw you off, land away a little ways over here. And that means it is over to Mika. Now Mika is familiar with undead things. So she is going to expend 60 MP to cast Curaga on it.
Oh, so it basically already has the zombie thing?
Yeah.
Zombies die from healing.
So she does a flat 90 points of damage to it with that as healing light washes over it, and as it does, you see its necrotic form starting to like boil and start to like the bones themselves are getting like little bubbles as the light washes over it as it's just starting to like sizzle and pop like an angry pancake as it just rejects the healing magic and hurts itself in the so doing.
And magic armor doesn't work with it.
Nope. Because it's not doing damage,
I have an
technically.
idea next round.
Anyway, so
Go.
it is back to the Remnant. The Remnant is going to let out another, and sort of its head is going to like snap and crack and just disjointedly and rigidly turn to glare at Rocket. Its eyes are going to flare up brightly, and it's going to cast Life on Rocket.
Oh god.
So, on the grounds that life doesn't come, I think, with any stipulations about resistance. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure this just automatically takes effect.
Life is an undead dragon.
So there's some funky shit that happens with some creatures.
Wait, no. Rocket's covered. Bylsa.
Does that work for magic?
Don't.
Works for any sort of attack, and if this is technically as an attack.
Jesus, whatever would suffer damage. It just says suffer damage. It doesn't say anything about a melee attack.
Yeah, so
Suffer damage from this.
I mean, given the kind of weird complexities here, given the weird complexities here, Because, like, life doesn't technically do damage. It just removes the KO status condition and brings
I know,
whoever it
but-
affects back to 1. So it's not technically
But
doing
it's gonna
damage.
do damage. It's gonna hurt Rocket, and Alistair, who's covering
Doesn't
Rocket as a
li-
rule.
Doesn't life kill zombies?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
you
real-
are presently a zombie.
That
Alistair is
is
seeing.
KO.
So-
Alistair
Yeah.
is seeing the Amber Dragon turn towards Rocket and cast magic on her. What's Alistair, the Paladin, going to do?
So I'll tell you what. Given the funky circumstances here, Alistair, roll me 1d6. If you roll a 4, 5, or 6, you intercept the spell and Rocket is unaffected. On a 1, 2, or 3, Rocket will be hit with life. Given just the weird
Alistair.
effects here.
1d6. Here we go. Come on.
4, 5, and a 6.
6.
Okay, so irritatingly to me, because that's a.
Ah!
So you go as you see this
Thank you.
remnant sort of turning and it's starting to channel magic. You're like, no. You quickly run over and you shove Rocket to one side, and as you do, the magic strikes you instead, and you just feel this pleasant little tinkling sensation as it washes over you. Huh? But like Rocket, as you're being shoved aside and you just faintly catch the last remnants of it, like at the tips of your feathers, like the effect that would have had on you, you managed to avoid it, but you can still feel it as Alistair shoving you aside, like at the edges of your senses, as just your entire body twitches and convulses uncontrollably in response. You sort of stagger back instinctively. Your body is outright rejecting that magic energy to the point that you're confident if that had hit you, you would be down right now.
I am so glad you still had cover on that Rocket.
You're welcome.
I'm curious how an undead
Yeah,
creature can use
That
white
was not as
magic.
bad as I
but,
thought
eh.
it would be.
So, question: is it our turn now?
Yes.
It is.
I'm gonna get out a Phoenix down.
If you really
Yeah.
want to.
I have a spare, and I'm gonna use the Phoenix down on the Amber Remnant.
Okay.
That technically works.
Technically, I think we've had a circumstance like this before. And we did a ruling on it then, but I don't remember what it is. So,
In game, you can do it.
in a lot of FF games, yeah. I'm just hesitant to include it in that particular way myself because it feels kind
I-
of cheap, but
I think that the last time we did this, it was against a boss, and you said because you don't believe it is to killing a boss, it was just a massive amount of damage. But
Well,
saying the
now I've
boss,
just got a question.
But you said
That
this
is
is a
probably
normal
gonna
enemy,
know.
so
right,
Yeah.
fair. So
It's
yeah,
really
so you
victorious.
pull out the Phoenix down and you sort of like just jam it into the thing's like tail as it's swishing around, and the second you do, the Phoenix down sort of swirls and pops around, kind of like one of those spinny fireworks. And as it does, this red energy washes over the whole bone structure of the remnant, and like the whole thing just goes rigid. As like it starts to writhe and thrash in response to this before holding still and then just completely falling apart on the spot.
you couldn't do
Oh,
that from the
dead then.
start.
well, its attempt on Rocket reminded me.
Yeah, you might want to use one of those remedies.
So, I was
Yeah.
going to ask that question. So, heals would harm it because it's a zombie? Well, Lich
Yes.
Dragon, but
Yeah, and
Yep.
anything undead, magic arm doesn't even work. It just goes through.
Also,
Then if
me.
it's
shit,
a-
life would have killed it.
If it's a basic enemy, Phoenix Center or Life will instantly kill it. If it's Notorious or high, it will just do a fuck ton of damage based on the DM's ruling. So
Damn, I wasted a 80.
Also, knee. If you have any extra holy water, give it to the rocket.
I don't, but I do have one remedy myself. So rather than take it from our main
Actually, do
stores,
I?
I'm going to give that to Rocket. Remedy
Actually,
for
do
you.
I have any holy water? Actually, I have holy water.
Never mind. Use
Should
the
be
holy
carrying
water.
holy water.
Right. Mika is
Well, I'm a
going to
bloody
chug.
paladin.
Right. Mika's going to chug one of her 10 turbo ethers.
I'm going to take a potion to get back to full.
Alright, so I give Rocket the holy water, and she is no longer a zombie.
Yeah, Rocket is no longer like it'll wear off on its own, but you give Rocket so you don't have to. It's not like a permanent effect.
Okay.
It just lasts for 4 rounds. So you wait about
Okay,
like
well
so you
then,
wait
never
you
mind.
wait a little bit and the effect of zombification wears off. Same with the effects
My
of
protect
protect.
wears off.
That wears
Yeah.
off too.
Okay, so That's a nasty little thing. I saw it in the middle of just bones. I didn't think much of it. Didn't stir until. Well,
So what's with the D4s?
No, that was me rolling for loot. You don't get anything.
well, we
Okay.
have. Well, while you guys were presumably waiting back there, there's two routes here. There's a single file route to the left, and there's one straight ahead.
A big, gigantic bone dragon. You didn't hear the damn thing?
It wasn't alive until it was. The Amber reanimated it after a little while. I was in the room for a while before that happened. Amber, it's nasty. Thanatos, can you shine your light down the path straight ahead?
Mm-hmm.
All right, give me a second. Was taking a drink. All right, so moving up to the passage on the northern end of the chamber following that encounter, you shine your wisp forward, and you can see that the path branches off into two different directions, one going left and curving around, and the other going sort of to the right. You also see a glowing sort of spike of amber just coming out of the roof a little ways up and sort of looming over the passage, emitting its faint, ominous glow.
Can I examine it for anything nasty?
Make an awareness check.
Monsters wise. Nine. 16.
16? You're not seeing anything that stands out to you as a threat right now.
Two ways to go. What say you? Shine light down the right one, which seems to be the shorter, just a cursory examination. And I guess you'll agree with me, okay?
All right, so, Thanatos, you go and you shine your light down the passage off to the right, and it widens out, and you don't even need to go the rest of the way because there are two more gargantuan, sort of winding spires of amber providing light in that chamber. It's a small chamber, and it's a dead end. There is nothing there.
Alright,
Other way.
what about this one?
All right. So this passage is longer and more winding as you float your wisp down it. Kind of turns on itself a bunch. As you keep going,
Let's keep it like formation.
Oh, well, I guess I should roll stealth just in case. 13.
13 for
Let's all,
stealth.
let's all up and roll stealth. Let's stick together for a while because any more ambushes happen. Let's all roll stealth. 7.
All right. Mika got a 16. All right. Pretty good rolls all around.
16.
16 from Neothil. All right, as you're going, you can see more amber shards sort of jutting up from the roof, providing illumination. Eventually, as you're
Before we
going...
continue, do Alice and Rocket want to roll their stealths?
That depends, do they?
Adesaya.
You...
Do we what?
Do you want to roll
Stealth.
stealth checks, or are you just going along?
And it can't hurt. 18.
Jesus. 18. Okay, Rocket is ninja mode again.
There just leaves Darkness, who is muted. So either he has forgotten he is muted, or he is okay.
Darkness, our old friend.
That joke has been beat
You
to
have
death.
Self-muted again.
How many times
But
are we
yet
going to make
I
that
need to
fucking
speak
joke?
again.
Forever.
I'm here to speak again, and I've been watching the progress.
Roll thine stealth.
Okie dokie. And I almost fell for that. I almost did the fucking digital version.
I don't
Okay.
like fans. Have it. It's like my Vox knocking around the dice.
Okay, so I rolled a 10. I just make sure what my stealth is. on here, and I have to reset my seat again. Okay. I see how it is. What is this new bug? There we go. Now it works. So my stealth is a 7. So 17
17.
in total.
Nice. Okay.
Nice.
That's a pretty good spread. It's like a 13, 2 16s, an 18. And you're 17. All right, so now that we've got the stealth rolls out of the way, as you're making your way down the corridor, it again branches off into 2 separate paths. As you sort of peek your head down one heads to the south and the other heads north. The passage heading north comes to what looks to be a more narrow passage that heads even further down, while the one that heads south doesn't do that, so...
One heading further down, one that looks like it's heading back towards where we came, that's those leftmost passages. North one might be the best to look for first.
All right, and as you approach the northmost passage, you find the transition to the next floor. A tunnel that is a bit more narrow and heads deeper and deeper down into the stonework.
So you want to know?
All right, so
Alonso.
all right, you guys heading down?
Yeah.
All right,
Down,
let me just go ahead and
into
clump
the
everyone
town.
together so I can copy your tokens over to the next map. So the passage takes a while to work through, and it gets progressively more and more narrow as you are going. Can I get a marching order, please?
Okay, so I
Thanatos is
figured
the
that I
light.
wouldn't mind being near the front unless me sneaking around ahead, of course.
Thanatos has the light, so he should be up front. 'Cause he's lighting the way.
Alright,
Um,
so I guess I guard Thanatos then.
Alright, you guard Thanatos with your cover ability. I'll take up behind Alisa.
Yep.
Okay. Mika is gonna... She'll either follow directly behind me, or if Rocket wants to be there, she'll take the very back of the group.
Unless Rocket wants to protect the back just in case something sneaks up.
It's up
I'm
to you
just
guys.
saying.
Whatever.
Okay, so
Alright.
Mika is gonna stick with her fiance then. All right, so
Just this, what's
And I am
better.
now covering Thanatos instead of Rocket.
nice. So
Neat.
So you follow this narrow passage for quite a while. It takes you some time to make any meaningful progress, but in time, the passage starts to widen back out a little bit. And after a little while, you find yourselves coming out into a rather large chamber with a very high roof. You can see growths of amber kind of scattered around, but the most intriguing thing about the chamber, aside from the growths of amber, are the long, eroded tents that are scattered around. You count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 separate tents. On the far end of the chamber, you can see a little fenced-off area with mounds of moldy old boxes and barrels and crates all stacked up. And looking around, you can see the occasional skeleton just kind of scattered around. So I'm going to go ahead and do some revealing here, and then I will transition the map over to you guys so you can see the stuff. Tents.
Why the hell are there tents here?
Someone camped out, clearly.
It's literally
We want
been
to
like,
camp in this place, though.
it's literally been like what, less than a day since the tower moved?
Someone's been down here long before then.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
survivors from
like
one of the air shipwrecks?
yeah, like everything here is really old and eroded.
Does anything here look like it came from one of the airships we saw crashed?
Make an awareness check.
I was just gonna do a awareness check to look around to see if there's anything salvageable from this wreckage.
That would be a scavenge check.
Although that would be a scavenge check.
14.
That would be a scavenge.
All right, a 14 from Neothil. Okay, casting your eyes around this large chamber, the first thing you notice that looks remotely airship-like are massive piles of scrap metal and wood off on one side of the chamber, off on the right side, far away from you guys. Massive panels of metal, planks of wood, mounds of twisted and shredded scrap, all just haphazardly piled in a corner. Most of the metal has been rusted
11.
beyond any form of use, but looking at it, you kind of get the impression that that metal came from an airship.
Looks like these were survivors from some of the airship wrecks that tried to reach Tower of Creation. Long before this place was infested with Diablos' minions, they probably just got stuck here and died when their supplies ran out.
That's unfortunate for them. What
Uh,
a horrible way to die.
Can we check the supplies over here? See if
Yeah, I
that's-
already rolled for my scavenge, which was 11.
All right, an 11. Scanning around the chamber, Alistair, like at a passing glance and sort of squinting for anything useful, you're not seeing anything like in the outside areas that looks particularly useful. And Nee, if you're checking the boxes, I need you to make that scavenge check too.
Okay, and are our stealth skills still what they were?
Yeah, they're holding for the time being.
Alright.
Good.
So scavenge, that's only one.
That's what I like to hear.
It's only a 7. Oh, good.
A 7? Well, going up to the boxes and looking them over, it looks like if there had been anything worth a damn here, it is long ago decomposed. It looks like these are just food items, just old food storage. But as you're drawing
Look like
closer,
they ran out of food.
as you're drawing closer, like you can see decomposing fruits and stuff in some of these things that are broken open over time. And as you're approaching, you see sort of on the ground in front of one of the barrels, 2 skeletons, sort of one on top of the other.
Does it look almost like they killed each other?
Getting a closer look, you can see that the one on top has an old dagger embedded in its ribs that, judging from the position of the skeleton on the bottom, had been holding it. And sort of examining the skeleton on bottom a little closer, you see a crack in the back of its skull.
Scratch that. They turned on each other. With desperation, or maybe some of this amber was down here even before the Tower of Creation was taken over. This goes down, maybe it leads into the abyss.
Anyone want to check anything else?
Did we check any of these containers?
Rotten food and things.
Yeah. The containers and the
Always
crates and
check
barrels are
the
empty,
glass.
but I will remind you guys that none of you have checked the tents yet.
Well, I thought I was checking the tents, but alright.
We can check the tents.
Okay. Go ahead and make
As long
a.
as it doesn't get too intense.
So anyone who's making a scavenge check on the tents, go ahead and roll them.
I'll just keep watch for the moment because my scavenge check is jank.
Let's see.
13.
All right. What was that, Alistair?
Any luck? 13. Is there any luck?
13. Rocket also got a 13. So, for purposes, you both get it, but there are 2 different things you can find. So I will let you pick 1 or 2. One of you gets one of you gets the other. I'll let you decide which one. Just pick a number, 1 or 2.
1.
All right. Alistair gets 1. If Rocket's all right with that, then Rocket gets 2. So, So we'll do Alistair first, just working left to right. So Alistair, as you're sort of picking your way through the tents, you get to this one far off in the top left, towards the far end, and as you poke your head in, you see this tent is notably larger than the other ones, but it's not exactly elaborate. And as you're looking around, you see stretchers upon stretchers lined up, with old skeletons still lying in them, and other skeletons strewn about the floor, their bones scattered, and looks to be a few weapons plunged into the ribs of the ones in beds here and there.
Clearly, this was a medical bay.
They're old.
Maybe these.
Although-
So you find... go ahead and roll me a d4, please, Alistair.
A D4, okay.
Yep.
I might as well just do that on here because I haven't got a D4. Yeah.
Mhm.
Moment. I clicked it. Holding? There we go.
All right, so Alistair, poking your nose around, you managed to find miraculously preserved in what looks to be an old medical toolbox that might have had some sort of enchantment on it. You find 3 vials filled with a liquid you recognize as remedies. So you get 3 remedies.
I'd be happy about this.
As for you, Rocket, as you poke your head into this other tent that's slightly larger and more fancy looking than the others, that has this big spike of amber jutting up through it that looks relatively new, you poke your head in and you see some actual, like, rudimentary but present furniture scattered around. There's like like the remnants of a table in the middle that has since been skewered and scattered by this amber spike. You see, like, a nicer bed off in the corner, a desk with some old notes scattered on it, a skeleton sort of at the desk, and sort of right beneath it, right under its head, you find a book. Old and worn, but the writing is still legible.
Huh. Hey guys, I found a book.
That's it.
All right.
Which Mika heard book and went, oh, book.
Yep, Mika's coming over. So, looking...
Thanatos, you want to get over here? He's all the way down there.
All right, so,
I managed to scavenge some remedies, 3 of them in neat condition, and an enchanted box.
Keep hold of those.
Well, medkit.
Okay, let's see that journal. What does it say?
Okay.
all right, so, opening up the journal, I have a handout here, so, but I'll just go ahead and read it out. This blood-stained journal contains the first-hand accounts of Captain Arenvald of the Heavenly Wheel airship. The dating of the Heavenly Wheel. The dating of the entries marks this journal as being at least 200 years old. The pages are old and yellowed and flimsy to the touch. It would be painfully easy to accidentally damage them. Flipping through the journal and kind of skimming the pages, their most recent flight, their final flight, was interrupted by a surprise assault from sky pirates, who the majority of their crew appeared to be Banga. In the ensuing clash, both ships inadvertently entered into the stasis field around the Tower of Creation and plummeted into the chasm, almost falling into the heart of the abyss itself, but managing to make crash landings among the slopes. The survivors of both crashes met up and reluctantly formed an alliance until such time as they were out of hot water and could go their separate ways. They attempted to leave the chasm conventionally, but there were too many wounded people to make any progress. The tunnels were labyrinthian and complicated, and there weren't any viable paths along the outside to get anywhere, making progress slow and basically impossible. As a result, they had no choice but to set up a camp in this large chamber and wait for the wounded to either recover or pass away. Captain Arenvald instated strict rationing limitations to preserve supplies. You get the impression from his writings that this was met with understanding at first, and it was his intent to prioritize the wounded. His phrasing and writing gives the impression he was a good man who cared for his crew and any who were in need, even among the pirates. But as time went on, supplies continued to dwindle, and fights between the two crews were common due to intense clashes of ideology and a lack of respect for one another. Spite ran rampant, and Arnvald's efforts to quell the violence were steadily becoming less successful. After that, his writings become more erratic and inconsistent. His once precise diction becomes scratchy and frantic. His prose becomes curt, short, clipped. He speaks briefly of increasing tensions, of full-on fights breaking out over the dwindling food supplies. His final entry speaks of the pirate crew coming together with several of Arnvald's own to demand the wounded, who were proving slow to recover, be put to the sword. According to them, the wounded were a drain on supplies, and if they had died, then everyone could have escaped by now. Arnvald, however, refused to comply with these demands. After that, his writing becomes a lament, almost. Punctuation is sloppy and all over the place. The lettering is shaky. You think he might have been shaking as he was writing this. He's expressing regrets over how things went and offering a written prayer to the gods to grant them all mercy and salvation. He writes of screams outside, of everything falling apart, and he pins the blame for it all on something he just calls the tingling. At the bottom of the page, his final words are cut off by a blackened splatter of long, dried blood. So I'll go ahead. So I'll just share that handout with anyone if you want to read it again at any point.
So, they came down here, and then a mix of them not getting along, dwindling supplies, and the tingling, which I assume is corruption from these bloody things looking up at the amber crystal. We're close to the abyss. They start to get infected, and infected. We've seen that enough times to know how it goes.
Nothing we can do for them now.
200 years late. We can still save Ixion, I hope. Come on, let's go.
I would like someone to roll a d12 for me, please.
D12.
Okay.
I have a D12. I'm gonna
Nice.
roll a D12.
Okay, roll me a
Choose the blue
d12, Neophil.
2.
2. All right. As you are turning to go, you faintly hear something scratching off in the distance, but it fades as quickly as it comes.
Guessing a 2 was a good one. Okay.
All right. So,
What can we see up ahead?
looking off towards the scrap pile, you do see what looks to be a more recent opening in the wall. As if that section of the wall had collapsed. There's still a faint haze of dust visible from the glow of the amber as you're approaching. That indicates this probably only happened within the last few hours.
Something's come through here.
So, you heading that way?
Let's follow it.
All right.
Well, we can only turn around now, can't we? Good, yeah.
Right, so you make your way forward, and as you poke your head out into this corridor, towards the southern end, you see a thick wall of growing amber just kind of ominously sitting there, providing faint illumination. But there's another source of illumination coming out of the ceiling. As you see, there is a pile of rubble sort of against the far wall from you. And looking straight up, you can see not sunlight, but you can feel a draft hitting you from a hole in the ceiling. A sizable hole at that. And you can faintly hear wind howling from beyond it. That is a hole to the outside. And what's more, as you're looking across the room, you see bodies, not humans. These are a wide assortment of creatures scattered along the ground, burnt up and covered in amber shards. These are dead demons.
Safe to say Ixion's been through here.
That or somebody who hates demons as much as we do.
Well, I think Ixion's ever been a fan. Still, let's not dawdle with this. If he's wounded and in active fighting, I don't care to guess how much time he has left.
All right. So you're pressing on then?
Aye.
All right. So you make your way further up,
Isn't a wall.
following further north. And as you're heading that way, you can see another glow of amber up ahead from what looks to be a side passage that might have at one point just gone deeper in, but is now just completely blocked off. But there is another passage sneaking around it. Following that passage
Further on.
a little further, it starts to narrow significantly. You kind of have to go single file for a bit to squeeze through. Thanatos going first because he still has the light. As you're going, the path up ahead splits once more into two, but you don't need to look very far to see that the passage on the right immediately ends in another dead end. It might have gone somewhere else once upon a time, but another sheer wall of amber has completely blocked off that passage.
To the left. Thanatos, go.
So hook and left. You'll follow the path a little further, and as you come around the bend, you see another larger chamber. The glow of the amber wall from before becomes clearly visible off to your left as you're entering. This is the same chamber that other passage would have entered up into from a moment ago. And you can see other amber growths up ahead that are reminiscent almost of a rib cage and a pelvis, sort of suspended over the area. And I would like everyone to make an awareness check for me, please.
Oh, good. That's good. That's 10. That would be
we'll need to go
17.
soon, so we're going into another fight. It might have to be for next time.
Yeah, it is getting late, so we may have to save comment for next time.
All right, a 17 from
Okay, so
Neothil.
9. But give me a moment. I'm checking my sheet. $16. And that's awareness, right?
Yeah.
Yep. 16.
I forgot the slash.
It happens.
Mika got a 12. So who all got higher than 14 on that?
Yep.
Me.
All right. So as you're all sort of coming out into this next large chamber that's well lit thanks to all of the amber around, everyone who got higher than a 14 notices this pretty much immediately. As you're looking up into some of those amber ribs coming out of the roof, you see they're kind of tucked away and out of sight, but up on those suspended ribs, 2 more gargoyles glaring down at you silently.
We're stealth. Can they see us?
There's not really a whole lot of shadow in this
Yeah,
room
so-
thanks to all the amber, so you're in plain sight, and they are looking in your
Okay.
general direction, so yes, they do see you, but they aren't acting just yet.
And the only way to go is through them.
Indeed.
And that's going to be a combat encounter, so...
So we will come back to it next time.
So as you're sort of piling out into the room, sort of like knowing like, okay, this is going to turn into a fight, and sort of bracing yourselves for it, one of the gargoyles, sensing that you guys aren't going to back down, its lips sort of peel back and it lets out this long, loud, sort of guttural, growling howl sound. And as it does, there's a sudden...
I'm loading in an elemental arrow wind.
Okay. And as that is happening, you feel a little tremor in the ground beneath your feet. Before suddenly, the ground up ahead, sort of one spot in front of the 2 girls and the one spot behind suddenly bursts upwards, and you hear this clicking and clacking and snapping, hissing sound. As a sudden just flurry of long centipede-like creatures comes burrowing up from the ground in front. 6 of them in total. And then from further behind, the ground parts and another amber remnant rises.
Oh,
Well,
Phoenix down.
shit.
Have another one of those.
And as they all come rising up, the gargoyles spread their wings, loose another visceral howl, enter the effects of flight,
I mean,
and that's where we'll
I'd
pick
point
up
out
next
there's no
time.
need- Yep, and also there's no need to waste a Phoenix down because I could just use life.
Either way, our next fight, just cast life and get rid of it immediately.
All right, so
Yep.
with all of that in
Life.
mind, so all of that said, thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, so much for tuning in to this episode of Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. We hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you next time as our party goes into battle against this horde of demons. So we'll see you then, people. Keep listening. Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Na, 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 na.